Hello and welcome for the Americas seasonal here for Legends of Runeterra Cosmic Creation. I'm your host, Time, and joining me, the fine folks on my desk today are going to be Boulevard, Silverfuse, and Amazonian. I've never worked with any of you, but I'm extremely excited to be kicking off yet another edition of the Americas season. How are y'all doing?
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Great. Really excited to see some great games.
Awesome. And if you joined us last season, of course, you will have some things that look pretty familiar. Let's take a look at the prize pool, as it is the same as last time, but it's not bad. For a couple days' work over the weekend, playing some card games here, total prize pool is $20,000 with 300 extra on top. But first place, of course, getting the big money there, $10,000 if you win it all, which is not an insignificant amount of money. Again, given that the seasonals are pretty frequent and it's only a couple of days worth of playing for all these talented players. The format, though, is also the same as the last time. If you need a refresher, we'll pull that up on your screen. 32 players right now in this single elimination bracket, coming down from 10,024, if my brain is working. Players have to bring 3 different decks with no duplicated champions. You can't duplicate a region combination, and no more than one deck without any champions at all. It basically counts as its own region. Players ban one of their opponent's decks before the matches begin, and then you can't use the deck after winning a game with it. So kind of like a modified best of 3, where you're playing 3 different decks with a varying amount of restrictions, and each tournament round lasts for 70 minutes. So again, if you're familiar with the seasonal from last time, even though it is going to be different in the future, this is the format we've kind of come to know and love. And we've actually already had some seasonals play out, which has been really cool. So let's take a look at some of the winning moments and see what deck lists have been winning across the globe.
Nightfall aggro definitely, I don't think was something we expected, but here we're going to see the triple Doom Beast finisher up against a deck with no healing.
Turns out that draining 2 damage 3 times, that's a sweet way to kill.
Yep, and Ashley Sejuani, even though it looks like a more aggressive build with the Kato of the Arm, just as we said earlier, it doesn't have the healing to deal with this, so the Nightfall will be able to finish off the game that way.
They'd cooler looking cards, though, as we see. Well, again, we had SCA, I believe this is Asia, if I recall correctly, and that is not the stats that unit normally has. 14-9 is much bigger than that unit usually is, but I think Moonlit Temple has had something to say about it, and this Atrocity certainly going to have something to say about the end of this game, which, unfortunately for many players, many games have ended this way.
Yep, we can see that the Veiled Temple did a lot of work here.
Oh my goodness. Refunding that mana and getting just the biggest possible atrocity that you could just directly damage the Nexus for the win.
And last but not least, of course, is Europe.
Unlike Southeast Asia, aggro not getting the better of the day this time around, as Sergei Tuvamos with their discard aggro not able to beat the boogeyman of the format, Fizz Twisted Fate.
Yeah, looking at all these cards, like trying to figure out Elite, maybe there's something that can happen, but that's pretty early, turn 7, I believe. You pointed out to me when we saw this earlier, and not going to beat that many Burblefish that quickly. So a rough one, certainly, but definitely fun to see what decks we'll see here. Different regions tend to have different opinions about how they want to play out the meta, and it is cool to see things being mixed up a little bit kind of across the globe. Looking at those lineups, though, actually, we can actually see what were people playing. We'll take a look now at some of the lineups and potentially some of the lists. Mr. Bear was our first up from SEA. Doesn't look too unusual.
It's definitely, I didn't expect to see TF Aphelios anywhere in here. I thought that deck was going to be auto-banned. You're better to split them up, but it worked out for Mr. Bear.
Yeah, interesting to see that the Zoe Karma made it as well.
That's the strange. Yeah, Silverfuse, you know it. This is not a deck I run into very often.
Yeah, it's a really interesting lineup.
A bit different.
And then this lineup is one that we expected to see a bit more. We have the Zoe and Lee Sin, the Aphelios and Diana, and Twisted Fate Fizz. Something that you'd expect to see if you were to show pretty much any competitive player that this is a lineup that won, no one would be too surprised by it.
Yeah, the interesting part of this lineup doesn't come from the archetypes that were played, but rather the one-ofs that were played in some of these lists. There was a Dragon's Rage main deck in that Zoe Lee Sin.
It's not the usual way you access that card, but certainly one that can be effective. Also, lots of different like flavors of Aphelios. I think this lineup kind of illustrates that as well here from Pedish, who won the European seasonal. Like, yes, Aphelios Twisted Fate is kind of the best combination, but those champions are so good that, as you are alluding to, Boulevard, you often want to see separation there. So it just kind of feels like Aphelios and just about any other champion you have lying around after you pick your others is good enough in a lot of cases.
I thought that Aphelios PNZ was going to be really good, and I kind of lamented over the fact that this seems like the perfect Victor deck, and we never get to see Victor in it, but Pedish said, hey, what if we do just put Victor in it, and picked up a win?
Yeah, it was also interesting to see Draven and Ezreal as well.
Yeah, that was a really popular deck from the last seasonal. Any particular reason we feel like that deck maybe wasn't as represented this time? Of course, we don't know what the players in Americas are going to be playing, but certainly something that hasn't been showing up as much.
I would say the fact that we're seeing these TF Burblefish lists, that there just isn't enough removal that really works against that. There isn't really like an avalanche type card that can punish a go wide board like that, so you're kind of stuck with the tools that you have. So I think Burblefish being in pretty much every lineup we've seen, we saw that it was played in the top 32, 30, or 25 of the players had at least TF decks, and I think 19 of them were TFs, so it's not surprising that that has kind of pushed that a little bit out of the meta a bit.
Yeah, I think we're sort of in a format where everything is so low to the ground that the super effective tools you get out of Draven Ezreal, like Ravenous Flock and Scorched Earth, they're not killing anything. When these units get hit, they tend to stay down. There's a lot of 1 and 2 HP units running around, and those removal tools that are really appealing, not working out, but you do still have Tri-Beam Improbulator, one of the biggest swing tools in Legends of Runeterra right now, and I think that's why the deck is still finding an amount of success.
Yeah, super good payoff there, and that's kind of what's happened in the last season. We'll take a look at who's playing today here for the Americas region. Our top 32 is, as expected, pretty freaking stacked, as these are some names that quite a lot of the tournament regulars will recognize, but certainly a lot of pretty familiar faces here, and some exciting ones as well that we'll get deeper into later on. But we did also have an opportunity to hear from our qualified players as well, so let's hear what they had to say.
It would cement me as one of the top players in the game right now, and it would put me in contention for a world slot, which is what I would really like.
Affirmation that it wasn't just like a lucky streak, a lucky 5-0, and that I can translate the success I've had on ladder into tournament play.
Winning the seasonal is one of the best ways to prove that, like to prove you are one of the best players in the world.
As a student, the $10,000 would be awesome. For me, it would cover some expenses and I could finally adopt a dog.
I think it would definitely be a testament to how much I know I've improved as a player.
I will use part of the prize to invest in ways to create content for the game.
Winning this tournament would prove to the world that I'm more than just a pretty face, that I'm truly a gamer of the highest caliber.
If I were to win, it would help me, feel more comfortable about trying to get a stream going or things like that.
Yeah, I already didn't expect to get the 1 out of 32 to qualify for this event. So, yeah, that would mean I was lucky twice in a row.
I've been practicing a lot of the decks I intend to be bringing to try and make sure that my play is polished.
Looking at the deck list for the people, trying to figure out how many people are going to stay on the same lineup, how many people are going to switch.
Try a lot of different combinations and test with friends again and again.
Ask a bunch of questions. I clarify doubts about the meta.
5 push-ups whenever Crescendum fetches the Boxtopus on turn 3. 3 squats whenever Zoe or Teemo connects with the Nexus on turn 1.
I've been playing a lot with my testing group, playing a lot on ladder, and theory crafting different lineups and bans.
Trying not to be overwhelmed by playing the game too much, because I feel like I'm already ready.
I've been challenging myself to play the game in new ways, playing with my non-dominant hand, playing while blindfolded,
making sure to exercise, get some good sleep, and find time for myself. As always, a good mental is key to victory.
It's a pretty big mix there between the two players, but love hearing, I think, from Glop especially, who said that wants to adopt a dog, which is a great use of winning $10,000 for a weekend of playing card games. But like we said, there are 32 players here for the Americas and a lot to highlight here back and forth. So we're going to take some time to highlight 4 of the players that we'll be taking a look at here from the field of 32 that we currently have. And starting pretty literally at the top is Kevor.
Yeah, Kavor is known as a very strong player on ladder, often at that 1, 2, or 3 spot. Comes from Canada, favorite archetype is combo decks such as Lee Sin, and works as a chef in a professional kitchen.
So we know what Kevor brought to the first day of the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament. We've got the Zoe Lee Sin, the Fizz TF, and Aphelios Tahm Kench. One of those stands out, and it's definitely the Aphelios Tahm Kench.
Yeah, I think that the Tahm Kench is just sort of the perfect champion to go into a list like this. Kevor had talked about the removal that it adds, and there's a lot of different things that we saw paired with this Aphelios, but I definitely expect the Tahm Kench to spike in play rate as these players have been able to change their lists coming into the top 32. There were a lot of different Aphelios Bilgewater combinations, but I think now everybody is on the Tahm Kench, and we'll see a lot more of it.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things about this was kind of unknown coming into this tournament, with the exception of like Kevor and his buddies, right? Like they had this list, they clearly refined it. They recognized the power of casting Octopus as early as possible, and though I think some players did know about the interaction, the whole like Crescendum plus Boxtopus thing is maybe even more powerful than the players would have expected. So I think you're right in that this is something we'll see a lot of, and for me, at least in the open rounds, this has been the breakout deck.
Yeah, a lot of players knowing about the box plus combo, but because not having a second champion besides Twisted Fate to really pair with it, the Tahm Kench fit the bill really well, being able to interact with the opponent's Aphelios or Twisted Fate as well in these other matchups too. It was about as perfect as you could get, and it paid off well for Kavor in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, can't imagine they won't be playing it this time around, but we can have a look at the other lists as well. As a reminder, these are the open round deck lists, so players can change their lists between the open rounds and the top 32, but I think in Kevor's case, probably going to stick to at least that archetype that we just saw. And you know what? Probably this one as well, because as we've all had fun joking about, and I'm sure everyone at home is pretty aware of, but if you are not, if this is maybe the first time you're tuning into the Legends of Runeterra action for this particular season, there has been a lot of Fizz and Twisted Fate.
Yeah, there are a few players you can look at their lineups and say, yeah, they're probably going to change it. I think that Kevor is very solid in the lineup that they brought. I really don't expect any of the decks to change for him. He might change around a couple of tech choices. You know, maybe you don't feel like you need to tech for aggro as hard going into this, but the players, you know, were able to look at the bracket, might have an idea of who they're going to be playing against. You might have even run a simulated bracket and say, hey, you know, I noticed that I'm not going to run into anybody that brought aggro, you know, coming into this event until like the finals, and maybe make some considerations in that regard.
There's actually one choice in this list that I did want to ask specifically about, because I think it kind of highlights something you said before, where there's all these like X1s and X2 units running around. That one of Deathray, how good is that? Because to me, that's a card that I loved playing with when it first got released, but it hasn't necessarily been that good. I feel like it might be really good in this kind of metagame.
I feel like it's fine. Like it's okay. No one's going to be mad at you for running it, but no, it's not like everybody's running to flock to this one of Deathray.
All right, and then of course this is the other one here. Zoe and Lee Sin, another pretty common combination. Not really at the like absolute top of the list, where at one point I think Lee Sin was like the deck to beat in many ways, but definitely a lineup we should expect to see quite a lot here, and still a combination that's very deadly, especially since Zoe is just such an efficient threat, particularly when deployed on turn 1. All right, with that, we are going to have a look at more competitors. Glop is coming up next. He was adorable in the video before, and we'll take a look at some of his stats. Also from Canada, so I don't know what's going on here. It just feels like I didn't come far from the LCS. Canadians continue to dominate in Americas once again. Likes mid-range and is currently a student. Of course, winning 10K, probably pretty helpful when you have to spend all your non-Legends of Runeterra time studying. And there's the lineups. Again, nothing too different. I guess given that we've already seen Fizz and Twisted Fate and Lee Sin Zoe, although I am curious to see what specific choices Glop has made here. We will definitely have to talk about Aphelios when we get there, because again, Aphelios plus any other champion seems to be a pretty common archetype, and Diana maybe not the one we necessarily thought we were going to get. But we can have a look at the Fizz Twisted Fate list first as we roll through, just because, again, this is a list we should expect to see a lot of. I mean, when you have a list that's this common, I guess this is an interesting question. How different can you really make things? Actually, we're going to start on Zoe and Lee Sin, so we'll get to that in a moment.
And I think your point still
noticed
stands.
with these is the number of spell thieves. Depending on the player, they've put either 1, 2, or 3 copies. I've seen a lot of people who are trying to capitalize on their opponents playing great valuable spells, oftentimes from other regions, and just, hey, what's yours is mine. I get to cast those spells now.
Certainly some good ones out there to steal. So we have a look. List number 2. This is the one I was curious about, because again, this is maybe not something that was necessarily on my radar at least, although, again, Aphelios is pretty good. This is like, it's kind of like, you might look at these champions and be like, it's a Nightfall deck, but realistically, this is an Invoke deck.
Yeah, important to know that there's a triple atrocity as the finisher. We saw that in one of the earlier seasonals. We saw a giant rampaging rhino there destroying the nexus with the atrocity. So seeing the triple atrocity is going to be the way that most of these games are ended, or through the means of star shaping. Finding a 7+ cost unit, often with elusive or overwhelm, is helpful as well.
I love Diana in this meta because she's so easily able to kill a Burblefish. That is something that all champions should be able to do.
I think we've correctly identified the number 1 enemy of the seasonal. It is probably going to be Burblefish. It's here again here. And like I said, I'm curious if there is like, what kind of things you think about when you know a deck is going to be popular. Are you just like trying to build the most stable version? Are you trying to win the mirror? Are you trying to maybe just like build a lineup that wants to ban that list and then win the other 2 matchups? Kind of when you do have a deck, Boulevard, that's so pervasive in a metagame, how do you feel like players are approaching attacking that lineup? Because you know it's going to be somewhere.
I don't know if they're... I mean, there's a couple different ways that you can approach this, right? You can try to win the mirror match and leave your opponent's Twisted Fate Fizz unbanned, or you can try and take some safer plays against some of the more control-oriented decks or some of the more aggressively oriented decks, like we see Glop do here with the 2 Jagged Butcher in here, trying to take those aggro decks at face value, meet them low on the ground, and that's how you preserve your life total throughout the early game.
All right, so moving forward here, have a look at Black Boss here, one of the other players we are highlighting here of the top 32. Again, plenty of players here, but from Brazil, which is cool. Again, kind of a combined different regions. Thankfully, card games don't require a huge amount of like super low latency to compete on, so it's really cool to see players from all around the world compete under one shard. Favorite archetype is mid-range, which is going to be fun to see. And honestly, if you like mid-range, probably a good place to be, given that it feels like there are just so many mid-range decks running around these days.
We've seen a lot of different regions tripled up on, be it PNZ and Targon, but Boss actually came in here with triple Bilgewater. And I know you had asked about this earlier, Pastry, where, you know, these players bring your Aphelios Bilgewater, your Twisted Fate Fizz, and then you just bring an aggressive deck as that 3rd slot, try and bait your opponent into banning that out, and then just allowing you to play arguably 2 of the best decks in the game. And if they do end up banning your Aphelios or your TF Fizz, then you say, hey, I know you were really afraid of aggro coming into this, but it's not a triple aggro lineup. I'm just going to beat one of your decks that has a bad aggro matchup and then take my other, you know, tier 1 deck into the rest of your lineup.
Yeah, and this is of course
the pirate aggro list that this deck has absolutely dominated the Legends of Runeterra ladder. It is done well in pretty much every rank across the board. It has so much burn to it, lots of aggression through overwhelm units as well. The finisher of Captain Pharaon, as well as Gangplank and Jack the Winner, are all great tools. Noxian Fervor is great reach as well, which can be tutored by the Zap Sprayfin. Something important to know as well, that there's always a little bit of reach in this list.
I feel like I've done a lot of bit of reach. I've died to many a pirate deck from what I thought was a healthy life total, but no, life total is too healthy, as it turns out. Here's another look at FizzTF. Again, going to be seeing this list in iterations all throughout the day, so certainly get used to it, get comfy at home. Actually, I will ask about, I guess, Mind Meld specifically, Boulevard. Like, this is a card that, like, I never thought about using, but as soon as I saw it, I'm like, why didn't I think of that? That just seems absurd as, like, a one-off finisher you can play that will end games in board states that you wouldn't normally be able to end them for.
TF Fizz is this weird combination where it looks like a lot of meme cards stacked on top of each other in a trench coat until you get a tier 1 deck. Mind Meld, Wiggly Burblefish, Fizz, these are cards where on release they didn't get a lot of play. They didn't seem like they were that valuable. And as you had mentioned, Mind Meld looks like a really slow win con. We couldn't find the Storm style of deck that you were kind of looking for. And, eventually it all just came together as we memed harder and harder, and now it is just one of the best decks in the game. And Mind Meld, with the Poro Cannon especially, just closes out so many games from almost out of nowhere.
Now, I don't appreciate you saying that Mind Meld was not being played on release, because I happen to know that it was very, very fun on release, and it almost never won games.
Yes, we all have cards like that. I probably have too many. But yeah, it's nice to see it have a home in this deck where, make enough memes and eventually sometimes they win seasonals. Certainly expecting again to see a lot of that here as we have a look at Black Boss's last deck. Again, another take on Aphelios and Box Personal Friends. This time with Zoe. Does Zoe really, how much does Zoe really change things in this kind of Aphelios decks? Or I guess maybe the better question is, how much does it really matter what you pair with your Aphelios, as long as the other champion is also good?
We saw a really wide spread of champions played in the Aphelios Bilgewater archetypes. We saw Zoe, we saw Diana, we saw Twisted Fate, and Tahm Kench. I think that Zoe is probably your best bet if she's not committed somewhere else in the lineup, but I do think that now that players are onto Kevor's deck lists and lineup, we're going to see a lot more Tahm Kench if it's not Zoe.
I also think that with the 3 copies of the Veiled Temple, Zoe's great at making lots of extra spells to get that second spell trigger.
Oh, absolutely. Zoe, one of those things that look like, oh, that looks cute, and then it takes over games. You're like, wait, why am I losing? I don't like this at all. Well, last but certainly not least, though, is a Raptor. He's got an extra O on the end of the name in his ID there. But for anyone that has been around the general competitive scene for card games, certainly the North American scene, this is a very familiar face. And Occupation Game Designer, yeah, that kind of tracks with how much this guy loves to both play and succeed at games. But for people that don't know the history of this player, what can you tell me about Raptor? Because this is a very exciting player if you are familiar with the card game space.
I think all of us have some background in competitive card games, and, well, I gotta say, this is a person who has very clearly had a long history with card games, has seen how they've developed into the digital space, and has learned how to play competitively and fantastically. Like, this result, getting into the top 32, is such a show of force, and strong decks, strong meta picks, shows a definite knowledge of Runeterra.
Yeah, Raptor, known more commonly as Josh Utterly to a lot of people in the CCG scene, know that he is known for being an amazing deck builder. And you can see that in this Fizz TF list, we have generally seen a very common list appear over and over again, but this one's a little bit different. We see Gangplank in here for -1 Fizz for +1 Gangplank. We see a Gotcha, so a big tech for the mirror matchup of when you're discarding so many cards, rummaging through and drawing new ones. This will often be a 2-cost card. It's an easy way to kill your opponent's Twisted Fate, for instance, for the mirror matchup. And there's just so many just little tech choices in here that make a big difference in the deck building. Even from just the extra Zonai Urchin, a lot of players have been in favor of 1 rather than 2, and a little bit more draw power. And then Raptor, his second deck, is the Diana and Aphelios list, kind of similar to ones that we had seen previously, but this one is running the Mountain Scryer, went a little bit heavier on the Targon side, really looking to invoke and win the game that way. He was also one of the first people to play the Boxtopus combo with the Crescendum, and that caught on fire very quickly. We'll go ahead and move on to the third list.
All right, well, last but not least is Lee Sin and Zoe once again, but that is a homecoming. There's actually more than one homecoming in this list, which is not a tech choice I necessarily expected to see.
it's hard to talk about some of the more off-kilter cards we see in this deck. As you'd mentioned, the Homecoming, and as we see here on the screen, the Giddy Sparkologist and the Fangs as well. I do want to mention that while we, talk up Raptor, obviously a very successful card game player, top 32 the last seasonal as well, is coming in with a 4-1 record, was second seeded on ladder right behind Kevor, so the highest 4-1 tiebreaker, but is the only player coming into this event already having a loss under their belt.
Yeah, definitely be curious to see how deep they can make a run here, but potentially lines up a very spicy round 1 matchup as well, as we'll talk about that when we get there. As you mentioned, though, Boulevard, there was, of course, many rounds of play that led us here in the open rounds last weekend that you had casted before. So let's actually take a look at the metagame breakdown for that and let us know kind of what America's doing here. Like, what does it look like here? We've talked so much about, it's Twisted Fate and Fizz everywhere. How much Twisted Fate and Fizz is there really? As we'll take a look at the infographic here.
And the answer is a little bit over half. As you can see there, Twisted Fate absolutely dominating as the most played champion, but then Fizz and Aphelios coming in tied for that number 2 spot. I do want to mention the sort of tricky visualization of the circle graph you see there. While Bilgewater does seem to be sort of a smaller portion than you might think, there were actually 47 Bilgewater decks among the top 32 participants, meaning, on average about 1.5 Bilgewater decks brought by everybody. But, going down the line, we see Draven and Zoe actually tied. Draven probably played in the most different decks out of the top 3 champions. We've got Discard Aggro, Draven Ezreal, Overwhelm, all these great different things going down the line. We got Lee Sin tied with Shen Fiora, although Fiora actually, you might notice, is 1 higher than Shen. Boulevard, you might ask, how did that happen? It's because there was a Fiora Aphelios coming into the top 32, and then going down the line, you can kind of read it from there on. But, things just looking really good for the Bilgewater PNZ combos.
And there's the region breakdown again, like I mentioned, there is again, it's a combined shard, so it's not just one region like you might see in other games, because again, you can play card games just about anywhere. It really warms my heart to see one Australian representing here in the top 32. Somehow, at least one sneaks through, but it looks like USA, Brazil kind of dominating most of it, and then Canada actually producing 2 of the 4 players we even highlighted at the start of the day, and Argentina also having 2 players. So it's just so cool to see. Like, again, it's not North America, it's Americas. This is a hugely combined shard that has players from all over the world competing for, again, that $10,000 first prize, which is really sweet to see. We are going to go to break, but when we come back, we'll highlight our round 1 matchup, because it's sure to be a pretty spicy one. We'll see you soon. And welcome back here to the first round of 32 here for the America's Cosmic Creation Seasonal. Round 1 is almost underway, and let me tell you, folks, it's a spicy one here. It is, as we expected, the number 1 and number 2 players on the ladder facing off. It'll be Kevor versus Raptor. Now, you may be asking, how is it possible that when the seeding is based on ladder position and then qualifying through gauntlets, how can these two players be playing each other in round 1? Well, as we already heard, when you go 4-1 and still manage to slip in because your standing is so good in the leaderboards that you're still in the tournament despite picking up a loss, you have to play the best player, who's gone 10-0, hasn't lost a game yet, and finished number 1 in the season. So this matchup, kind of almost unexpectedly for a round 1 matchup, is extremely hype.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what deck lists they brought as well, because they submit them right before the rounds start. So we're going to be seeing a bit of a surprise. They may have been running the same deck list in the open rounds versus today. Maybe they've tweaked them a little bit, knowing what their opponents are going to be. Who knows?
I believe we have a look at some of the lists. Yeah.
I was going to say Kevor was really disappointed, actually, that he got to change deck lists between top 32, because he felt like he crafted the perfect lineup going into the Swiss portion and really had that surprise factor that, obviously worked out for him. But now there's a week of downtime where everybody gets to look at your secret tech and adapt to it. And I think he was really comfortable with his lineup, and I expect him to run it back.
All right. Well,
we do know 3 combinations of champions. I can tell you that much.
Oh, okay. So what are they? Let the people at home know, because they probably know what they expect.
Kevor running Lee Zoe, Fizz TF, and that spicy Aphelios Tahm Kench. I wonder if any other players picked up on that Aphelios Tahm Kench list and are running it during the top 32. We've also got Raptero running, is that a Zoe Aphelios, Fizz TF with the one of Gangplank, and Riven Vi. Now that I didn't expect.
That's what I was waiting for, because that is so different. I mean, no one played Riven, right?
Wow.
Coming into the tournament, at least in the top 32 players.
Or Vi.
Yeah.
Riven and Vi were both absent.
Yeah, looking at this list, I mean, this list is spicy. This has so much spice in it.
All right, take us through it.
Oh, I'm so excited. All right, well, it has your Augmented Experimenter in it, which is pretty sweet. I mean, first off, we're Riven Vi, we're Noxus, and we're PNZ. We have Augmented Experimenter in it. We have triple survival skills, so being able to use Augmented Experimenter to discard that, get survival skills going. It has Ballistic Bot in it, which is another interesting, one of the strongest cards that we have in the game right now. Oh, just this list has everything. It has the discard combos. We have the stress testing. We have 2 of those, and Rummage. We also have Poro Cannon. And so it looks like this deck is putting quite a bit of pressure. It has the Blade Squire and the Precious Pet as our 1-drops, and then we're dropping the Ballistic Bot, using that as discard fodder for the Rummage and the stress testing. And then we're just using weapons after that to get Vi pretty, there's lots of small units where Vi will easily level up. I think this is coming from the idea that we are not seeing much Hush right now. Generally, we see a little bit with the, the Aphelios list, and then that's getting banned, most likely, I assume, in his lineup. And that makes it where Vi Ribbon is extremely powerful. Wow, I love this list. I love to look at it, and it's so cool to see something as spicy as this in the game. I can't wait to cast it. I hope it doesn't get banned.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask Boulevard. Because, when you see something like this, obviously, because players are allowed to change deck lists, you prepare for what you can see during the open rounds. Do you just ban this list, Amazonian? What's the strategy here?
I think when you see something that's different, you really have to evaluate your own decks against it. And that can be hard to do, because a lot of people have really only analyzed the meta for what they've seen before. I think one of the hardest things to deal with is actually going to be the follower-based removal, which is the Treferian Glory Seeker. That's that 5/1 challenger that can do a lot of face damage too if you give it Overwhelm with one of the sword pieces.
And just get the value of quick attack.
Everyone's so excited.
We're all so excited about
everybody's just like, oh my god, Riven's playing!
This could be a tech specifically against Kevor's lineup. Like, this deck might just be one of those first or eighth type of mentalities where if you can get through Kevor, you're going to win the tournament. But as you had mentioned, Silverfuse, there's not a lot of Hush, but you know that Kevor is going to be bringing 2 Hush decks. We're still going to have the Aphelios Bilgewater. We're still going to have the Zoe Lee Sin. Maybe if you get through Kevor, you never actually have to run into a Hush deck again. And while this is new and certainly very interesting, I can't imagine you ban this instead of Twisted Fate Fizz.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right with that, especially for this first matchup. That is a tricky spot to be in. I think you have to let this go through and take out the Twisted Fate Fizz GP, but especially more so when the Twisted Fate Fizz GP list is teched against TF Fizz as well. So most likely, I assume Raptor is going to be banning one of these Hush lists, but it's hard to say which one. So decide not to go with the Lee Sin Zoe. That's what he brought in the Swiss round, but decided that that wasn't what he wanted to do, and went with this spicy list instead. I'm sure glad that he did.
This is not the first time that Raptor has done something fun with Noxus and PNZ. I vividly remember Draven and Jay Madado as one of his early lists that I saw when I realized he was playing this game, which was a super fun one. So I like that he's bringing, like, again, that personal flair, that deck building prowess. We kind of talked about, though, like, if you're Kevo, what you want to ban. Do you think you just, as you mentioned, Silverfuse, take one of the Targon decks away, or do you think maybe there's merit to just being like, you know what, I only have to, like, win once with this deck that's maybe a bit weak to Hush. I can also ban Twisted Fate Fizz. What do you think the pick ban strategy maybe looks like here?
I'm thinking that most likely this Lee Sin Zoe gets the ban just because it puts so much pressure on these lists overall. At some point there is the inevitable OTK, and although Zoe and Aphelios has access to the Hush, for instance, it's a delay, usually not a win in most cases. So I wouldn't be surprised if that were to be the ban, and I think for Kavor, most likely, I think the Twisted Fate Fizz is still likely to be banned here. But it is hard when you see a list that, I mean, I've never seen anything like the Vi in the Ribbon before, so it wouldn't surprise me if just that could be a ban, but I think with the double Hush, it's unlikely that it is the ban, I would say.
And I guess other than that, just kind of looking through the list again, kind of seeing what's going on. I don't think there's anything else particularly notable tech-wise, or anything anyone can see that kind of looks like, oh, that's an interesting one of choice that maybe I didn't consider. It does feel like, yeah?
Yeah, so Raptor has, as we had mentioned earlier on looking through Raptor's Swiss decks, they were a big fan of playing just the Boxtopus Splash in what is otherwise an Invoke deck, but has gotten off of that plan now, has put in the Wiggly Burblefish, and has even put in a copy of the Cloven Way, one of those newer cards from the Aphelios expansion that really doesn't get a lot of love.
Oh yeah, that is a really interesting tech choice too. What do you think he is targeting for that specifically?
I mean, it's like not a bad like tempo choice, right? Like it's pretty big, right? Which not all that many units in this metagame currently are. Like, I think you could describe this metagame as like pretty mid-rangey, but it's much lower to the ground mid-range because there's so much like innate card advantage in a lot of the small units that you're playing. And again, when like Twisted Fate is kind of the crux of so many strategies, or even Aphelios, like you just get so much natural card advantage that I think you're like not looking to go over the top all that much. But yeah, like Gravitum on a stick like might be pretty good. I could definitely see some boards where they're trying to go wide and you maybe like stunning an elusive attacker for a couple turns is actually enough for you to get over the top, or like recover with something like Severin and get some lifesteal going there. Because I think at least in the like the Invoke style decks, there are definitely decks that are looking to go over like the lower decks like Fizz TF that are maybe looking to try and burn you out or kill you with elusive attackers. Just because like generally when your plan is to play like Star Shopping 3X, probably not trying to win quickly. At least I certainly hope not. All right, well, how do we think this matchup's going to line up, Boulevard? Because, like, again, like, this is kind of things we expected and things we didn't. But even, like, moving aside from the deck list, like, the level of play expected for these two players is pretty insane. Like, again, this is 1 and 2 on the ladder playing in the first round of a seeded round of 32. Again, that does not happen very often. So what should we expect as far as, like, the play skill and, like, the level of Legendary Terror that we'll be introduced to from round 1?
I really think it's going to come down to how this Riven Vi deck actually ends up performing, because it's something we've never seen before. And sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes that's a bad thing. It can either be, you know, this is the hot new tech, or there's a reason we've never seen this before. Now, I've got 3 notebooks in front of me full of stats on all this kind of stuff, and with Riven and Vi both not making top 32 the first time around, I have to throw a lot of this out the window. And I think it really just is going to come down to, there's a very real chance that this Riven Vi deck just gets 2-0'd. And there's also that chance that, you know, this is something that's very hard to evaluate at face value because we don't see anything like this very often. There's a lot more Riven-focused followers than we've even seen in Riven decks in the past. And it's a little bit too much of an X factor for me to, like, come in at and say definitively. But, you know, both players going to be playing super tight this time around. But, you know, I'm sure that these guys have run into each other a lot on ladder before, so I wish I had their stats like head-to-head on ladder before so I could know who's got that slight edge, because I'm sure they know.
I think having 4 total copies of Hush is going to give Kever a bit of an advantage against that secret tech Riven Vi deck. But, you know, if one of those decks gets banned out, then it won't be too much of an issue. And we're going to the game. Oh, already here on the opening hands. Look at all those copies of Zoe. That makes me so happy.
I love the little Braum wave to start, too. Nothing better than a Braum wave to greet your opponent.
The emotes Legends of Runeterra are one of the best features of the game.
So this mulligan for Kavor looks like we have double Ballistic Bot start. It does have the Twist of Fate, which is one of the most important things. However, Raptera with triple Zoe start, is that, or is it 2 Zoes, just a little bit delay on that hand there. But the Zoe start on 1, everyone's used to it, everyone's seen it before, so nothing too surprising.
So
And
we also cool star charts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we also know that the Zoe in Aphelios list made it through, and we also know that the TF Fizz list made it through. So I'm still assuming that the Hush list, one of the Hush lists from Raptor, was banned. Most likely the Zoe in Lee Sin list. But it does have this double Duskbringer here to start off the game with the Zoe. Wow, Anne is going to line up the Aphelios quite nicely. It is the ideal start here for this Bilgewater, Aphelios, and Zoe list. And the attack is declared. It looks like there might be a blocker here. There is the second Ballistic Bot. Does also have their eye on this Twisted Fate. This red card looks beautiful, so is it worth taking the damage or not? Has to be the question going on in Kavor's mind right now if the block needs to happen. And we do have the bans in now.
Oh, yes, yeah. We see the Bilgewater Targon being banned on top, and Bilgewater Piltover Zon being banned on the bottom. Ooh. So letting some of those powerful decks go through, and we see that the Riven deck is left unchecked, so we might get to see that.
I sure hope that we get to see that. I think that's what everyone in chat is here for as well. So this will be activating the Ballistic Bot. Does give Fizz elusive, although it's not in trouble. No spells are being played against it. We'll see the Dust Petal into the Aphelios here. Which weapon will be the selection is the question. And we will have that soon. I mean, there's a few options here. You can go for the Calibrum, knowing that the Ballistic Bot... Yeah, but the Crescendum for the Boxipus is almost always the correct call.
The Crescendum gets you both a creature and removal. That follower Boxipus is able to take out almost all the creatures in Kever's deck until they get beefed up by those created spells. Now we're seeing Twisted Fate hitting play, and there's a choice between 3 different cards here. Very often you go for the blue, trying to level up, or maybe that was a take back.
Yeah, red card's still a pretty solid option here.
It's one of those things where a red card takes out Zoe, takes out that Duskbringer, and also gets a teeny bit of damage to the face, does chip down Aphelios.
Yeah, quite a few options
decision
here.
Time. And there's a blue card, so going for the TF, draw, getting a mana refunded, and getting ever so closer to leveling. Oh, and another TF drawn.
Yeah, this is getting kind of spookier quickly. Kavor, knowing that this Twisted Fate it puts Raptor on a clock quickly with this pick a card option in hand, and even has a second one now. And we all know what happens when Twisted Fate levels. It usually means you win the game. So that is gotta be something kind of spooky for Raptaro, but knowing that the Boxtopus will be available to hopefully pull this Twisted Fate, although we do see that there is this magical card called Suit Up in hand. So that'll be an interesting development.
A 4/4 Twisted Fate, you say? Very often you see early suit-ups get put on Fizz for some nice elusive damage, but right now, Kever is on the defensive, trying to get to the Twisted Fate level, as well as trying to keep the Nexus health as high as possible. There's a little bit of healing for the opponent's deck here, but Kever really does not have any healing available.
Yep, and this Fizz declaring the attack means that Zoe can choose to block or not block here. It's kind of an awkward situation because Zoe does have a decent amount of cards played working toward that level up condition, which is also a very strong one too, but because you mentioned earlier there is healing available for Raptaro, can go ahead, take this a bit slow, trade in the Zoe. The Zoe isn't needed for the win, and also there is just another Zoe, so why not just play that?
And here comes Zoe number 2 with the third Zoe in hand. Oh, and that Get Excited is such a good draw.
Oh, I was more talking about this rummage into stress testing. We're very close to leveling up Twisted Fate here. The right card could certainly happen. We'll see if it happens. Turn 5 level, we know that is devastating if it does happen. I mean, that's drawing 2. We saw blue card, pick a card. We'll see what we draw here. If there's another rummage, it could spell some trouble.
Oh, and there we go. Yeah. Twisted Fate, just getting that clean, easy turn 5 level. Still plenty of mana left. Burst spells in hand. I see that Poro Cannon at the ready.
Yeah, that's just drawing 3 for 1 mana. Can't ask for too much more. And we will see Twisted Fate start going off and doing the Twisted Fate things. We have the blue card, soon to be red card, into the stun card. The Twisted Fate will easily live here. We saw the frowny Poro from Raptor here, knowing what this means. We've all been in this position at one point, knowing that seeing Twisted Fate level on 5 is your worst nightmare, no matter what deck you're playing. Doesn't matter if you're playing a deck that's very strong into him. It does not feel good seeing it level up.
This is a stacked deck here. Blue card getting the card draw. Red card killing Zoe and the Dustbringer. And gold card stunning the Boxtopus and saving TF with lots of clean burst in hand.
Yep, and this is one of the harder decisions in these deck lists here, is knowing with these fleeting cards what you need to play this turn, what's okay with you discarding. Decides that wants to make sure that the TF stays at a 4/4 living into the next turn. I mean, ideally, we do see that there is a Sunburst in hand, but we do know there's also additional Twisted Fates coming up here. But we'll be discarding this Get Excited. We'll probably may consider using the Poro Cannon onto one of these fleeting cards beforehand. And we do see that Mind Meld, a card that you mentioned a couple times earlier about your love for this card.
And with all of these spells being able to be cast over and over at 0 or 1 mana, it's a very clean way to finish the game, especially with a couple Burblefishes that end up being like 7/7s, just attacking elusively. And now I see Aphelios is sitting there with only 2 health left, which is a perfect gold guard elimination.
Yeah,
sorry, Aphelios, you didn't drink enough of your moon juice.
I want to mention, too, that, yes, of course, leveling on Twisted Fate on turn 5 is a pretty high roll, but the way that Kavor has navigated this game has been beautiful as well. Setting this perfect yellow card to make sure that it hits Aphelios rather than the Boxtopus. So we saw the TF get saved with the suit up, and then followed up by this Poro Cannon, which sets up this yellow card. I mean, a lot of players would be so tempted to just start spamming their cards, woo, I level up Twisted Fate, and then hitting the Boxtopus with the yellow card, but instead we get to see the clear onto Aphelios instead. Really important in this matchup as well.
So unfortunately, another copy of TF is fleeting here and will be discarded. So that is 2 of the 3 copies of TF. And now the hand is actually full, so we saw Mystic Shot get burned.
Yeah, that's something really important to note, that is 2 Twisted Fates down the drain. And Raptaro has to be feeling pretty good about that, because if there is not another Twisted Fate, well, that's a pretty big win condition gone. And although Raptaro can't see it, we can see that their draw options, we got to pick a card, but there are no Burblefish here. There is no iterative improvement, but looks like we'll see the super cool star chart between 3 choices, and it is an elusive Otter to be able to block these elusive units in the future. Love it.
So getting a stun on one of the ballistic bots. The other one has definitely no reason to attack in here. A 1-3 versus a 5-4 is not a good attack, but we do have the little tiny elusive Poro here, so daring. Oh, in a second. How about a third? Maybe a fourth?
Yeah, this is quite scary for Raptaro here, as he is tapped down below all of his mana. There's nothing else he can do this turn, and knew that all these Poros were in hand. So this is quite a bit of elusive damage coming through. We do know that Star Shaping is available, but there's no way of dealing with this go-wide board, which, even without the Twisted Fate, this elusive damage, huge. And in the near future, there will be a the Mind Meld coming down too.
I was about to say, I'm like thinking right now, how many spells have been cast, especially on that TF turn? I think if these Poros are able to attack in next turn, it will be definite Mind Meld lethal.
Yeah, this is a time where you wish you had your own Twisted Fate, because this would be one sweet red card.
Right? I mean, Raptaro had the choice of bringing in some other, let's say, not played very often tech from Bilgewater. Thinking about maybe a little bit of Cannon Fire that would be with a couple of those 1/1s. And there we see, we get to see a little bit of card draw and some iterative improvement. Do you prefer to play iterative improvement on your cards or your opponent's cards?
When I can, Burblefish is always my favorite. Zap Sprayfin is interesting though, because it's just a little bit of extra value here, but we can assume that this last ignition will come through and we'll be setting up for the Mind Meld next turn, and I just don't think there are any tools in Raptaro's deck to be able to deal with this. It's just not going to happen. So we'll see that beautiful jellyfish animation.
One follower can get taken out. We've got the Boxtopus taking out the 2/2 elusive, but that's still 4 of them left. Only 1 can be blocked by the Trickster.
Yep, and Kvaer doing the math here, most likely saying, what is this Mind Meld going to hit for? Probably thinking about Star Shaping being a healing tool next round, wanting to make sure that they don't go too low, but at the same time, knowing that they can push the damage for sure. I love not taking the block there. When you're at 13 health, you're sitting pretty comfortably, and with this Mind Meld in hand, you might as well wait. Gosh, having that Mind Meld in hand has to feel so good for Kvaer right now.
Definitely. It is a win con that you know you can cast next turn that can't be interrupted by your opponent. Even if Raptaro had 1 Hush, that's 1 of these followers that isn't going to be hitting for a massive amount of damage. I again don't know what the spell count is at, but my guess is it's around 9, because we had a bunch of the Ballistic Bot Ignitions cast. And we saw iterative improvement. That's upping the spell count again for a 2/2 Daring Poro. And here comes the Mind Meld, the jellyfish for the, I believe they are actually underwater Yordles, which is always strange to me. Like, yes, there are aquatic Yordles.
There it is. And it is set to a 9/9.
It's just a board full of 6 9/9s, 5 of which are elusive. That's a Mind Meld for the win. That is some serious overkill, with the win for the first match going to Kvaer.
Yeah, we mentioned that Twisted Fate dying could be, a little bit of hope, but it did not matter as that Mind Meld with so many elusives. Didn't even need the Burblefish either. We're so used to seeing Twisted Fate level, and then Twisted Fate just takes over the game. See the Burblefish, iterative Burblefish, but we see how many win conditions this deck actually has. It can't just be like, alright, I'm gonna throw down all my elusive Poros and play Mind Meld. There's nothing you can do about it. And we saw Raptor, knew the writing was on the wall, just took the attack, and is ready for the next game.
Daring Poro, the MVP there, a little tiny 1/1 elusive that can seriously seal the deal. So we're going to be jumping in to game 2 now. So opening hands are looking good, and it looks like, is this the Zoe Lee Sin for Kever?
Yep, that is what it is. And we will see once again the Zoe and Aphelios list. Really hoping to see that Vi and Riven list, so might be a little bit biased here.
I can tell that you're rooting for Raptor, because you want Raptor to win this solely so we get to see Riven Vi.
Oh, I certainly want to see the Riven Vi. However, I want to see the player that plays the best here, makes the best decisions. I want to see them rewarded, so we'll see how that goes. But 2 astounding players, so really whoever wins, I'll feel pretty happy for both of them.
That's a very serious, very mature outlook for you to have. I was just happy before because there was a win with Mind Meld, which is again a very serious, very good card that has always been good at losing a game since its release.
So something important to note here is that there is no Lee Sin in the hand for Kavor, and oftentimes what happens with that is you start using other units as your overwhelm units. Sometimes Goat is an option as well as Eye of the Dragon. There also is no Eye of the Dragon option at the time. So we could see a Veiled Temple Goat overwhelm perhaps going on here if there is no access to Lee Sin, as Lee Sin is just a critical tool for ending games with this deck.
I would say that the Goat is the GOAT in a lot of these matches. I've seen Mountain Goats that end up being maybe 11 total power and really just overwhelming with the Zenith Blades, ending the game and making a couple gems to heal itself while it's at it. And here we see a mentored Goat. This Goat is educated. It has learned very much.
Yep, we'll create so many gems here for the Lee Sin level up condition of playing 8 spells. We might see 1 gem played now, but nope, we'll be saving on to that one for later. Just find this Nopify, which isn't going to be doing much here in the near future, but maybe we find, an Equinox Nopify. So there are the options.
Very good card to have when your opponent is trying to burn your creatures, but because it can't stop the burst removal enabler, which is Hush, it's not perfect in this matchup. You really have to rely on Deny to do that. Well, no, not even Deny does that. Deny is also not able to hit Burst. Burst is the you can't interact with it speed of spell. And here comes the Veiled Temple. Probably going to make that Goat get bigger and bigger. And grow in a spirituality. Probably using gems. I love these gems as a way to actually almost ramp your mana, turning your spell mana into more mana.
Yeah, it's pretty big here. I mean, this Veiled Temple is going to be going off over and over again. It is important to recognize that Kavor is down to 13 health already, does not have many ways of healing here either. So Rapturo might just be able to go on this beatdown plan and end up taking out this Lee Sin deck before it draws Lee Sin and is able to finish the game. But we do see the Zenith Blade onto the Goat, and this Goat will start to become a problem.
Oh, never mind. It's been silenced.
Or has
the
it, as there is a Nopify.
Oh. Super Cool Star Chart is able to generate this Follower Silence spell, which can be very, very helpful in disabling anything that's not a champion that's being buffed up. But we saw, Nopify coming in clutch, and now a 7/5 Goat swinging in.
Yep, once again utilizing the fact that Goat, creates some more value and is able to swing in with the Zenith Blade Overwhelm when Lee Sin is unable to be found. We see turn 5 still doesn't have it, but we'll be gymming this up too. Just a little extra damage here, hoping that there is no Hush available as well. And as well as making hand space for the Goat, creating another gym. And at 2 mana, you might want to be able to take a quick pass in some cases if Raptor were, for some reason, not use their mana efficiently this turn. Pretty unlikely, but still something to consider while setting up this attack.
And I believe I see one of the Obliterate spells in Raptero's hand, which could take out the Goat next turn.
Yep, is using that super cool star chart, finds a Serpent, Crescent Strike, or the Messenger. And we'll see what he decides to pick from there. There's quite a few options. Crescent Strike feels a bit awkward because there's only one unit and it is at a slow speed. Does go ahead and go with the Snake. Might be trying to find a way to destroy this Goat. And invokes once again. Will he be able to find this Equinox here? We know through our caster vision that there is no other answer at the time to another Equinox. And
Sweet Mother of Celestials, I'm actually just wondering, could there be lethal next turn with Raptero able to challenge the Goat and get enough damage through with these other followers? And of course we've got Zoe there. Zoe, I can't tell how close she is to leveling up, but it looks like she's only a spell or 2 away.
Yeah, and that is at 10 damage here. That is a lot of damage coming in through this open attack, as well as some healing too. Ooh. And a hand for Kavor just looking fairly awkward overall still.
Yeah, we've got Kevor able to stun one of these attackers, maybe prevent some life gain. The Goat is not in danger at this very moment. It is just going to be taking 2 damage from a squiggly little serpent.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if we didn't see the concussive palm here. You are taking a lot of damage. Denying the heal also feels pretty good as well. It's not a place where you want to be when you're not able to find your Lee Sin. It's about as much of a nightmare as it gets when a board was able to just capitalize off it fairly well. I mean, Raptor's deck isn't meant to capitalize off this, but he has done a great job of piloting, so it's doing quite well. And the hand once again fairly full.
6. Ooh, 6 Nexus health. Raptero with a completely full board, and I see a Burblefish in hand. Ooh, wouldn't mind seeing that come down to finish the game with some elusive damage. Also, if Zoe levels, granting elusive to all of these other units.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if Raptor tries to dig again for that Equinox, because this Goat is still pretty threatening. And you might as well say, hey, you have this Nopify, you have this Deny. If you don't, alright, there goes your Goat. Something that you've invested quite a bit of resources into. 10-6 Overwhelm. And at this point, Raptor has to feel pretty confident that the Lee Sin isn't in hand right now. I think there's a good chance we would have just seen that developed here pretty soon. I don't know, just the way that the resources have gone to this Goat, it has to be tipping him off a little bit of extra knowledge here. And does not find that Equinox. Cannot feel good.
No silence. So we're going to see if the Goat can finish the game next turn. Now that Goat can get huge. A combination of Mentor of the Stones and those gems could make it so these small blockers are just not able to survive the overwhelm from Mountain Goat.
Yeah.
How much damage can you get on a single Goat? 15? Is that enough? But of course we see that there is some healing still in hand. That's our secret caster knowledge though. Oh, and do you see a Homecoming? Because I see that spicy Homecoming now in hand.
You see that spicy Homecoming. So the pass.
It would have been nice to see a Fangs though. I feel like Kevor does want some healing.
Yeah, 6 health can't feel good to be at still. This board still looks a bit devastating in some ways, and not finding that Lee Sin once again. Ooh. Alright, let's see how much work this Goat can put in. Yeah. Zoe would have been.
You make it
if
sound
that
like
was
it
a
sounds
Lee Sin.
If it was a Lee Sin, then this would be a very different situation. Especially a leveled Lee Sin would just be kicking right into the Nexus to end the game.
Yep, and we'll be saying, "All right, you better deal with the Scoter. You are going to lose this game." However,
I mentioned
we know
before
they're
that a Fangs
obliterating-
draw would be really nice. There's that Fangs. Got a little bit of life now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that obliterate in hand though. There is no denying the hand for Kavor, but of course, this open attack is most likely coming through. Still just stacking stats, stacking value, trying to decide is this actually going to happen. But we do know Star Shaping's also in the hand, so it's pretty unlikely for the game to end here. But it does look scary.
It's a 15-10. That's a 15-10 goat. That's just like, well, that's your entire Nexus health right there. One creature. What can you do about it?
Yep, and taking their time deciding, what do I need to do here? And we have to note that this Homecoming is in hand, can recall this 3-2 to make another Concussive Palm, and make it where this goat is able just to get all the way through. That is most likely going to be the play, but will be answered by Star Shaping. I do love the setup from Kavor though, making sure that they have enough hand space to get this Concussive Palm from the Homecoming. Oh, going to throw back the Veiled Temple instead. Ooh. Ooh, that is spicy.
That's not what I expected. So, throwing back the Veiled Temple... Oh, or maybe not.
Or at least thinking about it.
Okay. Nope, going for the palm there.
Alright, threatening lethal with this swing, but as we know, plenty of answers. Would love to find a Hush here off the top deck from the Guiding Touch. Finds another... does find the Hush!
That is a Hush!
Whoa! Oh, that is the Hush off the top! That is insane! That is devastating to Kavor here. Oi, says...
Invested
okay?
so much into this attack. Wait,
okay.
What?
Didn't use it! Didn't use it!
Didn't Hush the goat. Maybe because the goat would not die.
Going to just kill it here instead, yeah, with the Falling Comet.
With the Falling Comet.
Wow. Going to be going for lethal next turn. Yeah. Whoa. Still, I was not expecting that. We're so excited about, whoa, this play is insane. But levels up Zoe is going to make the entire board elusive with the Spurwelfish to end the game. The game is still done regardless. Raptor correctly identifying that they did not need to stop this attack. They just needed to set up this lethal. This is going to be the end of the game with a full lethal board. That was insane! Oh my gosh.
Got this lethal swing right here, fully elusive, even gaining a little bit of life back from the Fangs. Raptaro never didn't have it. Getting a clean victory right there, and do you know what this means? We're seeing Riven Vi. We're gonna see Riven Vi. Oh, we get to see Madam Puncher Face and Big Sword McGee.
I am so excited for this game 3. It could not be any better. I am so excited for this.
That's really great, and this is one of those games where we didn't expect to see it coming in this weekend. I have this deck list in front of me, and I'm just like waiting for this Augmented Experimenter because I usually don't even see it outside of Jinx decks. Discard decks is where this card gets run, not Riven Vi decks.
I am just thrilled to see a different way of using such a strong, card synergies with each other and seeing it in something outside of what we typically see. I want to see if this is able to capitalize off of it or not. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm so excited for this match. Does find the Ballistic Bot, Mystic Shot, has an Augmented Experimenter as well, and it looks like Kavor is looking here at 2 Eye of the Dragons and a Notify Concussive Palm. Hasn't decided what the mulligan will be yet. Gets a pretty aggressive list. The Eye of the Dragon feels pretty good to have. If you are able to make those Dragonlings over and over again, it can definitely slow down Raptaro in the process.
It's nice to have any form of life gain when you are up against what is at its heart an Overwhelm beatdown deck.
Yeah, we do see that Vi
So-
will be getting procs throughout the time while in hand. And we'll see the Mystic Shot response to the goat here, not letting it create a gem.
So of course, having a Vi in your opening hand is the best time to have a Vi, because she is going to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And this poor mountain goat won't even make a single gem unless... Are we going to see a second Mystic Shot committed? Yes, we are. So we saw Notify on the Mystic Shot, and then a second Mystic Shot, taking out one of the most valuable pieces of removal or burn on this goat. But there's another goat. There's another goat.
There's always another goat.
There's always
Goat
another goat.
unfortunately let down Kavor last time. No Lee Sin in the hand once again, so maybe Goat will do it this time, but this time even has less tools to work with than last time. I mean, the Eye of the Dragon certainly helps, but there is no Zenith Blade, and there are no more Deny tools either. We do see that second Eye of the Dragon, so it'll be interesting to see what we get from this. Does find the Riven. The Riven on 3 has to feel pretty nice.
It's a
But no-
very aggressive creature, and it is bigger than the mountain goat. We've also got Ignition here, buffing up the ballistic bot and getting 1 damage to the Nexus.
Yep. Important to recognize here too that unfortunately for Raptor is missing the discard package. There is no Rummage in hand, for instance. And the stress testing is a bit dead during that, and we might see the Vi into an augmented that is pretty slow though against a Lee Sin list. So Raptor could be at the liberty of, does Kavora draw Lee Sin or not? That's very likely what this game will come down to. However though, there is a slow start with not that many spells for leveling up Lee Sin. The gym was denied earlier. There is no Mentor the Stones for gyms either. So this is going to be a slower game than what we typically see from, at least from the Lee Sin Zoe side. Didn't find the Zoe turn 1 either, obviously. So this could be in favor of Raptor just because a little bit of a slower game plan most likely favors him.
Going to take that damage from Riven, and was really hoping to see a Lee Sin drawn. Maybe can get one off of Guiding Touch, but no. If there's a second spell cast this turn, even if it's a gem, at least we will see those Dragonlings being created.
Yep, and here kind of is a bit of a, hey, I have Pale Cascade potentially with this goat attack. We know that the gem is something that Kavor would like to have, but also saying if you block with Riven, you might die to a Pale Cascade. So threatening a free attack essentially with this goat, and that is exactly what happens. Raptor respects the fact that Pale Cascade is available, and we will.
It may have been
most likely
nerfed,
see
but
some
it's still
Dragonlings.
good.
Yes, especially in these control and combo lists.
Another Ignition. Vi is loving this, getting buffed up bigger and bigger in hand. Might even see that Glory Seeker come down here. There she is, the 5-1 with challenge.
Yep. The Glory Seeker is really helpful here too, because we'll have the blade created, we'll have to see what that is, but also the fact that these Dragonlings are kind of causing issues for any attack. Like, generally, if you could attack here without these Dragonlings, you'd be putting on a lot of pressure, but because of these chump blockers, they're very efficient against this list right now. But we do see this Vi is ready to level up this turn. That is pretty dirty. Oh, it's exactly what we imagined, right?
Yes, and Vi against all of these low power, low toughness creatures, she's exactly where she wants to be.
Yes.
Once she
Vi
strikes
will-
for 10, we're going to see a level, and then she gets even stronger.
Yeah, most likely though, I did get a bit too excited about this Vi level up a bit too quickly, as I think there's a high chance that we are going to see Homecoming throw this Vi back into the hand. That almost has to be what happens here. So Kavor does have that set up. It'll be interesting to decide what he decides to throw back. There's multiple options. You can throw back the Fangs if you want to find a little bit more value through your evokes. You can Ooh, we'll just throw back the goat. That's what I should be saying. We'll just throw back the thing that the 5-1 with quick attack pulls. So this homecoming is kind of a disaster for Raptor here. I can only assume it's what gets played. I mean, Palm is another option as well, but dang, this homecoming
well
looks too
save
sweet to pass up.
Save that goat, because you're this way, you're kind of getting 2 great pieces of value. You're not taking any damage. You're saving both of your creatures.
Yep.
Homecoming, a spicy addition to this deck.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said too, yeah, Palm certainly is an option too. But the double save, it feels really, really good. So, looks like that is being hovered right now. The Vi will be thrown back. After so much work, getting her attack up will be reset through this recall. And then at the same time, saving the goat, which the quick attack was played against it. But we see the Mystic Shot. Ooh, I didn't even see that in the hand for my caster vision. My bad. That is brutal. Oh, that is about... Wow, yeah, I missed that.
I didn't see it either. It was just a little bit hidden. I'm sure chat's going to yell at us for this, but Homecoming needs to have 2 targets in order to resolve. The spell gets interrupted if you take out one of the 2 targets, and that's exactly what happened. Mystic Shot, nailing that goat, and now Vi is a beautiful 10-5, ready to smash.
It's insane how that interaction decides a lot of the game, it feels like. Imagine the difference of board state right now if Vi wasn't leveled, was in the hand, and the goat had also been in hand as well, ready to be played. This board state looks completely different, and as well as the fact that we are likely to be getting some more pieces of that fragmented blade, being able to build it up here pretty soon. I think we are going to be 1 piece off once Riven receives the attack token again. But that on Vi, we do see the Hush in hand, but let's pretend that it's not there. Most likely we probably see resources split up, though, for that. But we'll wait. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here.
And here's that Reckless Research going to discard the hand. Get rid of...
I love it.
Well, some nice pieces, but I bet you can draw something better. And that's 3 damage to take out Eye of the Dragon, so there's no more Dragonlings being spit out on every turn. Oh. Or deny on the skill. You are able to deny skills, and this does save the Dragonling. Well, the potential future Dragonlings. Eye of the Dragon, the one being saved right here, but she tends not to block or attack very often. She's really just there for the 2-1 life gain.
And we'll have the attack token back now. Plenty of pieces to work with still. I mean, the stress testing gives more options as well. Most likely Raptor probably is trying to search for, is there a way that I can get lethal here? And I don't think that is the option quite yet, but Raptor can certainly produce some magic, and I can certainly be wrong, especially the stress testing. Find something, just something that just works a bit of magic. So we'll have to see in the hand. We get another stress testing.
Testing.
Yep. We'll dig a little bit deeper into this list.
And we have a little happy Poro on the battlefield. Poros are so cute. Do you have a favorite Poro?
During Poro's... Oh, Plunder Poro. Plunder Poro is by far the best. Yes.
Did you see we're getting, advanced Plunder Poro in the new expansion?
The Destined
Getting
Poro.
even more keywords? Yes.
So, Kavor here having a very awkward hand. Once again, no Lee Sin, causing a huge issue here. And not many resources after this either. Has the Hush available. The Zenith Blade isn't going to be doing much. There is some heal, but if this board is taken care of, besides the Guiding Touch, there's really no other way to find resources to end this game. And that gets scary quite quickly. Raptor might just be able to force enough damage here, too. Does have to get excited to stop another blocker. Of course, the Vi being stunned does put a little bit of kink in that game plan, but this turn is still going to be devastating for Kavor here.
I wonder how many cards we've seen Kevlar draw without getting a single Lee Sin, because this is 2 games in a row now where Lee is just I don't know, he's busy. He's hanging out in a deck.
Yeah, maybe Kavor was, practicing winning games without Lee Sin and forgot to put the Lee Sin back in. It feels that
of
way.
Course, maybe I should check the deck list just to be sure that Lee Sin is actually in there. Or maybe, he's blindfolded, maybe he lost his way. He's somewhere still at the deck, wandered toward the bottom. Just hoping that things got shuffled up a little bit.
And we are seeing these survival skills hard cast. If you don't know what this card does, it makes it where all of your creatures can, if they take damage, they still retain at least 1 health. So this means that during this attack, besides Hush can stop it, but everything else cannot die this round. So this is saying you are going to be taking a lot of damage, or you're going to have to take trades where my units live and yours don't. This card, this is exactly what I assume Raptor has been practicing with this deck. So we'll see a few blocks declared, especially on the 7-3. Maybe we will see the rest of these go through there. It's 7 damage, and then on top of that, we'll be healing too as well. Not the worst thing ever. There is no way to kill this Riven. Although Hush is available, there are no cards that have at least 4 attack. And that has been pretty big too, that we have not seen that Goat get any gems. Because most likely if we had, we would see a 4-2 with lifesteal rather than a 3-2 with lifesteal instead. So the Goat not getting any value has been quite critical. And there is the Lee Sin!
Lee Sin showed up! Lee Sin, we've got a
exist.
Zenith Blade in hand. It does. It's like a mythical creature. Lee Sin is real.
And the free trades going through and taking 7 damage. And then
Ballistic Bot is getting huge. And with the potential to give Overwhelm to that Ballistic Bot in the future, that could be nasty good.
Yep. Some interesting fleeting cards here in hand too. We saw that Stress Testing get pitched, which allowed to draw an extra card at the start of this round. We don't usually see Stress Testing with fleeting, so that was an interesting thing where the Stress Testing was able to draw an extra card to work with for Raptor this round. I had to go and say, alright, I'll throw this Ignition. This Lee Sin isn't dangerous enough to end the game here, and Raptor knows that. Raptor is looking to set up his game plan to end the game at this point. So the Zenith Blade doesn't feel the best, but there is no way of really cleanly activating the barrier here besides this Hush, and that's not ideal. So not having these
The best
gems...
target for the Hush is probably just the Ballistic Bot, and that's still not really where you want to be using it.
Yep. And we might not even see the Hush played here at all, because the kick does go through. You don't have to worry about the barrier quite as much. You have the Challenger, that's the important thing. You can buff your Lee Sin to 7 attack through the Cemetery of the Stones instead. Unless, of course, Raptor has something to say about that with this Get Excited. Has to be doing a lot of math here now. How much damage can you take without, losing your life? And how much damage are you allowed to let the Lee Sin do where you can end the game next round? Besides that, getting the Get Excited down is ideal here. Taking away 4 damage, 2 from the Lee Sin kick, and 2 from the Lee Sin attack. 2 + 2 = 4. I did the caster math. Woo! So that was a...
really wrecking this math here. And we're seeing Lee on Riven. Lots of good targets here. Lower toughness ones are kind of nice, but I mean, the Dragon's Kick here, the Dragon's Rage is what's going to be kicking Riven.
Yeah, and I really
Destroying
like
her.
kicking the Riven here too, because if she gets another attack token, she gets the Blade. She gets her level up condition through the Blade Fragments, as well as the Blade too. So this denies another Blade Fragment.
How would you feel about Riven actually getting one of the pieces of the blade when she gets played? I feel like it takes a lot of time and investment to build that blade up if she got to reforge on play.
I think it would be pretty freaking strong. It's important to note, though, that Raptor hasn't got his typical cards that give him Blade Fragments, though, as well, such as the 1 mana 2/1, and when it dies, it gives you a Blade Fragment. He didn't draw that here, and a lot of cases, that is a card that you see on turn 1 quite frequently. I have seen Riven level up on turn, I believe, 4 before, and that was pretty spooky, so I understand why it isn't that way, but sometimes I feel like, ooh, I would really love to see that.
I just want to see Vi get played more. But this is the biggest scene that we could have seen Vi in the hands of a fantastic player. Just top 32, seasonal tournament. Where else would this deck be able to shine? Do you think we're going to see more of it in the ladder after this?
We certainly could. Something important to note here is that this Hush is going to be pretty devastating here. I mean, Raptor has to win or else this Lee Sin wins the game instead. And just this Hush is... oh, it's devastating. Went from this overwhelm and doing 5 damage on top of it to not doing nothing, essentially. And the Lee Sin will get a barrier here as well, won't be taking any damage, unless, of course, this Get Excited will be coming in. Oh, this Get Excited changes the whole game.
Get Excited means that Lee Sin is not surviving this attack. Yes. Ballistic Bot is just so huge because those ignitions have been cast almost every turn.
And after that, there just aren't resources here. There's a Sparklefly. Really has to top deck another Lee Sin. Like, has to.
Okay, there's a Sparklefly and 3 gems. You know how big that Sparklefly could be? That's
pretty
4 whole damage.
Sparklefly.
It's the spooky Sparklefly.
Alright, and this Vi does live too, because Raptor correctly identified that Hush was an option, was able to pull the 2/2. So many players would be like, yes, I'm pulling this Lee Sin, he's dead, I don't want to see him ever again. Ooh, the temple.
Wait a minute. This Sparklefly is gonna do some work.
Not if there's a Poro in the way of it, though.
It's still gonna be a pretty big Sparklefly. It won't be hitting face. But it is going to be gaining a lot of life. Like, Nexus health going back up to 17 here.
Yes, it is gaining quite a bit of life, and just... it has actually been pretty handy because Kavor does have just a little bit more time now. Raptor, they're both running really low on cards. I can't remember the last time we've seen 2 players be this low on cards because we're so used to all these Twisted Fate draw lists. And I love it how Raptor saved the Poro here and is going to be having the ability to play a Rummage here, perhaps. And let's see what this Rummage finds.
Rummage filtering the cards, getting rid of Blade Squire and a Daring Poro, and getting Ballistic Bot and another Poro Cannon. Vi doing what Vi does, challenging the buffed up Sparklefly. Or not. Wait, Ballistic Bot first.
Yeah, I really like this because Raptor knows that Kavor has 1 card in hand and it was a top deck. So being able to apply more pressure is exactly what you want to do in this scenario. Especially when you know your Vi is going goodbye. Should I say goodbye instead? Yeah, maybe I should have.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
But Kevor's hand's looking very sad right here. There is a Veiled Temple on play, but a second Veiled Temple, that's not very helpful. Kevor really needs either a champion here, maybe like another Lee Sin would be really nice. But not this. Like even another goat would be nice. I think that Kevor might be out of goats. I have not been keeping track of goat count.
Yeah, it might have been the 3rd one. We've seen so many goats.
So and look at this entire hand getting emptied onto the battlefield. Oh, and we see
the GG is in. This is it. We are seeing the Riven Vi deck take down the 3rd game. An insane matchup between the two. Kavor having a hard time finding those Lee Sins, and did find one, and unfortunately it had to block a 9/1 Ballistic Bot. This interesting build from Raptor is working exactly the way it is intended. We're seeing the blades come through, we see the leveled up ribbon animation, something that I was not expecting to see today. Glad to be here for it, and this will be the final swing, and Raptor will be moving on to the next round.
Sorry, Kevor, you had a first game that went excellently, and then, you know what? Lee Sin should have showed up sooner because he was the last leg you had to stand on. Excellent games from both players.
Well, we're back, and everyone got their wish. We got to see Riven in action. That game was absolutely wild between those two. As Raptor will be moving on to the round of 16. Bulva, though, I have to ask you, like we were talking about this before, that Lee Sin turn was really critical. It feels like kind of the tipping point in that game. Can you describe to me like why you think that turn in particular? He drew the second Lee Sin and kind of had to make a decision about how am I going to win this game after getting one hit in, but not enough to kill, obviously.
Looking at the deck list, that was a throw from Kevor. If you had let your Lee Sin die and developed your second Lee Sin, there is no card in Raptor's deck that can kill that. You then play the 3 gems and you have the necessary exact 7 damage for lethal on the following turn. Instead, we try to protect the Lee Sin that we already have on board using the Resonating Strike. That opens us up for either Mystic Shot or Get Excited to pop the barrier. That's the death of the Lee Sin. We are now out of threats. And just an unfortunate sort of missequence on the side of Kevor. And when you've got 2 players that are this high up in skill level, like it only takes one small misstep like that, opening yourself up to the one single top deck out that your opponent had, because that Get Excited was the only unknown factor in Raptor's hand at the time.
Yeah, and I had missed that was a Sonic Wave Lee Sin Sonic Wave. I was unsure if that was a main deck or not, so yeah.
We in the deck as well.
So yeah, knowing that, that's even more brutal, because I was thinking, you only saw one Lee Sin, that, I felt really bad, but after seeing that, after really capitalizing off of that, and that's a bit devastating to see that.
Yeah, I had that homecoming turn as well, where he bounced a goat, I believe, that was in combat instead of something with a bit more toughness to maybe not get Mystic Shotted, but Raptor had
there was
that spell
nothing with
as well.
There was nothing else. They all had 1 health or 2 health. There were Dragonlings and Fang.
I feel like playing around with the third Mystic Shot being drawn is also tricky.
Oh, I think
I have the dragon
sure.
still alive, I think, at that point.
But anyway, just a really fun game. We'll have a look here at the match score. This, I mean, again, we're all cheering for these games to go the distance. First of all, let's just congratulate Kevo for having such a good run. Unfortunate that it ends here as he finally picks up some game losses, which haven't happened at all. But I mean, that first game was just that was like Twisted Fate in a nutshell. If everyone's wondering, why are we talking about this champion so much? Yeah, that's why. Because turns out when you play it unleveled, it's pretty good. When it levels, you're probably going to win that game in 95+% of circumstances. And that was, once again, I'll call that a Kevo TF, extremely rapid acceleration, just leveling it like he was doing in the open rounds kind of all weekend long last weekend.
Yeah, and then, as we saw in the next couple of games, the Lee Sin deck just unable to pick it up. And that's Kevor's signature deck we saw on the player card. This is one of his favorite archetypes, but I don't know if Lee Sin loves him back quite like Kevor needs him to. No Lee Sin in game 2, extremely late in game 3, and it's just unfortunate that is the folly of the Lee Sin deck sometimes.
Yeah, Lee Sin decks, as we mentioned, do heavily rely off the Lee Sin. And game 2 did a great job just trying to, use another unit using the goat instead, using the overwhelm on it. Got a 15 attack goat. That was pretty incredible to see, and almost had it. Was really close, but Raptor he navigated those games so incredibly well, and we were able to see some great play from him to really capitalize off of that.
So I guess moving forward, do we think we're going to continue to see Riven being let through? Because again, it's one of those things where even us watching those games, I still don't really know what the deck wants to do. I don't know what its matchup spread looks like. I don't know how good this deck necessarily is. I think it's sweet. I want to play it very badly. But just kind of polling the room here, do we think this is just something that opponents will start banning because they're like, yeah, I don't know what that does. I don't want to play against it.
Yeah, I feel like this deck is going to probably continue to go through just because of the power level of the other decks that he brought as well. A lot of people will also see, for instance, they can see what the deck did last game, which is a bit handy, being able to look back into this VOD that we just casted. They can see what Raptor was able to do to win the game, what the weaknesses of the deck were as well as the fact that if there is enough time, they might even be able to try the deck out themselves if there is any dead time between. So that is something important to note as well. But most likely, I feel like this deck will be going through, mostly because it does have a bit of a weakness to Hush. But At the same time, I think we saw exactly what the deck was supposed to do last game. There aren't a lot of things interacting with the back line, so survival skills can be hard casted in some cases, as well as discarded in others. And even if you do have Hush, you can just discard the survival skills and save your Vi that way in a lot of cases. So just the more that I look at this deck, the more I think of how incredibly well built it is for this tournament. I think that Raptor, he found something that no one else was finding, and I'm really happy to see that it performed as well as it did for him. And I think we'll continue to see it performing well.
I think Raptor could win this seasonal, and that's kind of whatever. He's won tournaments before, yeah, whatever. The story that you get to tell your friends, 5 years from now, is that you tricked somebody into banning your Riven Vi instead of your Twisted Fate Fizz. That would be the highlight moment for him, I think. So I really think that this is a deck that, as long as we are watching Raptor, we are going to see this deck played.
I really hope he makes it onto the later rounds. Of course, getting a win here gets him into the top 16, but maybe top 8, maybe top 4, maybe the finals in his future.
Yeah,
I mean, Riven winning this. Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah, he definitely could go pretty far in this tournament with that lineup. I hope that he finds success with it for sure.
Certainly so, because I always like to see things get a little bit spicy at the season as Raptor does move on. Number 2 defeats number 1, and that's just our round of 32. Round of 16 is going to be coming up in just a short moment, but we are going to step away for a quick break before that round begins, so stick with us. Hello and welcome back to the Americas Region Seasonal Tournament here for Cosmic Creation. We are about to enter the round of 16 after a very spicy round of 32 matchups. Saw Riven just barely eke out Kevor there on Raptors' side. But another match, of course, we are going to have Templar versus Henneke coming up. We'll get those lineups on your screen as soon as we have them. But I feel like already, tournament's off to a great start, Amazonian.
Oh, it really, really is. And I'm very happy that we're going to be seeing this match because we have who I believe I saw described as the mystery fighter, Templar, the Australian competing among the North and South Americans. What are you doing here, Templar? I want to know more about you. And here we see who made it onto the second round. All these people are dealing with single elimination, so this is a tough gauntlet to break through.
Yeah, certainly fun one to look at there.
Did you see any favorites? I saw Black Boss made it into the second round. Not surprised about that.
Yeah, I saw that too, that Glop had fallen to Templar, so we'll see if Templar can carry that torch for Glop in this next game that we're about to cast.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at names, but I did catch 4, maybe 5 Brazilian flags that did move on to the top 16 out of the 6 that entered, and I think Henneke was the only Canadian left, if I saw that right.
Oh no!
Wow, that is dropping like flies. That is
well. That means that Henneke has to win it all. Whoever goes 5-0 is the one who takes home the trophy, and maybe Canada has it in still.
All right, we'll take a look at the players here coming into our next match. As you said, it is the one representative from Australia representing here, playing pretty early. Our favorite archetype is everything, apparently. It's pretty good spot to be honest. And we'll take a look at what they're playing as well, of course. On the Henneke side, excuse me. Favorite archetype is Swain, Twisted Fate, mid-range. Very unfortunately, that deck does not see as much attention as it used to see, even though it is very fun. It turns out Twisted Fate is very powerful. There are much better ways you can be combining things here, as we do have a deck list coming in. So I can tell you what the lineups are in just a moment. We'll have a look at what they are in just a moment. So Henneke is playing Twisted Fate Fizz. Everyone is shocked. In fact, here, this is a much easier way to show you all. Henneke is playing Twisted Fate Fizz, Diana, Nocturne. That's kind of cool. Playing more of a Nightfall strategy there, and Draven Jinx, who are pretty aggressive actually on the bottom side. Templar also playing Draven Jinx. Interesting. In fact, this is kind of like Aggro City up the top side here, with MFGP, so Pirates, and then Elise and Twisted Fate. Not a pairing we expected to see necessarily, but again, Twisted Fate going to show up in just about every deck given how powerful he is.
Yeah, something really interesting is that this is the Twisted Fate Go Hard list. So once upon a time, Go Hard used to be 1 mana when it was pack your bags, and it is back in this tournament. So I think what happened is Templar read the tournament environment as being a bit more aggressive than initially expected. We saw quite a bit of aggressive decks, such as the discard aggro, and this deck just absolutely stomps all of those lists. And then on top of that, something really important to say is it is teching in 3 of the boxes, an anti-Burblefish tech, so most likely going to be leaving up this Twisted Fate and Fizz list with this anti-Burblefish tech. It's really cool to see this.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't know, Boulevard, you're the metagame guy, and we've watched a lot of Go Hard TF in the last seasonal, of course. What's your take on kind of that deck's position in the metagame? Because I know it existed still, it just wasn't nearly as popular as it was since the nerf, especially since the last seasonal.
I've been pretty firmly in the camp that the Shadow Isle whale piles do not beat the Twisted Fate Fizz like you would expect them to, so I am a little concerned for Templar's position if one of these aggro decks get banned. Sure, you can try and out aggro the TF Fizz. I do think that's a viable strategy, but there's a very good opportunity that you're going to come up short when you try to take the Go Hard into it, especially with the full 3 copies of Vengeance. That is a card that is very, very bad against the TF Fizz. It is mana inefficient 100% of the time, but hey, I mean, when you need to kill Twisted Fate, you need to kill Twisted Fate.
And something that's fun about these deck lists is this Draven Jinx deck has actually changed very little since the game came out of beta, and it's still one of my favorite decks to see and to play. Discard aggro really showcasing how good Jinx is when you're top decking.
I mean, should we be surprised to see both players bring it here. Like, I think we expected some players to bring maybe one aggro deck, but I didn't expect players to bring this many, certainly. And maybe of the aggro decks to pick, I certainly would have expected more MFGP that style than something like Draven Jinx. But I guess if you do want to be playing something more aggressive, which clearly both these players do to some extent, there are still options here which could be good. Again, if you think that maybe the TF and friends are trying to go like over the other like TF decks, right? Because there is that constant battle, then perhaps you feel like you can go under them or just through them, which we kind of saw with Raptor having to get aggressive in most of his matchups in the last round here. So, Boulevard, do you feel like there's any like particular reason why you want to bring aggro to a metagame like this, or do you feel like if you're comfortable with it, it's still viable, you might as well play what you know?
We talk a lot about TF as being sort of the centerpiece of the meta. This is what you build your lineup around. And while I've said that I don't think out withering whaling it is sort of a viable strategy, you can certainly out aggro it, and that's one of the ways that a lot of players had success. There were 8 pirate aggro and 7 discard aggro coming from the top 30, or coming from the Swiss portion into the top 32. So it was actually a fairly decent size of the meta. About 25% of these top 32 competitors having played this style of strategy to get here. And if it works for you in Swiss, if you go 5-0, it can be really hard to think that it's not going to take you all the way. All you have to do is go 5-0 again. Easy peasy. You've done that before.
Oh, going 5-0, so easy. Yeah, no stress at all. Not like you're up against the best players in the game.
Don't always have to go 5-0, as Raptor has proven. He would be the first player probably ever, at least in Americas, to win a seasonal going 4-1 in the open rounds, if he does take it all the way. So, of course, we keep track of him throughout the rounds. I guess the other kind of fun deck list there that jumps out to me is we have seen like quite a lot of Diana being represented, but usually it's pegged with Aphelios. And we do see like, Targon and Isles represented. But this is like Nocturne Diana. This is... I hate like Nightfall aggro because it's like not really an aggro deck, but like this is very much like play Nightfall units and like overwhelm and attack your opponent. This is not a like I'm invoking playing Star Shaping every turn and trying to like go really big with those big Celestial cards. So what do you make of that in Henneke's lineup in general? Because I think not many players are going to be bringing this style of Nightfall deck to the tournament.
So we saw Mr. Bear pick up the Southeast Asia win with Nightfall aggro, and the way that it's not a deck that I'm personally very familiar with, but the way that it's always been described to me is that it is the anti-aggro deck. So having that in your lineup against a player that's bringing discard aggro and is bringing pirate aggro, I gotta feel like Henneke's in a really solid spot to make it to the top 8. I mean, he made top 4 of the previous seasonal, if I'm remembering correctly. So this is a position he's been in before. He got through it already, went 5-0 in Swiss again. I don't see a reason why Henneke's not going to be, cool as a cucumber here going into this matchup.
So should we be expecting the Gohard ban then? I guess following that logic, because you feel like your decks are pretty well positioned against the more aggressive decks, or do you feel like if you're playing kind of these aggro decks yourself, you don't want to run to Gohard even though it costs 3 times as much mana as it used to? At least the Pack-Your-Bags part does.
I could definitely see... Sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think there's a pretty good chance that the Gohard gets banned, although you did mention, Boulevard, that the Vengeance being a 3-of copy in there could change things up quite a bit, but you have to be thinking about what you're expecting on your side to be banned as well, if the TFs will be banned, for instance.
Yeah, I could definitely see a world where the discard aggro is banned for both players even. I think that it's something that they're going to be thinking about, but if I had to throw out a prediction, I'd say Henneke's banning discard, Templar's banning Nightfall.
Even thinking about Vengeance, I'm like, what unit are you trying to kill? Like, Lee Sin probably can get around that.
Twisted Fate.
Just Twisted Fate? It's just...
You want to kill Twisted Fate before it levels, and that's the way to do it. It might cost 7, but it kills Twisted Fate. That's worth it.
I guess it's better than Blackspear, right? Like, you don't really have options in these regions, I suppose. I don't know. That's like you said, it's like a very inefficient answer. But I guess if you have to beat Twisted Fate, then that's one of the ways you can do it, even if it's going to cost you 7 full mana in order to take it out. Which, as we've seen, is it's rough.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think of is maybe you were expecting more of the, like, overwhelmed, like, slower aggro list going in, and then that's why you would play the Vengeance. But it looks like we are getting into the game now. We'll see what deck list the players have chosen. It looks like we do have the aggressive list going into the TF Fizz. So something that I'm sure these players are very familiar with, as we see this matchup quite a bit on ladder as well as this tournament. I can't imagine they haven't played this more than once.
Yarr, it'd be time for pirate aggro. We've got TF, of course, in opening hand. Nice place to have it. And that is a strong start for Templar. You've got these powerful 1-drops with unavoidable damage curving out into what's going to be a wide and strong battlefield.
Yep, important to note for Hineki does have that Twisted Fate in hand to start, and did just find a Fizz too, which is also helpful. Will most likely be here as a blocker, but really good curve for Templar here to start. The Mystic Shot will come down to answer the Saboteur as well. So only taking 1 or 2 damage, I should say, with the last breath going off there, but doesn't have much going on after that. Goes with the open pass, and once again, seeing that 2/2, not all that scary, not scary at all. And doesn't have any options really regardless. Fine with banking this mana when you have pick a card available next turn, as well as the Get Excited too. Depends how much pressure will be applied from this turn that Templar goes for. We'll
So we saw the Hired Gun come down without any opposing creatures, which means that there was a vulnerable possibility there, which would have been great to get on something like TF, that got missed. And that was in exchange for getting more damage in and another body on the board this turn. And that's a lot of Noxian Fervors in hand.
I'm always up for a round or two.
And this Twisted Fate will be quickly drawing mini cards and ready to level up. The Rummage is in hand. Fighting 1 stress testing does mean Twisted Fate will be leveling. We did also get the bans come through on the side. The Go Hard was banned, as well as the Discard Aggro was banned. And Twisted Fate does go ahead and die here, as there is the Noxian Fervor, I believe. Sorry, I missed it there for a second.
Yep, that one's Noxian Fervor. There's all 3 of them there.
One.
Exchanged the Jagged Butcher for it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely
but there's
brutal
another
too.
TF.
I was going to say, because this Zap Sprayfin no longer tutors anything. It is a 4-mana 2/2 with Elusive. It does not draw anymore. Unless I'm missing something in the deck list, but
No, the
with all
only
3
spells in the
that's
list,
it.
it's just Decimate. There's Decimate and 3 Noxian Fervors. So now Zap is still okay as a 2/2 Elusive, but she is going to refund spell mana that's not going to be used on very much, and she can't tutor a card.
This is such an awkward hand for Templar here. First off, I must say, there is double stress testing Rummage available, but Hineki doesn't even have to do it now. That's important to say. Does have the option of doing it, but doesn't have to, because the stress testing discarding next turn is going to give you more. I mean, this Twisted Fate is likely to be leveled, except this Noxian Fervor is available. Will we see... Wait a second here. There is an answer to this Noxian Fervor. Or there isn't an answer to this Noxian Fervor, excuse me. That means this Twisted Fate could quickly go. I mean, this Mystic Shot potential is scary, but we know with our caster vision, it's not there. That is brutal.
And Twisted Fate now... Oh gosh, the Twisted Fate's about to level turn 6. And maybe it's not a turn 5 level, but this is after a TF already died that would have leveled. This is like the backup TF being like, yep, no problem.
Yep, we'll just level it right here, right now, avoid all the damage. Ready to see the fireworks begin. Does have the suit up too. Might as well keep it a little bit more healthy. And Templar's hand is just so incredibly awkward here. Double Noxian Fervor, not really hitting off of any units. Needs to find something a little bit, you're looking for...
I'm just like a little stressed out, like, Twisted Fate. Already up, tons of burst spells in hand, plenty of mana left. This Fervor can possibly deal it looks like face damage here, could aim it at the leveled TF, because if all 3 TFs are dead, at least you don't have to worry about them anymore.
Could, but the issue being here is that, once again, we saw Templar respect the Mystic Shot last turn, and you're doing the same thing now. You're playing the Mystic Shot, but as well as the fact that TF's gold card will also stun up and destroy the unit too. So there's just so many awkward options here. However, we can also see in the hand that that gold card isn't necessarily able to be activated here at a burst speed. Or just kidding, there's an iterative improvement in hand. The cards are a little bit stacked on each other between the suit up and the improvement. So this Twist of Fate will be sending a red card and a yellow card straight to Templar's way, and most likely Heineke will be running away with the game from then on. So we'll have to see if that is the play. I'm quite sure that's the only way to get the gold card going here. However, we must say too, the Twisted Fate is still safe here, even if this gold card doesn't go off. So Heineke running through the options, making sure that there isn't a better play, such as the pick a card, refueling the hand for next turn, is definitely a thing. Like, is this health, losing this health, worth being able to have more draw? And it looks like Heineke decides that it is. And then on top of that, there is still 6 mana to work with, and we know that the other Noxian Fervor is in hand too, so it's most likely triggering regardless. I really like this play from Heineke, knowing that refueling, since their Twisted Fate is living, refueling is the best way to go. And there it goes, the red card will go off, knowing that the refuel is important. Although the red card is only hitting Nexus and not a unit, passing there is actually worse for Heineke than it is for Templar, since there will be less tools to be used. And Heineke, there still is under pressure to end the game. Although Templar's had this kind of awkward hand, hasn't been able to do too much, still already down to 10 health. So it is important to end this game. Find your Burblefish, find your iterative improvement for your Burblefish. You know, quite a few options there. You don't want this deck that Templar is running the Pyro aggro to go longer. Decimates add up. Noxian Fervors add up. Might as well be safe.
This is all direct damage. Absolutely. And you see Templar here contemplating playing Outer Creature, knowing that a gold card would take it out, and going for the second creature as well. And there is the third spell, triggering TF, and oh, poor Zap.
And two, this is huge because Heineke has to know that Noxian Fervor is in the hand right now. You see Zap played, no draw, you've seen 2 Noxian Fervors, you know what one of the cards in Templar's hand is. That is such critical information for knowing what to play here. Knowing that you can just take this Mystic Shot and easily protect yourself from a Noxian Fervor, for instance. So if the Decimate is played here too, you know that your opponent has no units. Like, this read from the Zap drawing nothing is incredible for Heineke.
This is just such an awkward spot to be in too. Not drawing units, having your board get cleared by Twisted Fate. TF is just generating so much value here, and it's probably going to end the game in just a few turns, even though there is 7 direct damage in hand. Once this gold card is on the stack, that's not enough. There's also, Heineke still has 3 mana up. We see the Get Excited. We know that, like, that Noxian Fervor could be stopped if it were aimed at TF. Not that it would matter that much. Face is the place. Or a Mystic Shot, or even cheaper burn.
Yep. There is plenty of burn here to end the game. It's funny to see 3 fleeting Poro cannons in hand, and there is the final card played for Templar too. The game is in Heineke's hands at this point, has the burn, has an extra Poro to add an additional damage, and then as well as the fact we'll have access to a TF red card too next turn, just in case that isn't enough. However, we know that between the burn, this game is quite over. There's nothing that Templar can top deck to end this game. Not a single card. Decimate, unfortunately, does not do 6 damage. And even if it did... Yeah.
Heineke has fast speed, lethal right here between the Mystic Shot and the Get Excited. Has tons of units on the board. Just... you gotta feel a little bit bad for Templar here. playing this pirate aggro deck into the TF Fizz, getting your opponent pretty low, but dying either way.
It feels even worse when you take care of one Twisted Fate and you kind of like, all right, I might be okay. And then the second one comes down and just levels just as quick. There just wasn't really anything that could be done there. It feels pretty bad to be on the aggro player side. Had a really good start, but just had the perfect answers really with that Mystic Shot and the Fizz block too. The Fizz top deck was pretty crucial there just because being able to block the 3-2 as well as Mystic Shot, without the Fizz, you do take a bit of extra damage, and that damage can snowball into a win in some cases, but had the great answers, had the Twisted Fates, that's about as all you can ask for from the Twisted Fate and Fizz list.
It did what it's supposed to do, and that's why it was the most played list during the during the players' open rounds that made it to the top 32, because we know it's strong, we know it works, and Twisted Fate on his own is a hard carry.
Yep, a deck with so many options for winning games. You know, we saw the Mind Meld earlier, we saw, Burblefish as an option, we haven't even seen that, and then Twisted Fate too. You can't really ask for much else, but now we will have the discard versus the Nightfall aggro. This is a matchup that I'm pretty excited to see. Seeing Nightfall in a tournament this far, it's too exciting, and on top of that, has the Diana in hand already.
Yep, you've got Diana and Jinx showing up bright and early here.
And we'll see what these players decide to discard. The discard aggro right now does not have access to that early game that you really need. Crowd Favorite really relies on things like Poro Cannon or House Spider in the early game, where you're able to develop multiple creatures and then you're able to make a massive crowd favorite, which is also pretty good against this Nightfall aggro. Both of them sporting quite a few Overwhelm cards. So because of not having any low-cost units, though, decides to pitch that. Love that play there, looking for these one-cost units instead to really develop a board. Does keep the Jinx, though, which is a huge win condition. There aren't many ways for the Nightfall aggro to stop it besides the Diana, so I really like the way of going through that.
I am just so happy to see Astute Academic being played here.
Yeah, it is a card that has...
I mean, you have these decks that are drawing tons and tons of cards. This deck draws cards, but it's also discarding cards. It very rarely generates large amounts of card advantage. But on a turn where you have, say, 2 Rummages in hand, you can turn the Astute Academic into a huge beater.
Yeah, the Rummages just add up. Even Jinx drawing an extra card each round, it adds up. A 1 mana that can scale into the late game has a lot of benefits to it. It's a card that we haven't seen too many people mess around with, but I absolutely love seeing it here now. Ooh, I love this play. The Fading Memories on to the Urchin to be able to cycle through, and then on top of that develops a Diana through the Nightfall activator as well. And this is kind of what Boulevard had been saying earlier, that Nightfall is kind of an anti-aggro, like aggro combo sort of deck, where you see the Diana is able to take out an aggro piece, and later in the game that could be a Jinx that the Diana takes out. Really important to recognize that the discard aggro really has to go wide to have a chance against this Nightfall, or else the Nightfall aggro will play a little bit slower and essentially out-control the list. So, really important to recognize there. This top deck of Vision is insane, because there's so many little units here, and being able to buff them up adds so much damage to this board.
Yeah, and if that Diana thinks, oh, I can safely block the Scrap Scuttler, it's a 1/1, I don't have to worry about that. Vision getting discarded, buffing the board.
Yep, I'm trying to decide what to do here. There are quite a few options. Discard aggro does rely on quite a few things, because you can discard this Poro and the Vision itself. It does feel a bit bad getting rid of one of your elusive units, as it is one of the reliable ways of pushing damage against this Nightfall aggro list. At least we also, get a sneak peek into the hand. We do see the Flight there is available as a blocker. Not gonna go for the Vision quite yet, waiting for a little bit, just a bit bigger of a board, I assume. Or maybe is trying to trick this Diana. Ooh, that is spicy. I like
we
it.
do see that there's a Pale Cascade, which could save Diana here. It still does give 1 toughness.
On top of that, this Astute Academic,
Ooh.
straight up the 5 attack. This is 7 damage being pushed here and threatening this Diana. That is
I told you,
quite
she's
insane.
a beater. Astute Academic is the college girl who has fists of steel. The more she reads, the more she beats.
Yep, and there is a few answers here. Diana getting closer to her level up condition of playing 4 Nightfalls, will be living at 1 health, but Astute Academic getting it in for a solid 5 damage. Those books putting some work in, as Amy was saying. And we do see this Flight, a new card that came out recently with Aphelios, was the 1 mana 2/1 Flight. If when it strikes the Nexus, when it strikes, it shuffles back in to your deck in the top 3. It is a pretty solid Nightfall activator, as well as just an elusive damage that can chip in. I hadn't seen it in this deck very recently, but I like the addition of it quite a bit. Elusive has been pretty prevalent in the meta right now, so having it to block Burblefish as well makes a lot of sense.
I was about to say, it works really well defensively. Also against even Zoe, who we have seen in so many different lists. Maybe you're playing in ladder where there's a lot more Teemos. It can even trade with a leveled Teemo.
Yeah. I have to say here, too, that Templar's hand is very awkward now with this double Jinx. We know that Jinx's signature spell is Get Excited, and Get Excited works pretty well with this Vision, but there is not enough mana to do that, and if you play Jinx, you risk the fact that Diana might just pull her, and that's exactly what Hineki sees, is like, you know what, I don't really have to do the damage, discard has to be the faster deck in this matchup, so you're okay with your opponent just tossing 4 mana and doing nothing. I love that pass from Hineki, really saying, alright, you want to play the game of waiting? I can wait all day, my Diana and my Nocturnes will just, get a little bit stronger, get closer to the level of condition, and with all of your little, 2/2s, 1/1s from spiders and such, you're not going to be able to stop my fearsome attackers when my Nocturne's leveled. So that's really important to see those type of passes. Very smart pass there from Hineki.
We've seen another Astute Academic hitting the battlefield. Could be followed up by Crowd Favorite, who would get +3/+3, or Jinx, who does have Quick Attack, making her very much advantaged when she is attacking here. And, of course, we do have the Chain Chomper. That little Flame Chomper there is big enough currently to kill Diana.
Yep, important to know for sure. And this is a very odd stage for Templar as well, because you have the Jinx that you desperately want to level up, but at the same time, your Crowd Favorite is on a clock. At some point, this card is unable to be played, and it usually becomes a discard target, because if you don't have a wide board available to you, then it doesn't do very much. And at 3, +3/+3 is not bad, but I love getting the Jinx down instead. I think it's quite important to start getting up to our level of condition when you're this low on cards, and you do need to pressure this Nightfall list. You absolutely have to pressure it. So I think this is a very solid turn.
That Ephemeral Zonite Urchin doing what it was born to do, and chump block.
Yep. Something important to note, that Nocturne through Nightfall does have the ability to put Vulnerable on Jinx permanently, which is something that Templar also has to be thinking about, and will be doing that. So this has to spell Nocturne. You see a 2/3 that doesn't get its Nightfall activated, which gives it elusive. This tells you, I don't have another activator for Nocturne. So you know a lot about the hand if you're in Templar's position right now. Because if that is your best way of activating Nightfall, you know the hand has to be a bit awkward. It wouldn't be surprising if Templar is able to say, Nocturne's in the hand, maybe even the Atrocity, and then just higher cost cards in general. Because not having another activator is just absolutely critical if you're willing to play a 2/3 that it is typically an elusive that can get quite a bit of damage in, or block other elusive units such as the Poros from the Poro cannon.
Hanneke knows that the right move is to save the value for the stronger Nightfall units. There isn't really a lot being contested in this space either as far as elusives go. Hanneke is the only one who has elusive units until the Poros show up. But, ooh, here is Nocturne giving poor Jinx vulnerable. I don't think she's going to survive the turn.
Well, I think she will.
Oh, wait, no,
and for
I just
some
realized
reason,
there is the get
yes.
Yes, the get excited. You should get excited for this get excited.
Yeah. I assume that the Doom Beast will be the one that declares the attack onto this Jinx. Hideki has to decide, is my Nocturne worth potentially sacrificing to the 4/4? And I certainly think that it could be, but decides not. Well, says, I'll go ahead and shuffle my flight back in. I desperately need Nightfall activators, as we saw, just had to play this 2/3. And we'll also say, I want my Nocturne living here, I'll use it as a blocker. And most likely, I think we will see this get excited, pitching this Vision. The Vision isn't the worst thing ever. You're still hitting 3 units. You're hitting 1 with Overwhelm. But it does feel bad having to use the Get Excited to save your Jinx that also has vulnerable next turn, rather than using it on Nexus for a little bit of damage. And when you play aggro, you have a clock, and you only have a certain amount of time before you lose the game because you haven't killed your opponent yet. And the clock it's going down. It is ticking against Templar right now on this discard aggro list.
One nice thing about discarding Vision, though. Yes, a 4/3. You do get that permanent buff. It is a grant +1/+0 when Vision is discarded. So now Templar has a really strong board and a Draven in hand with a second Draven, which means that we might get to see some mid-combat action. Oh, and I love this. Hideki has both a Daybreak and Nightfall in hand for the perfect synergy of Targon, the sun and moon.
Alright, but what we really need to be talking about too, though, this Draven makes Whirling Death, and Whirling Death against this board is disgusting.
I was about to say, it's that mid-combat action, because with, let's say Crowd Favorite needs to be blocked, because that's so much damage going through. Whatever that blocker is might just get eliminated, or maybe somebody else is going to take it out by the Crowd Favorite, because it's huge. It's a 6/4 with Overwhelm right now.
Yeah, that top deck is absolutely incredible. And then on top of that, assuming that Draven makes a connection, we'll be able to create another Axe, and then discard the Axe for the Jinx level up here. This actually changed to Templar's favor here quite a bit, just because this Whirling Death is just absolutely crucial. However, though, the Atrocity might end up answering it, which is also kind of funny. I think there's a good chance that we see an Atrocity answer. We'll see what the decision is here from Templar. It's quite odd, because you almost have to play it because of the level up condition of Jinx, which is pretty funny.
And Atrocity, I think, is just a one of in this deck. It is just a one of, so it's not like Templar can reliably assume that it's going to be in play.
Yeah, so we can assume, though, this Atrocity most likely hits the board. I mean, this is 6 damage coming through. That's a lot of damage. There it is. So, less damage being taken here than initially expected, but at a cost of a pretty big game finisher. I mean, there are plenty of Overwhelms in the hand, there is a Doom Beast too, but ideally you would love to keep that Atrocity available. And, you know, just not going to be available this time. But we will see the Jinx level up here, which is absolutely critical for Templar here.
And Draven is happy too, because he's got 4/3 and does nothing with it. And ooh, a Rummage is nice to have. Oh, and an Augmented. Ooh. Oh my gosh, this is about to be such a good turn for Templar, because Augmented Engineer just drops the Rummage, activates Jinx, deals 3 damage, draws 3 cards. This is a stellar turn, and I love, even though there isn't an attack to be made here, look at the Astute Academic. I told you, she's a beater. She is a champ. She is a 7-2 right now.
Also important to note, too, did draw another Draven, another Whirling Death for the defensive turn is insane as well. Because these overwhelms are a bit spooky, but after this, that is it. The onslaught from Henneke is over. And although we expected Henneke to be able to play a little bit slower, didn't find Stalking Shadows, which is one of the main ways of being able to extend your resources and keep the game going. But instead, Templar was able to keep the Jinx alive, and will be able to keep it alive still because of this Whirling Death, and found the Augmented Experimenter to get a little bit of extra resources as well. This game, the way that it changed from just the amount of resources being changed is insane. So here it is, the Jinx will go ahead and take this out. And we'll stay alive.
And this is also great. Henneke is empty-handed, which means that Templar's decisions-making is going to be much easier. You don't have to worry about Drain 1. All you have to worry about is hit and face. And Henneke knows it.
Wow.
Surrendering, and that means we're going to get Game 3.
Which, it's pretty common for us not to see people surrender in these tournament games, but when you know you've lost, like, why stay there mentally and, keep going, as well as the fact that time is still a factor. So getting rid of the time factor there, saying I want to have plenty of time to play this third matchup, the one that really matters, the one that decides if I'm going home or not. So I like just, why stay in that position when there are no outs? There were no draws that saved. Even Stalking Shadows, it delays maybe a little bit. There might just be lethal next turn, but I like that of let's move on to the next game. I want Game 3.
Yeah, it also makes a slightly less stressful situation. And Game 3, we already know what the matchups are going to be because it's the only decks that each player has left. For anybody who hasn't seen this tournament format before, each player has 3 decks. They ban one of the opponent's decks. They say, that's the one I don't want to go up against. That gives me my worst matchups. I don't want to see it. And then they choose one deck to play with, and they can choose any deck they've not won with before that point against that player. So we've got Pirate Aggro up against Nightfall.
Yeah, this is another aggro versus aggro matchup that we will see. Fortunately for Henneke here, the Pirate Aggro does not have access to the same amount of resource extension as Discard Aggro does. It does have the Zap Sprayfin to tutor in the Noxian Fervor, but after that, there aren't many draw options. So it's important to recognize that if you can withstand the burn as Nightfall, you have a better chance. However, we all know from Pirate Aggro, it has plenty of access to burn, and it is very hard to keep it from just, decimating, and there's just so much burn available to it. It's hard to stop.
And a strong opening attack there, getting 3 damage to Henneke's Nexus. And Henneke doesn't have a slow hand, though. Good plays for turn 1, 2, 3. Really get the Nightfall activation here with the Onlooker, which is such a strong attacker on turn 2.
Yeah, the Stygian Onlooker. No way of blocking that. Free 6 damage here. That is one heck of a start. Ooh, yeah.
The race is on, but that Onlooker and that little card that got shuffled back into the deck, you know what they're very bad against? Misfortune. Misfortune's just like, yes, your blockers, they have 1 toughness. That's cute. Do they have 3 toughness? How about a trade?
Yeah, on top of that, playing this Crescent Guardian as just a raw 3/3 with Overwhelm.
Whoa.
Still thinking about, taking a Misfortune.
I was about to say,
that
is a brave commit right there. She, Misfortune gets a lot of value when she stays on your bench during an attack, but she is still a strong attacker if you aren't so worried about her trading.
Yeah, I think something that kind of played factor into that decision, although you'd like to push a little bit more damage, you'd push 2 more damage with losing your Misfortune, because there are 2 Jagged Butchers in hand right now, it's pretty critical to be able to activate them next turn, or in 2 turns I should say, and then be able to make them 3/3s rather than 2/2s. Being able to block Fearsome can be pretty big in this, as well as the fact that a lot of things in this Nightfall aggro have 3 health, such as the Crescent Guardian.
I really like that Zap draw as well, because it played so nicely into the curve as a 4-cost unit. Unfortunately,
However,
does die to Diana's quick attack here. Oh, but it looks like Pale Cascade, because there were 2 copies of Diana in hand, is going to buff Diana up to a 3/3, so she can take out Misfortune.
yeah. And I also love seeing the 2/1 not attack here, as the opponent would, or Templar would love for the 2/1 to hit face, go back into the deck, but saving it as a Sprayfin blocker. Another Misfortune on the top deck. It's exactly
I love, like, oh no, Misfortune did. Oh hey, look, there's Misfortune.
Yeah, that is.
And there's actually the
absolutely
perfect
brutal.
amount of mana for Misfortune, Butcher, or Misfortune, maybe an Auction Fervor.
Yeah, I feel like there's a good chance we see the double Butcher here. I mean, Gangplank is just a little bit slow and could get eaten by a Diana in some interesting cases if she were to level up and another Pale Cascade be available. Losing Misfortune in Scouts list, if you lose Misfortune, you can certainly lose the game because of it, because they rely on her leveling so much. Where in this deck, it is more about just getting that extra damage in. 3 mana, 3/3, deal 1 damage to Nexus, sure, I'll take it. Does see another Jagged Butcher. So maybe we won't see the Misfortune here. That will be interesting if that is the case. Or maybe
This
really
could
just
just
wanting
be
to pass
a bait. Yeah, I think that this might be fuel for the Fervor. An extra blocker here. Setting up something to really give up just to get rid of Diana. Or if a Nocturne had come down there, would have also been able to get rid of Nocturne.
Yeah. This is a interesting spot for Templar to be in here. Just go ahead and say, I want to get as much damage here as possible. Your board's a little bit slower than mine, so I'm going to try to capitalize off of that. I like that play quite a bit. I'm interested to see the Misfortune not attack here, which means Templar is ready to defend the Misfortune, perhaps with this Noxian Fervor against this Diana. I think there's a really good chance that that happens next turn. Maybe, or might just be okay with losing the Misfortune. At this point, she's getting more damage in. You're getting 5 damage in here, perhaps, if Diana doesn't block. But Henneke wanting to avoid blocking as much as possible just to have their own units available. Even thinking about... Oh, it's so awkward, too, because these 1 health units
They
just
don't
don't
die
get
in the
dropped
middle
on.
of combat. They don't survive. The only thing here that actually gets a trade is the Doom Beast.
Yeah, and so keeping that Misfortune, as you said, noted, a bait to see what else Henneke would play that has low health amounts that aren't able to defend against this Misfortune. That's so much damage going through. 7, and keeping your units all up together. Devastating.
Being at 6 life against a deck that has 3 Noxian Fervors and 2 Decimates is such a, oh god, I hope they don't draw it. I hope they don't draw it. I hope they don't draw it. Because there's only a tiny bit of healing in Henneke's deck. There's a little bit of drain on a couple units. We've got the Doom Beast, and we've also got the spell that drains.
Unspeakable Horror. Yeah, this is... In fact, Templar even found just a little bit of extra burn too, just in case you weren't sure. This Grenadier being able to deliver an extra damage, perhaps. This is going to be very tough for Henneke to navigate. The only way... How close is this Nocturne to leveling up is the question. And if Atrocity maybe does it as well. Because if all these units cannot block the Fearsome units, things could change here. But... Yeah, things can change here. So we have to decide as Templar if we have to destroy this Nocturne now or not. But like I said, I'm not for sure how many Nightfall units have attacked, and that is absolutely critical information. But also Templar does have to think about, Pale Cascade once again could easily activate or never mind. But yeah, Pale Cascade again, just being able to push a little extra damage and maybe find an extra resource as well. This is
I think
so
that
interesting
this
for Templar.
Nocturne might level on attack. I know that we can't see that for sure, but I believe Nocturne would level on attack, which means that you have to kill him before sacrificing your Misfortune and just letting her die as a blocker.
Yeah, well, I was thinking just sacrificing something. Yeah, because you have to be worried about if you play Noxian Fervor, Unspeakable Horror is an insane counter to it. If you were to play it on one of these 1/1s, for instance. There's just, this game is very complicated from Templar's side. Decides to go with the Grenadier
so we are seeing the Grenadier out because it is able to block the fearsome units. Misfortune can, there's still plenty of mana available to use the Noxian Fervor on the Misfortune.
Or Dragon. So this is quite.
Oh yeah, because they are not taking advantage of that vulnerable. That looks like it was a play to get as much damage on the face as possible.
Yep. So really trying to, as you said, put as much damage here as possible, setting up for the Atrocity lethal perhaps. That seems to be the way that Heineke has decided that this is the best way for me to go about this. We do know the Noxian Fervor is there to stop this Diana, perhaps. Ooh.
Oh, well, the use of that Pale Cascade does make this tricky because it means that the Noxian Fervor will not kill Diana.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rough
This
spot
is
to be in.
also insane, too, because this sets up being able to play an Unspeakable Horror, and then after that, you would be able to play Atrocity if there's an answer. And because Heineke knows that Noxian Fervor is in hand because of the Zap Sprayfin tutor, knows that, this is it. And then after that, there's one card left, and Templar deciding, I want to save this face damage. I am scared right now. I think that is a good way to go about this, and recognizing that at 1 mana, Unspeakable Horror is not online, so you can kill a 1/1 instead of your 1/2.
He had to kill it. He had to kill it, or that would have been lethal. And Heineke here is very happy because he has a route to lethal in Atrocity, which is fairly difficult for Templar's deck to interrupt. It does not deal 4 damage to a single unit. That Diana is going to get yeeted if it needs to.
Yeah, really, Templar is at liberty if they top deck a Zap Sprayfin, or if they top deck a Noxian Fervor. You really need Noxian Fervor to try to interrupt this Atrocity here. And it's hard to say if that'll happen or not. Alright, the pass does go
Atrocity
through.
is such a good card. It's one of those things where, because units can get so large, and there's so many ways to get large units that are vulnerable in combat, but not so much outside of combat, depending on the matchup, being able to deal half of your opponent's life in one spell makes a gigantic difference.
And I know for people in chat right now, Heineke not passing right now might look a bit odd to you, but it makes a lot of sense. You really want to calculate and make sure that you are getting this last 2 damage in before Templar can kill you. And this 1 mana can be important. So you're trying to decide, do I need to play a unit here to play defensive? Do I need this as spell mana instead for my next round? There's a lot to consider there.
The promise of a new moon upon you, Bloom Tender.
So that is an extra unit on board ready to defend if necessary. It's interesting to note too that this makes it where Atrocity is available, but Atrocity plus the Unspeakable Horror is not available here.
If there's only 7 mana at Heineke's disposal, these blockers, both Nocturne and the Duskbringer, do die to Misfortune's ability here, but Atrocity for 3 whole damage. There's no way to stop that.
Just enough. This Atrocity saved Heineke 2 games.
Oh,
that saved
what an
him 2
Atrocity.
games.
And that means with Henneke moving on, there's still a Canadian moving through the bracket. I'm very sorry, Australia, but this is North America and South America, and I don't know how you got here in the first place.
You know what? A lot of games, lots of passionate players out there play a wide variety of different card games. And unfortunately, the sole representative from the small island nation of Australia could not make it. But we're back, and that was a very fun matchup to watch here. I think cool to see so many different types of aggro go up against each other, because I think everyone maybe just defaults to thinking, oh, aggro is not very interesting to watch, but can be very grindy, as we can see in some of those games, very fast, just so we can also see in some of those games, but also very intricate and very fun to watch as well. So I think from the tournament that was potentially going to be overtaken by Twisted Fate and Fizz, which certainly it still could be, I'm sure there's lots of that out there, it is nice to see a little bit of variety there. All right, so again, another three-rounder in this round. You guys are doing really well on getting the maximum amount of games. You know, we're worried sometimes that perhaps it's going to be some blowouts, going to have to go to some backup games. We've got lots of aggro this round, but luckily for you, plenty of games here to cover as Isles and Targon continue to find ways to work. All right, so we can go ahead and take a look at Henneke's decks again. Kind of break down what we saw in those last rounds. Boulevard, I know you're not as familiar with the Nightfall stuff, but what did you think kind of watching that deck a little bit more in this round?
It definitely did what it was supposed to. The Nocturne level actually caught me by surprise. That's something that it's so hard to track that level up from a spectator perspective, because sometimes you forget what is and isn't actually a Nightfall card, but when Nocturne levels, that's kind of what you expect it to do. You expect it to take over the game like that. But first, we're going to take a look at this discard aggro deck, and I know that Survival Skills, when it came out, was something that was really hotly contested among discard aggro players. Is this proper? Some even starting to cut Augmented Experimenter and things for it. Does anybody, I'll just kind of open up the floor here, does anybody have any insight onto why this card has fallen out of the discard aggro, as neither player brought it?
I think it's the fact that it can only capitalize off certain cards. For instance, Draven is able to discard it, and another thing that was really important is Hush was very prevalent in the meta when we saw Survival Skills more. So we would see people Hush the Draven, and then Draven not have Quick Attack anymore, but then people would respond by playing the Axe and discarding the Survival Skills, and that would allow them to then keep their Draven alive and not have to worry about him dying. And now that we're not seeing Hush as much, I think that's definitely part of it, as well as the fact too that in some cases Survival Skills can just be incredibly clunky here, and it doesn't allow you to get more cards the way that Augmented Experimenter does. So I think those are really two big factors of why we're seeing that card fall out of favor a bit more.
I think the other thing that is interesting to me is with Survival Skills specifically is generally even though the deck wants to discard stuff and can do lots of different things and actually has a surprising amount of longevity in its game playing, with Jinx being such a good recurring threat of damage. I think ultimately you're just trying to kill them, and Survival Skills letting your units live a little bit longer isn't nearly as important as some overwhelm damage coming through or a burn spell over the top, right? So I think there's just it doesn't necessarily sync up as much with the more aggressive game plan. We did, of course, see Raptor use it in his Riven deck, though, and I think maybe it fits a little bit more there if you're trying to build a big unit with these Riven Blade fragments and stuff as well. So could be that here as we have a look at Nightfall. Not something we expected to see too much of. Again, we have seen quite a lot of this combination, but it's usually, again, Aphelios as the Targon champion of choice. In fact, usually Aphelios and even Zoe can make an appearance in this kind of list as well. So I like this list. I think it's really fun. I think the Flight has added a lot to this deck since I last played it, at least. And we definitely saw some tough turns there for Henneke navigating. And as we heard from both you, Silverfuse and Amazonian, that one of Atrocity, even when you know it exists, right, because it's an open deckless format, can still get you.
That One of Atrocity was an all-star, and one of copies in open deckless tournaments are such a tricky thing for players to have to consider, because it's a very low chance that your opponent will have it, but it's a very high chance that it will be relevant during multiple games. If you're playing against multiple copies, it gets a lot higher, but it's this, oh god, if they have this one card, then this becomes a misplay. This otherwise perfect move, this lethal this turn, becomes my death. As we saw there, Henneke winning the game on that second round. with Atrocity?
I have this weird love-hate relationship with Nightfall where I'm not the biggest Nightfall fan in the world, but I am a really big fan of Atrocity. And every time I watch Nightfall play, the first thing I check is there an Atrocity in the list? And then almost every time that I see this deck find success, the Atrocity is instrumental in the victory. But I never see Nightfall players go up on copies of Atrocity. It's always that one of Atrocity or that one of Cygnus the Moonstalker, that, you know, very slight top end that they have that feels like it's always the difference maker, at least in the games that I've seen Nightfall play out in the past. And yet these players never go up on higher copies of it. I don't know what it is where they're just allowed to consistently find the outs here. But, I mean, as you had mentioned, it was a very narrow victory on the side of Henneke. Normally, the Nocturne level up is what you're looking for to close that out, but that Atrocity was just the difference maker, and it allows Henneke to move on to the top 8.
I think it's better lucky than good. And we also have another lucky one-of copy here of the Mind Meld. Of course, this deck did not get played here, I believe. Or was this in the first match? My memory is completely gone. But I love the one of Mind Meld. You discard it if you get it early and you know you can't use it, or you keep it in hand for a beautiful finish.
Yeah,
I mean, it's funny. It kind of mirrors. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine.
I was gonna say, it kind of mirrors like Atrocity in some ways, right? Where it's these decks that are just trying to get you dead, but need a little bit of top end to try and finish out games. Mind Meld's certainly a very powerful finisher, as we saw in round 1 out of Kevo, with all those very fluffy Poros getting in there for way too much damage, which, again, it's just a hilarious thing to think about. Just kind of a general thing, though, is that this is kind of the first round we saw like a lot of aggro, right? And to kind of see the interplay between Fizz and TF, which we know is going to be a super common deck list. Do we think aggro is a choice that is good into these kind of decks? Because I feel like, at least in the games we're seeing, TF is just leveling a little too quickly, or boards are getting too wide too quickly, or just honestly you're losing in card advantage because like they're playing pick a card, right? A card that draws a bunch of cards alongside cards like Stress Testing. Can you like reasonably beat down the TF Fizz deck before it just out attritions you?
So sometimes they don't draw Twisted Fate, right? And maybe that's the kind of world that you're trying to live in. Game 1 was kind of an outlier. I think you and I were talking about this, Pastry, how we saw 3 Noxian Fervor in the opening hand alongside the Zap Sprayfin, that Fervor being the only Zap target. That was not really a game of Legends of Runeterra. You know, maybe there is a chance that we could have actually just drawn, you know, our 1-drops or something that we are playing so many of and still gone toe-to-toe with the TF Fizz, been able to out-aggro it. But so far on the day, it looks like these players that are looking to leave open the TF Fizz are just not having the success against it that they were in testing.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brutal seeing the way these TF decks have been handling everything thrown their way.
All right, we are going to go to break, but before we get there, I do want to note we are going to be swapping out our caster pair. So Sylphys and Amazonian, thank you so much for joining us and calling the game today. It's been wonderful to have you both on broadcast.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, it's been great. We saw some excellent games. Really happy we see that ribbon by still. That will forever be in my memory.
I hope
All right,
it goes.
It will be.
All right, we can see the socials down below, so make sure to give them a follow on your favorite social media platform. Now, before we go to this break, I do have something important to say. Unfortunately, there has been a technical delay, so this break will be an undetermined amount of time. Of course, once everything is resolved, we'll let you know what happened once we have more details and can more clearly articulate what happened. But also, this break may be longer than you expected, and I believe we don't actually know how long it's going to be just yet. So sit tight. I promise there is more Legends of Runeterra on the way, but just know that this break is going to be, for now, an undetermined amount of time. So with all that in mind, go ahead, get some rest, maybe grab a drink, and we'll see you when we see you. Hey everyone, welcome back to the America's Cosmic Creation Seasonal. It's Patria here. I do have an update for you. So the tournament is continuing, but as mentioned before, there has been a technical delay, and so we will be things will be a little bit out of sync, as I'll explain now. So, due to a bug in the in-client match reporting, some of the matches in the tournament are being restarted from the beginning of from the beginning or from game 2. So these matches that are being restarted are as follows. Raptor versus Biot is restarting from the beginning. Doko versus Dragonwrath is restarting from game 2. And Bento Rent versus Iana Guerra is being restarted from game 2 as well. We are going to attempt to spectate the Raptor match, so we'll be pushing back the start time as a result for the next round of matches, which is a round of 8, until the matches are finished and we determine the next round of the bracket. So that means the start time for the quarterfinal matches are going to be pushed back by about 1 hour. So sit tight. We'll get everyone updated here and on social when we're set to continue. So we're going to go back to a break, but fingers crossed, when we return, we'll have more games for you and the tournament will eventually continue as normal. As always, we appreciate your patience and thank you so much for sticking around. I'll go to a break, but when we return, hopefully it's more gameplay for you. weekend.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the show. As Pastry Time gloriously mentioned, we in fact will have some games to be played. This is the second round. We have somewhat gone back in time as Raptor is doing battle with Biot, and we get to look at exciting decks. I will very quickly profess that my favorite card in Legends of Runeterra, you may hate me for it, but it is Puffcat Peddler. It's my favorite card in the entire game. I just like the card. I'm not telling you you have to get the card or play those decks. I'm just telling you I look at the game and I find myself liking the card. So I'm all about it, and we get it played here. It's going to be fun. We got Frostbite and Teemo Shrooms up against Zoe.
Yeah, and it's actually a pretty good matchup for the Puffcat Peddler deck. This is kind of a large part of the reason of the resurgence of these kind of like Teemo Sejuani style decks is because they're favored into Aphelios decks, which Raptor is playing.
Of course, I am Freak. Swim is the one you heard talk a second ago. We are going to be bringing you the rest of the matches for the... It is us. It is... I know from reading Twitch chat, many of you were excited to see Swim. Exactly one of you wanted to see me. That's more than enough for me. I'm happy about this one. That's good. We're obviously already midway into this one. Round 3, get the Daylight Invoke. But, waiting for the Ballistic Bots to come down to start generating some face damage. And they may get through in time.
Yep. We can see Raptor's Solari Priestess going ahead and snapping up the comment here. That's going to be really great at dealing with something like a Sejuani coming down later.
Yeah. She comes down on 6. She makes someone frostbitten. She makes someone vulnerable, so your friend dies. But you nuke her back and you feel good about it. I guess it makes sense that you brought the Priestess in for 1 damage because you're expecting the Ballistic Bot to go to 2 attack soon afterwards. In this case, the Ballistic Bot actually has to eat the card and still live because you opened up with it. But things comes down. You love seeing Crescent Strike. I feel like that's almost always a snap take, like so often. But in this case, going for Elusive to handle Teemo.
Yeah, 100%. Overall, right now, I gotta say Biot looks pretty favored here. He is in the favorable matchup, and Raptor actually has a fairly awkward hand. He doesn't really have the big power cards he wants here. His Zoe got killed pretty early. He doesn't have the Aphelios or the Veiled Temple yet, and his hand's actually kind of clunky with double Sunburst and no good targets for them.
Yeah, I feel like spending 6 mana on killing a 2-drop sucks a little bit. You've got time right now to develop. You finally drew some healing to slow the game down. It's one of the nice things about Star Shaping. You don't draw when healing, so you get to just, not hold 6 mushrooms for your heal too. That can feel bad. But yeah, killing Teemo for 6 mana is not exactly efficient. That said, if this game can slow down, up until Foundry hits the board, there's no, great card generation and no really extra more units, right? There's the 1-2 and a 3-2 and that's it, and then there's no pressure to be had anymore. So if the draws are really bad for Biot, I feel like it stabilizes a little bit.
Yeah, the scary thing is this Hexcore Foundry, exactly. The ability for Biot to replenish his hand. Look at Biot's hand. He has a pretty small hand. It's a lot of cheaper things. And Raptero is sitting on a clunker. He's got all of the expensive cards in hand, and he's got a really, really large hand, so these extra resources aren't really doing as much for him.
Okay, so Draven Swain, I believe, was Biot's deck that got banned, if I see this properly. So no Draven Swain for him, which means Tia Fizz is the other deck that we'll see if he gets a win here with this one. For Raptero, we are going to see more of that Riven Vi. It was Bilgewater PZ, which was Tia Fizz as well, right? So both players having... Tia Fizz banned on the one side. And
I think these bans are perfect. If I was Raptor, I would be thinking exactly the same thing. You have to ban the Swain deck to protect your Riven Vi. Now, we've seen a lot of people fail to ban the TF Fizz deck throughout this tournament and it not working for them properly. But in this case, it's going to do really well because we're very mirror attacked on the side of Raptor.
Okay, interesting situation we're in right now with the freeze plus the Teemo chump block. This Elusive now dies to Mystic Shot, so you can let Teemo get in for one more. And now, actually, there's... I guess the mana's too tight. You can't generate mushrooms to get level 2 Teemo and remove the blocker and then hit face. But unless you get a really good draw out of your Investigator. But yeah, probably still kill the 3-2, probably hit Teemo face, and then you get a level 2 Teemo. Unless, again, you want to spend 6 mana to fill a 1-drop. But the healing.
Yep, Guiding Touch comes
Either
down,
way.
and a Pale Cascade is a great draw here as well. The one thing Raptor has on his side is he has drawn the Veiled Temple, which is really, really important here. He's going to need the mana replenished to be able to match the amount of card draw that the opponent's landmark is giving him.
Yeah, that is one of the things that I think is underrated about Foundry decks. I'm a big fan of Foundry. As I mentioned, I like the Teemo Shrooms and whatnot, but so many decks are like, okay, yeah, I have enough mana and enough card draw to like play my hand out well. I don't have enough mana to play 2 cards around and keep my hand, you know, at a normal state of like 7 to 8 cards without overdrawing. It's like, well, Veiled Temple is 2 mana per round, so you can keep up a little bit more now. And sometimes you have Burble Fishes, which cost 0, and then it's really easy to keep up.
Yep, that's exactly right. And I mean, we're really seeing Raptor's text kind of punish him here. Raptor is known as, you know, kind of like a very innovative deck builder, and he does have a lineup that I really like for this tournament. These Sunbursts are going to pay off so well in some other matchups, but right now they're really making this one really awkward for him.
Yeah, deciding which unit he wants to lose. Do I lose the 3-1? Do I lose Zoe? They both had very similar things. You could, if it, you know, called for it at some point down the line, star shaping your elusive to heal it back up to dodge like another Mystic Shot, for example. But deciding, Zoe, she's not gonna hit face against Teemo. At this point, also he knows, keep in mind that like Teemo is level 2 for 1 mana at any point in time in this game, so Zoe never beats Teemo either. So like Zoe's not hitting face, Zoe's not chump blocking or anything like well anymore. But hey, maybe down the line, because of the card draw, I'll play enough cards that I get level 2 Zoe, and then I can get a big elusive board and hit face, because Teemo's kind of the only elusive in that deck.
Yep, and we've got the second Veiled Temple on the side of Raptor, which means his strategy is going to start picking up. He's going to get 4 extra mana every turn, and these spells are going to start spamming out. With the star shapings, this mana efficiency means there's going to be a big Celestial hitting the board in the next 2 turns. This Burble Fish is going to get pretty cheap, so Raptor's going to have a really powerful swing in the next couple of turns.
Sejuani's up, but you probably want to wait 1 round for Sejuani to, like, you know, make someone vulnerable and kill them so that you can pick off Zoe, remove the blocker, Teemo gets to hit face, because there's not a lot of elusives. Fish comes down either, so filling up the board, making sure your hand size is okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You need to play. You don't have to play any cards right now on the outside, so we can bank the mana if he needs to. If you want to get damage in sooner, you can start playing some of the mushrooms now. You don't have to for mana efficiency, but it you know, it's more Nexus damage if you play them earlier rather than later. That's just how the math works out. And yeah, still waiting to kill the Teemo off, since Zoe can jump block at least the 1 time, and the Pale Cascade can actually trade equally. But that's going to get really tough when Sejuani shows up.
I think the biggest thing this game's going to come down to from the side of Raptor is his ability to represent some kind of offensive threat. Because Raptor, he has so much defense, but he can't efficiently remove the Teemo. And these mushrooms and this Hexcore Foundry are going to put just an inordinate amount of pressure. That's why Teemo Sejuani counters a Felios deck so well. So Raptor needs to be hitting something really powerful and offensive from these star shapings. He's using the Dusk Petal to be able to start shaping this turn if he wants to. He could go for it.
It goes for the Burst Pass, which is just good form, by the way. You play a Burst spell, you're like, do you want to spend mana? Do you want to show me anything? Almost always they say no, but, you know, if there's like an attack or, well, not attack in this case, but yeah, it starts shaping out. Immortal Fire is usually the pick, but Cosmic Rays hits most of the board.
And Scourge has offensive
yeah,
potential as well. Goes for the Rays. Interesting.
Well, that'll kill
Not the
Teemo.
pick you want to see, I think.
It'll kill Investigators, and with the Cosmic, with the Comet in hand, it's obviously playable. But yeah, I mean,
it's
I feel
actually
like
it's pretty funny. The third Veiled Temple here is actually ideal.
Yeah, you're not really worried about your board being too big. You don't have that many units. You know, I mean, you can see there's like exactly 2 left in hand. Like, there's basically space for all of them. But this means there's no blocker for Teemo, so you can nuke Sejuani. But Zoe's getting challenged, and this is faces the place. I think you play your mushrooms and have Teemo go for it. The difficulty being, obviously, this man can refresh his mana pool really easily. That said, like, you have Hush. And that's the only really difficulty, right? Like, unless you're going to Hush the Teemo and block with the 4-3, in which case, sucks to be you. You can jam 20 mushrooms in the deck and double them all.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about this amount of pressure. I think with the amount of healing Raptor has, he's totally fine against 1 redouble, but if there's a second time this Teemo hits, that's just it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're at 30 mushrooms in deck becomes 60.
God.
Yep. It's really more like, okay, like 28 mushrooms becomes 56, but it's like 56 mushrooms in like what, 20 cards, 18 cards, something like, something around there. It's like, this is going to be really bad. This is going to hurt a lot. You got a
really
card drop
for something like a Hush.
not Hush. Yeah. Ouch. At least you got a Burblefish, but that's going to be painful. Yeah, there you go. 52 puff caps across 22 cards. Yeah.
So Raptor's in a situation, I mean, he really needs to pull probably something like the Destroyer off of the Star Shaping. The ability for it to have Overwhelm, getting buffed off of the Veiled Temples, as well as having Spell Shield to protect it from some of the freezes, is probably going to be his best avenue to win this game.
And keep in mind, you're taking 2.5 damage a round from mushrooms. So, you've got 5 rounds pre-Light Steal. Pretty Star Shaping, to be fair. There's also 10 more health to be gained this way. But one thing to keep in mind is, I blank on the name of the card, the 2-mana heal 2, is health negative. You actually kill yourself by playing Guiding Touch. It is EV negative to Guiding Touch. That card is now dead in this deck.
All right. Raptor's Fangs here going to be representing a little bit of healing as well. And keep in mind, he will have 6 more mana.
Ow. Yeah, true. Find some way to Burblefish comes down, get your mana back up. You can't nuke Sejuani, she's already level 2. You can kill her with the Comet. I know, Comet's gone. So you can nuke Teemo, which you might have to be honest. You can't stun twice.
There's not a lot of answers to the Sejuani here. This is actually really, really awkward. The fact that Sejuani already has the level up. Raptor goes for the Otter.
Well, you got a 9/6. So you can nuke... You can nuke a couple of things, and the 9/6 is at least a little scary. But yeah, I mean, there's no Overwhelm. You can just chump block it forever. This girl's never going to get Overwhelm. She's never going to get Elusive.
You have to pay attention to Raptor's Cloven Way tech in his hands too. He's running a 1 of this card in his deck. Generally speaking, not considered a good card, but it does have the ability to stun a unit as well. And he could be trying to use that on defense here to stop one of the attacks.
Would not be a good Cosmic Rays, by the way. And you mentioned, right, like Destroyer could have been the pick. Like that was available, right? It was going to be like 11 damage Overwhelm, and okay, maybe like 9 damage Overwhelm, or coming at this point in time, and like that could have been nice, but Cloven Way just outright dies. You can nuke it from the sun the next round, but it's not pretty.
There's that Aphelios coming in quite a bit late as the Mushroom freezes Raptor's entire board. Looking real bad for Raptor this game, Freak. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that's rough. You didn't want to see a card draw there. But, that's the point of this deck, right? Is you force the card draw, and this is the punishment you get for letting your opponent play a slow spell, is they get to force you to draw a card, aka play unit, and now you have no swing.
Yeah, it's completely brutal. I mean, what we're seeing here is just Raptor has a very anti-meta lineup, but Biot is using a very unconventional deck, bringing both Teemo, Sedge, as well as the Swain deck. Raptor couldn't ban them both, and they're actually being a really, really nasty option against his lineup.
And
unconventional decks paying off.
Yes, and I love seeing it. I absolutely love... I know we were talking about this a couple days ago when we were prepping for this and going through rehearsals and whatnot. You were really keen on seeing people go more anti-meta. That the top 1,000 top 32, last weekend, it was... there were something like 26 Twisted Fates, in the lineups. Like half the decks everyone brought were TF Fizz. And then more and more... Sure, there's still a lot of TF Fizz this weekend, don't get me wrong. But a lot of these lineups have these matchups in here where it's like, yeah, there aren't a lot of Puff Cap decks, but they're actually really good in some of these lineups.
All right, we've got the Cosmic Rays coming out. It's not going to do a ton, but it'll at least clear off a couple of cards. Biot can, in response, though, plant some more shrooms in the deck on behest of Puffcap Peddler.
Well, one of those is Teemo, though. Like, the one Puffcap, that's Teemo's Mushroom Cloud. I feel like I'm surprised you wouldn't let... oh, yeah, you're right. They are both Teemo. So, you burn through one of them. You get 8. You get 8 instead of 5 because of the Puffcap Peddler. Let it die. Play new Teemo. Swing for the stars.
I love it. Going for both Teemos instead. He can use Fury on the North on his Teemo to keep it alive outside of Cosmic Rays range.
Yep. And because the Cosmic Rays is a slow action, you can just swing with your Teemo And yeah, he's gonna get chump blocked by a 0-3, but he's gonna let it die.
Electing to let the
Okay.
Teemo die instead. Interesting. I think he's just
To be
committing
fair-
to the full Shroom game plan at this point with the second Hex Core.
Your opponent's at 7. You can Hex Core. You can play Investigator for another draw as well. If you need to play a 2-mana Thermo Beam to nuke the Lifesteal, to nuke the Fangs, in case you get absurdly unlucky, like that's a possibility. I don't know what the odds of your opponent doesn't draw mushrooms in 3 draws, but you kind of just win on the next card draw based on the mushroom count.
There's the
Okay,
Great
Great
Beyond.
Beyond.
As
Yep.
well as Cosmic Inspiration. Great Beyond could be a little bit scary. Keep in mind, Beyond did just lose his elusive blocker, Teemo, and it has Spell Shield. Goes for Cosmic instead, going for a wider attack.
It's a dead card right now, though, right? Until second Star Shaping comes down. So you can only spend 1 mana this round, and then Star Shaping into Cosmic, and hope that you didn't draw 12 mushrooms in 3 draws, which is roughly expectation at this point. Like this game might just be over on round end.
4 more Shrooms, taking him down to 8. Yeah, the top deck could actually just end this game here.
Do you Burble Fish just to like? I mean, is there even a 1 mana spell that matters here? I don't think you can like. If you're an Ione, you can find a Healing Potion, but you're not.
Yeah, there's not a ton. You can
Parlay, but who cares?
You can get Spell Thief. There's definitely
Yeah?
something that Spell Thief could pull that would have some kind of impact here, but I don't think it would be enough. Like, you could try to slow it down with a defensive spell. All right, double
is it over?
pass.
Okay, 4 in the
4.
first.
Oh, that's it!
Yeah. Oh, -4 health. Oh, I love to see
Oh my
it.
god. Absolutely brutal. Oh
That's
my
beautiful,
god.
man. I love seeing
yeah,
that.
that's exactly why people are bringing Teemo Sejuani in this meta right now. It's exactly like you're saying, Freak. You love the deck. A lot of people are bringing it for this explicit reason of just being able to beat up on these Aphelios decks that are pretty popular.
Yeah, and you know, if you're a little bit too slow, like if the first few rounds are kind of safe to develop, if you can just put, like, that's one of the difficulties of landmarks, right? Is you play a card that does nothing. You're like, all right, cool, I took my action. It's round 3. There's a card on the board. Nothing changed about the game. And you know, a Draven deck's like, nice, thanks for not blocking me, buddy, right? And you just lose the game. Or you're like, well, my round 3 was putting down a Moon Temple so that I can set up for Aphelios on round, you know, the next one. It's like, all right, great. Well, I'm set up for the Teemo's, like, you know, gameplay. Let's go for this one. So that lined up nicely. We are into game 2. Obviously, we are going to keep, in this case, Raptor's going to keep the Aphelios right where it is, but BS going to switch his deck around. It should be TF Fizz.
All right. So this is actually a pretty interesting matchup. It's largely considered pretty close to a 50-50 matchup by many of the top players of the game. It's very skill intensive.
Well, right now you get an easy swing in for 1. We'll see if that matters down the line here, but basically, Boxus, card you don't want to see in hand all that often unless you super need the round 2 tempo. You could pick off like a Ballistic Bot if you really, really care, but otherwise, Nat, you play her on round 2, on round 3, you Knight one to your Aphelios, on round 4, you summon a 3/4 Boxus, and then you feel pretty good about it.
All right. Pretty standard opening here, and this time, fortunately for Raptor, we have the hand we want. We're opening with an Aphelios and a Veiled Temple, which is kind of all you need, baby.
Yep. I guess I should correct myself. Of course, you can round 3 the Boxtopus since Aphelios is cheaper.
All right. On the other side, we have a fairly slow start from Biot. He doesn't have a crazy start. He doesn't have a TF to start trying to level up. No Fizz, just 1 Ballistic Bot and a couple of Poros. Aphelios hits the board, and I gotta say, Raptor's looking a bit favored here.
Yep. You managed to get Crescendum down on 3. Turns out playing a 3/3 champion and also a 3/4 challenger in the same round is very powerful for a grand total of 5 mana. That's pretty strong stuff. Be able to save the Aphelios because, you know, you can be missing shot if you block anything. 2 damage to face is not going to be the most dangerous just yet. And then the game plan kind of comes online.
And the one thing about Raptor's hand is he doesn't really have great ways of being able to protect this Aphelios compared to a lot of other decks that go all in with many copies of stuff like Sunblessed Vigor and Bastion. Raptor is alright letting his Aphelios die a little bit here, and why shouldn't he be? He's got a second one in hand.
True. I'm curious, if the sequencing changes around a little bit. If you bank the mana, you Crescendum on round start to activate Nightfall, so you just play Aphelios then, and that way you get the card to come out. There's a couple ways to play it. I'm trying to think if there's a way to get like Moon Temple to come through as well, but you can't play Moon Temple plus like any units, so I'm curious what this round's gonna look like. I don't believe you can cheat out a second Boxtopus. If you wanted to open attack, you could Crescendum now, otherwise it's okay, you can wait. I kind of expect the Aphelios to pull another Crescendum. Since you can't Calibrum Champions, you're not removing Fizz, you're not removing TF. So we'll see what comes out of this. This will obviously be a 3-4. It's the only 2-drop you play in this deck. So you get a nice 3-4 Challenger. You don't want to play TF because of this. Easy hard pass, Aphelios.
Yep. And there's the second Aphelios. And he's got an interesting decision here. He could go for the third Boxtopus with the second Crescendum. But there's actually a couple of calls to do something a little bit weirder here if he wants to maybe try to play around something coming down next turn.
Yep.
Looks like he did just go for the Boxtopus, though, I think.
Yeah, he took a Crescendum, and this attack is because he's expecting TF to be in hand, right? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, that's a bit of a punish. Drawing the third Boxtopus right after taking the Crescendum, that means the Crescendum in his hand is completely bricked. He doesn't run pick a card in this deck. There's no way to activate it.
Yeah, and as soon as you play that card and nothing happens, your opponent knows. And you can't have Aphelios generate a new card, a new Moon Weapon, until you get Crescendum out of your hand. So you have to tell your opponent, hey, by the way, 2 of my cards in hand are Boxtopus. Like, you instantly know it's in my hand. 4 other cards, you don't know what they are, but otherwise you can track everything I'm doing. That sucks to suck. Those things always instantly
really,
got a red
really
card.
Bad.
Oh, it's brutal.
All right. On the other hand, we've got the TF pick a card coming out on the side of Biot. And this is Raptor's opportunity to shine with the Sunburst anti-TF tech.
Yeah. I think you have to, right? Like, you know, if he's got Rummage, like, he's got 4 draws next round to get Rummage and, what's it called? I'm blanking. I'm looking for it. Stress Testing, instantly levels. Blue card, pick a card, Stress Testing, Rummage, 4-card combo, instantly level TF. You can't let it happen. You gotta nuke him.
Yep, and this is exactly what the Sunbursts are for. That's the thing about Targon. It seems kind of clunky using a Sunburst just to kill a TF, but it kills it through suit up. But more importantly, this is just kind of a bit of Targon's weakness. It doesn't really have great ways of being able to take out TF without a opportune for counter response.
Yep. So getting a nuke at all, decent. In a lot of cases, it is as good as Vengeance. Since you silence it first, you're often not tanky enough to survive. But hey, it's slow. Hey, you need to be Daybreak if you want to not lose the barrier. Yeah, it's rough stuff, so it's your only option. Boxbus for mid-sized stuff, Sunburst for the bigger ones. And there we go.
Yep, it's exactly like you were saying.
Where's
I would love to see the emote here. Yeah, the sad Poro, anything just coming down. There's at least one coming out, the double jinx. All right.
The double jinx, yep. I mean, we saw the Misfortune, like, finger guns from the Missy Shot pick off in the round of 32. It was good to see that one, but all right.
And I gotta say, this might just not be Raptor's day. That's a really, really horrendous situation for him. It's exactly like you said. He's forced into playing a 2-mana do nothing. The Boxtopus that he'll have to play from hand is much weaker since it's a 3-1 instead of a 3-4. It's just kind of disastrous.
Yeah. And unfortunately as well, like the way these hands have been lining up, he's not quite available to get the Moon Temple online either. Like, would have loved the Moon Temple here to buff his Boxtopus to a 4/5 and just eat the Poro, but he can't get it. Thankfully, you can still use Calibrum here, so you can throw in your 3/4, throw in a couple of 2/1s. Correct me if I'm wrong. Swim, when you declare the next one, when you face a Moon Weapon, like, that's declared to your opponent too, right? If they look at the token, they know what you picked or no?
Yes. Yeah, they can see what you picked.
So, right, so then he knows as well for sure, like, there's a Calibrum, so you wouldn't even block this with your 4/4.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And there's the second suit up coming out as well. Yeah, very, very painful. That pick a card for Biot ended up just being super, super good for him.
Yep. Would you have ever
hushed
there?
Resources at the same time. It is a consideration, actually, to have Hush there, but I think he just wants to start cycling the Moon Weapons, more importantly. Yep. You just, have to start getting them out. At this point, you're just hoping the Aphelios can stick, but unfortunately, he can't protect him, and we can see the Get Excited in Biot's hand.
Yep. You're going to lose a Mystic Shot from that being not ephemeral, the other side of it, fleeting. So one missing shot now gone from the deck. It's down to 2 left. There's a second Get Excited in case you really didn't know you had one. With some really
No
good
TF
backup
draw
as
on the
well.
side of Biot. This is going to end up in just kind of like a raw resource race. Biot's actually kind of running out of steam without TF, and the Aphelios is going to trade to the Get Excited. A lot of it will come down to what this star shaping is able to pull out again.
Hush lets you kill the 4/4. I feel like you always hush that, and then if you want to play on Mystic Shot, you block with the Aphelios. But obviously with Get Excited, no matter what you do, it's going to get nuked. Like this would let you save the Portal, for example, and it comes back as a 4/4 next round. If you like really wanted to optimize, you don't have to Mystic Shot this, but if you think you're going to win through the very things you'll have, it's a real consideration.
We definitely just have to hope that he doesn't have great ways of being able to kill the Aphelios. Unfortunately, there is one.
Yep. Although, here's the awkward part. Moon Temple comes down. There's not enough cards you can play to like get Aphelios to 4/4 in time. So,
Yeah,
you get a
Biot's
Moon
putting too
Weapon-
much pressure. Raptor doesn't have a chance to play Moon Temple.
Yeah.
There's the iterative
The nice
combo.
thing here is this Graviton is going to level Aphelios. So in a world where Aphelios lives, Graviton comes out of the hand, it stuns the Burblefish, Aphelios generates a new Moon Weapon at the start of the round, then you've got a very good open attack. But we know that this guy's going to die. This guy's getting excited.
Yep. And there's only one more Aphelios left in Raptor's deck as well, which is a really big problem because he does not have access to as much draw as TF is. We see the third pick a card in Biot's hand right now that'll be used either this turn or next turn.
Am I not seeing something? I feel like Aphelios levels when you hit OK, right? Like when you play the card, not when you cast it. Or am I wrong
Yes.
about that? So he could have had a level 2 Aphelios pre-Get Excited. Because just hitting OK makes him turn around. I think? That's how I thought the card worked.
Yeah, because he should be 3 out of 4.
Yeah, and this would have been 4 right now. I'm surprised he didn't Graviton then.
I'm not sure if he was saving it for something, but yeah, I don't see anything he could be saving it for. Luckily, at the very least, Biot doesn't have an attack this turn anymore, so Raptor will at least be able to get some value out of these Boxtopusses.
Yep. Good of you to conjugate Boxtopus correct, by the way. It is not Boxtopi. That is not a word. It is, in fact, Boxtopus. It's important to get it right, you know? It's valuable information, I think.
And both of these top decks are kind of weak right now. Both of these decks ultimately being very, very built around their champions, and neither player being able to stick a champion to their board due to the removal.
Well, those are getting nuked. This hand size
An
is
option
tiny,
to
but
star shaping the Boxtopus. I think that's what Raptor's thinking about right now.
which would you rather kill?
In this case, probably the Burblefish. Yeah, there he goes for it. Just because you don't really have much to target the Fizz with anyway. Cosmic Rays is potentially tempting, but Living Legends could be a win condition. He's going for it.
Ooh, that's going to be nice. Okay.
And that's the bomb he needed. He'll use that 2 turns from now. He might be able to close out the game with it.
Yeah, if you get any reasonable cards, you're going to get some big overwhelm hitters or some big elusive hitters, and someone's going to get through, and that's going to hurt a lot. All right, well, easy Burblefish. You get some bait. That's a
Pick a
decent
card's
pick a
coming
card
down.
target.
The pick a card, yeah, every turn here. And what Biot's really looking for, I think, is going to be the Mind Meld finisher here.
He's got through so much of the deck already. Like this is the third
He's
pick
drawn
card.
through
This is the
almost
final
his
pick
entire
card.
deck, yeah.
Yeah, you got to be down to like 11 cards left. So I mean,
if
you're
he draws the
looking at-
Mind Melds, Living Legends won't have a chance to go off.
Yep, 4 out of 15 roughly. Zap, Fizz, Urchin. That's one more draw. Zap again.
Buzz not.
They can't draw Mind Meld, but they can get you closer in your deck. Although you're running out of 2s and 3s to draw. You got some Poro Cannons. I think you still got some Rummages. Iterative Improvement. That's that'll a little bit farther down as well.
There's the Gravitum. Help stall out this
Yep.
turn. If Raptor
Yep.
can survive this turn, he does have the Living Legends reswing.
Yeah, and Aphelios is going to come down leveled up, so he's going to give us a second Moon Weapon. I think you can actually spend enough mana to like get a third Moon Weapon this round, and just come and like stun the entire board basically.
Yeah.
You can-
What you're
you
really
can-
looking for here is just a wide board, like Snakes and Scourge or something, with the Veiled Temple. A really, really good combo. Veiled Temple just allowing you to have even more mana to abuse the full Legend Sweep.
All right. So, I think you're what? So, from the top side, yeah, you're always Sprayfin. You probably discard something with your Urchin. You try to find... Okay, I mean... So here's the risk. Like, if you discard stress testing, your odds are not that bad at accidentally catching your one of Mind Meld as the fleeting card. You kind of can't do that this round. Unless you're willing to take the risk, obviously.
Yeah, and this is really, really nasty for Raptor. He still needs to survive this turn. There's the Iterative. He's probably overriding the stunned Burble. No, he's going for the attack. Swinging now before letting the weapon get played.
Yeah, he knows it's Calibrum. Doesn't know, but like can guess it's Calibrum, because Calibrum can then turn into Gravitum, so you're expecting that to just kill the through when you play it anyway, so why bother?
Going to Pale
Makes
to draw
it 2/2.
here.
Let's see, block
We
Fizz.
do have a little bit of a block. Down to 3 health means we're in Get Excited range, but he's already seen 2 of them.
Down to 4, right?
Oh yeah, that's right, 4. Yeah, so he is getting pretty low, but not actually in any lethal ranges here. He can actually sustain.
And Biat's gone through at least 2 Mystic Shots and at least 2 Get Exciteds. And I'm sure if I was playing this game as Raptor, I'd be counting even more closely, and there might have been 3 of already. So he may know he's out of all direct damage ranges, and it's only unit-based, which is so much more fair in a lot of these cases.
100%. So it's down to just being able to develop these cards and hope that there's something. He can get a Severum to be able to heal him back up with a Felios, or he can just go for the full Living Legends and actually try to maybe kill that turn.
Is it Severum or is it Gravitum for a stun? Because I think this.
I think I saw Gravitum. I think he's going for lethal.
Okay. Going for big Living Legends and cheap cards, cheap spells.
See what he
on
fails.
round start, if I was going to make a gun, you have 3 spell mana, so you can get a lot of that out, and then you still can't Moon Temple. That card's been in hand the entire time.
Yeah.
I forgot to be part of it.
Entire game.
It was a little too awkward. In this case, though, if you Moon Temple 1 mana spell, yeah, it still costs you too much because you need a 0 mana spell. Yeah. You need a 0 mana card to get Moon Temple to get you back into Living Legends range. So it is Severum. Okay.
TF got discarded from the hand, drawn off of stress testing.
Yep.
And now it's just between Severum and Living Legends. What are you trying to get off of Living Legends here, Free? What's your goal?
So, hold on. So first of all, we're Severum and we're taking Infernum, right? Like, we're getting Overwhelmed so that you're just doing 2 more to heal with and 2 more to hit face with. You get to Burblefish for free, because you can at least overwrite it. You get you get your little Moon Blessing out of your hand. And then I'm looking for... If I'm already buffing Aphelios, I think...
Basically as many snakes as possible, I'm thinking. You want to be able to trade down the board. There's 0 mana, so you'd be able to play any of them you draw without anything.
So, I personally am so partial to Scourge. Because giving my board +2/+2 Overwhelm, right? Because everything has 2 health on either side. Like, I think that gives me lethal.
Oh, he got a Spell Thief. Freak!
Yep.
That could do something!
Yep.
What can he spell? He has access to Mystic. He has access to Get Excited.
Mystic Shot.
He can hit Rummage.
He can pick
There's a lot of things on that Spell Thief.
Rummage
That's a sick hit. He's going for it. He's searching. Rummage, Iterative. He can Iterative his Burblefish. He's going for it.
You can Iterative. Yep. Okay, here we go. All right, we got an elusive. We got 2 elusives. None of them get over the top,
Equinox
though.
that deletes an elusive.
Okay, yeah. You can nuke 1. You can Equinox 1. Or you can nuke 2. Wait, no. The elusives are almost all dead. There's only 1 elusive left.
Yeah. He's clearing them up.
There's 2 just Fizz, because Fizz counts as 1.
This is so nasty. He's looking for Rummage. I don't know what he's drawing into. He hit the 3rd Mystic Shot, but I don't see what it does here.
It kills the snake. It kills Zoe. So really he's going now. What is he afraid of coming down? Like a 3rd TF?
Yeah.
I mean 3rd TF
100%.
like ruins your day, right?
The TF would ruin it, yeah.
You just can't play slow anymore. you probably nuke that to save Fizz, right? You heal up to 11, but the Burble
I think
Fishes
it's probably your only chance.
die.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, oh, gosh, if Biot Mystic Shots, he actually can't save Fizz anymore, but Raptor doesn't know that, right? So Raptor doesn't know the last card that Biot has is unplayable now.
Yeah.
So, you know, he doesn't know he can kill Fizz for free. So
That's true, although, I mean,
3-1.
the funny thing is almost every spell in the deck actually requires like a discard or a reshuffle or something. So, I mean,
Yeah.
or of course the slow speed mind
Right.
meld. So he could go in for it if he really wants to. I don't think
It's
there's
like,
enough
it's
of
like
a
stress
reason.
testing and iterative are like kind of the only cards, and like maybe last suit up might exist. But yeah, you're running out of spells pretty fast. He's gonna silence
Zoe
instead.
hits the
Okay.
level.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, to get Zoe leveled up. Let's let you put more cards down.
And in the first action, next turn, Iterative into Burble gives the Aphelios elusive as well. And I think that's
really
a
good.
lockout. I think that's it. It
my
can be a
gosh, you
draw.
got
He
blockers.
needs a mind meld, but he doesn't have a board. He doesn't have draws. He's out of steam.
He's got one draw. I mean, how empty is this deck though? Like this deck's got to be down to like 8 cards.
It's got nothing. He's gonna mill. Freak, have you ever seen a TF Fizz deck run out of steam?
That's so bad. That's so bad.
I think that's it.
It's got to be it. Raptors tying up here for sure. There's no way that you can win anymore.
Oh my god, this was a crazy game.
This was a game for sure. Oh my gosh. Can he play Moon Temple finally? I just want to see it leave the hand, man. He's like, look, this is what I'm holding on this entire game. I couldn't play this card. Hey, look, it's here. I guess you just stun. And keep in mind, right? Raptor drew 2 of his 3 Boxtopusses at the beginning of this game, and had a brick crescendum and still won against TF Fizz.
Exactly.
TF Fizz with the hand, by the way. He had to sunbeam that guy. Had to sunburst him on like round 5. Had a dead crescendum. Still won.
For anyone wondering, in game 1, those sunbursts look super clunky. It might be weird, like, why is this guy running sunbursts? That's exactly the reason. If that TF doesn't die there on, turn 5 of this game, this game was not winnable.
Very different. These things are getting red carded for free. All right. Well, he's like, here you go. This is what I had, by the way. I had garbage. Got me.
And that's it. We're going to game 3.
That's exciting. That was an exciting one.
All
That was
right.
an exciting one.
Super crazy. Where does that leave us for game 3? Did you catch the third deck?
TF
Because we slipped in
Fizz?
right after the bans.
Yeah, Riven Vi. It's Riven Vi versus TF Fizz.
That's it. Yeah, Riven Vi versus
We get to see it
TF Fizz. And I think Raptor's deck is at the very least prepared for this matchup. He's not oriented around banning Fizz TF like most other matchups are. He is prepared for this matchup with the Riven Vi.
Yeah, keep in mind, Raptor had the choice of ban. He banned Swain Draven. To be fair, it's 3 Draven, 2 Swain, 1 Ezreal, so it's kind of all 3 or whatever. TF is something that Raptor brought. That's his deck that got banned. So decided, my Riven Vi is going to feel comfortable fighting TF Fizz. Like, we know, like, the number 1 most represented deck at this tournament is Twisted Fate Fizz. Like, we know that's going to be the case. It's the deck played by the top player up there, by Biot. That is the deck everyone knows and is going to anchor their expectations around. They're going to anchor the deck going around. It means, okay, I can't play TF in any other decks. Not that Fizz is any other decks, but okay, I'm not doing TF with Aphelios. I'm not doing TF with, Ezreal, which was like a case for a little while. That's not the deck I'm running. The deck I know I'm playing against. Am I banning it every time and playing the field? Or am I going to tailor my decks to be good against that because I know it's going to exist? Because every deck must slot a win, if you can make any given deck go 0-2, well, you've targeted a deck properly, you've beaten the lineup, you can advance.
Yep, and I think that's Raptor's intention here, absolutely. I mean, Riven Vi is at least pretty solid in this matchup. To be able to counter a deck like TF Fizz, you need to kill them pretty fast, and the Overwhelm being able to sometimes attach to a card like Vi is that answer.
Yep. And by the way, Vi is very messy to kill here. Like, you can gold card her, but otherwise you're like, get excited, Mystic Shot. Like, that sounds horrible. That is not a way you want to try to kill Vi. That sounds bad. Or I guess it's get excited until she's level 2. Then you need the Mystic Shot on top. That is not a reasonable gameplay. So Vi does line up well against a deck that doesn't have good big removal at all. It only kills medium-sized things. Choosing to kill the 1/3 instead, since it's a bigger deal than Fizz. Also gets 2 into face. It is kind of an
And
aggro
Ballistic
deck,
Bot
keeping
going down is definitely very important to be able to just kind of just delete that. I mean, really, the thing about TF is it's got very, very few vulnerabilities as a deck, but one of which is just a very, very specific aggro game plan. That's why discard aggro is also a little bit favorable here. And the Riven draw makes him got exactly what he needs in this matchup. He just needs to finish this blade and put it on Vi. That's his mission here. It's looking good.
And that can happen, right? Because keep in mind, well, I guess it depends if the 2/1 ever dies. Because at this point, everyone's elusive. Because Riven's going to generate 1, your Rune River's going to generate a second one. You need a third, and you need to play them all. And unfortunately, that can't happen just yet. So it's not going to happen on 4 in any realistic situation, but maybe on 5 or 6. Again, yeah, the quick attack overwhelm Vi. That's pretty much 15 to face. That's just kind of game if it ever goes up.
All right, second blade fragment here. But yeah, like you said, I think the most awkward thing is just this Blade Squire in this exact board state is just going to have a very awkward time dying. That really might hurt Raptor. I don't like this board right now from Raptor's side. This is exactly what Biot needs. Just the early aggro condition of TF is being able to kill even faster than the Riven game plan.
Yep. So board space is actually a bit of a consideration. We're probably going to see iterative onto Zap into Swing is my guess here, which is going to give you 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, and put your opponent at 3, which means you're just looking for second Mystic Shot or Get Excited to end the game. And your chance of drawing one are pretty reasonably high off of playing Zap Sprayfin.
Hang on a second, Freak. We just drew Might on the side of Raptor. Raptor might be able to go for lethal next turn. If he can survive one more turn. His Vi is big. He has a completed blade. He has exactly enough mana for the completed blade and the Might. Is he leveling next turn? Is he... He's so low.
You're at 3. Oh, well, you're higher than 3 now. Okay, you're
higher than 3, yeah.
you're
You have
5.
to Mystic here. This is deadly.
Yep.
Goes to 5. Biot has the Mystic. All Biot needs to do is draw the Get Excited. 5 is not where you want to be here. That's just 1 point too low.
10% for Get Excited, roughly. 10%. Otherwise, this is probably enough to kill. It's close enough to kill.
Second Vi. That's not going to do anything here. But he has the 2 blades. He can push Overwhelm. He can open attack with damage and Might. He can't reforge, but he's open attacking with the plus damage and the Overwhelm on 2 units. Is that it?
But well, you can Poro the stress testing and get 1 more draw, and you still get the chance to Mystic Shot Get Excited, which is still about a 1.
That's true. That could hit. The Might on the Riven.
So, okay.
This is a lethal swing. He has to hit it off of stress testing. This is exactly what Raptor's deck wanted to do.
You also live if you find that card right there. If you get 4/4,
is that enough?
You live through Overwhelm.
Riven's gonna double it though. Riven doubles the Might because she leveled.
Oh, you're putting on a Riven, right? Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Then you're fine.
I think that's it. I think this is Raptor's deck doing exactly what this deck was designed to do when it was brought to a T.
Yep. Okay. So Fizz is a 4/4, and then one of Might wins the game.
Oh my god.
8. Yeah. So your opponent's at 2, and now they're at -8.
And that's it. There's no Mystic Shot here. I love this deck so much, Freak.
Oh, it's
this
good.
is so cool.
And he's like, "Look, man, if I found Get Excited, you were dead. If I found it, you were dead." That's spicy. Okay, yeah, -6. I think
this was such a crazy series.
Oh,
can we talk about how crazy? Can we talk about how crazy all these have been? Because we were watching before together, before we were on for this entire thing so far. We've been watching this. All 3 of these have ended on game 3 in a squeaker finisher. So close.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're not cheating, man. We're not cheating. Like, we're obviously picking the matches we want to see, but we don't know how they're going. Like, our tape delay is not 90 minutes, where it's like, oh, well, we know this is going to be the good match. So it's going down to the Riven Overwhelm again. It's like, this is just us getting really fortunate. I'm happy about it.
All right, well, happy to officially welcome Swim and Freak to the broadcast. Thank you for hopping in for our bonus round, and thank God you got it, because that was an unbelievable series once again, as Swim said. I think really cool to see, like, because the first time we saw Riven, it was kind of looked like I don't know, like kind of a bad low mid-range deck where it's just like, oh, I have these pieces, I'm like trying to stitch together some stuff. Like, this is some cool synergy. This game was much more the like, oh, that's what this deck does.
Yeah, that deck, so it has 6 1-drops, right? 3 Blade Squires, 3 Precious Pets. It's got 8 2-drops, 3 Ballistic Bots, 3 Moonweavers, 2 Triforce and Glory Seekers. The only other unit that's not those champions is 2 Experimenters for some redraw. Like, it's an aggro deck that wants to kill you. All the spells are unit generation or discard synergy or like direct damage or overwhelm. Like, this is an aggro deck. Like, it is. Like, this is, but you're not running the, you know, the old Piltover Zon cards like the Demolitionists and stuff, right? Like, it's a different look for it. It's much more like actual units hitting you, but it's an aggro deck and it's working well. It's 2-0.
Yeah, when we have most players in this tournament, as mentioned, most players are just taking the route of banning TFs and bringing good decks. Raptor's gone the exact opposite direction. Raptor is saying, you know what, this deck is almost impenetrable. It has almost no weaknesses, but it has almost exactly one. Like, there's 1 or 2 decks that can just hit that very precise timing that can be able to blow it out through its combo.
Yeah, been super cool to see. We'll actually take a look at one of the other decks on the other side. Unfortunately, Biot did not win this, but he did win this game. And there's actually one of the decks that has been floating around for a while, and certainly one of my personal favorites, because I guess I'm just this guy. But Boulevard, Teemo Sejuani, maybe not what people expected, but certainly something that can be viable.
Yeah, there were a couple of these coming out of the Swiss rounds into the top 32. It was actually only 2 copies, and I do not believe that Biot was one of the players that qualified playing this deck, so making an active choice to swap over to it, which I do think was a pretty good meta call. We talk a lot about how we've got a lot of high-level Magic the Gathering players in this top 32, and for the most part, all of them are big fans of Lee Sin. So I think we brought in this sort of anti-Lee Sin style of lineup. Unfortunately for Biot, Raptor did change off of the Lee Sin into this Vi Overwhelm style of deck that we just saw, and I gotta say, you know, to Swim's point, you know, talking about some players are coming here to beat the TFs, others are banning it. Raptor has managed to make it this far, but it's looking dicey. He did fall to Kevor's TFs a little bit earlier on, and the 2 games that we just saw, they were a lot closer than I would like to see for a lineup that is perceivably made to pick on the Twisted Fate Fizz. And maybe it is just one of those matchups that looks closer than it actually is, but I'm a little concerned for Raptor still.
It's not a clean target. It is a notoriously hard to target deck. Anything could go wrong. That's definitely true.
All right, we'll take a look at what we're up to now that we've kind of caught things up. We'll be moving on to the top 8 and take a look at the bracket in just a moment. So, with Raptor winning and all the other matches resolved, here is your current top 8. Raptor versus Margin Bay, Filthy Gamer Wee versus Cypherin, Doko versus Henneke, and Chomi versus Iano Guerra. Any thoughts on the top 8?
Well, I mean, I personally do love Raptor's lineup. I know that Majin Bay is a bit of a favorite among a lot of the competitive community. Henneke is the 2-timer here from, you know, last one as well. Those are the 3 that currently I'm looking out for the most.
I always find it interesting. It just happens to be that you end up getting this country separation a bunch, like Canada and then a bunch of like South America over on one side, and then like all the Americans over there on the bracket. So, you know, I will say as an American, you know, born in California and raised, we're gonna have someone from the U.S. in the finals. Always good to be represented, you know. I'm always happy about that. I'm sorry that you're
players to watch. As far as players to watch, I tweeted out earlier like some of my predictions for, you know, who was going to win each seasonal, and Ian Nagara was one of my picks for NA. I think that when you talk about the best regions in the world, you have to talk about Brazil, and when you talk about the best players in Brazil, you have to talk about Ian Nagara. This guy is an LBR MVP. That's a Brazilian league that runs a couple times a year, and he has just been on fire. He's won pretty much every tournament that you can name at this point, and, you know, coming on in this dominating run, he's on, you know, the South America side of the bracket, but I've got faith that he's going to be able to meet that American in the finals.
All right, well, Freak and Swim, I know you joined us for the bonus round, but I have excellent news for you both. The next round after this is going to be Margin Bay versus Raptor once again. So perhaps Vi and Riven will be back in there. But we do want to check with Margin Bay as well, since he was also in the top 32 of the last seasonal. So, Swim Freak, thoughts on that matchup? Because, I mean, I just assume you're excited to see Raptor play again.
Yeah. So I feel bad because we're just like following one player throughout the entire tournament. And at first I was like, okay, it's because it was the rank 1 and 2 player from ladder. So of course their first match. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, great choice. And then, we hopped off for the second round and it was like, well, there were bracket issues. So we're going to go watch Raptor play again. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it. We're doing the makeup round. Like, that makes sense. Watch the whole bus of 3. And it's like, all right, so now we're in the top 8. We can finally go off. But we really want to watch Imagine Bait. Or not Imagine. Yeah, so it's like, well, he's against Raptor. So I guess just like, this is the Raptor fan stream now. I want to see the other decks as well at some point in time. I'm happy to keep seeing the Riven run around, but it's like, wow, we're just following that side of the bracket the whole way through.
Yeah, I'm very excited for Raptor. I'm completely on Freak's side of things. That I do hope we'll be able to see more of the opponents. Like, I actually haven't looked at Imagine's lineup for this yet, and that'll be very interesting to nail down. But it's also very worth noting that Raptor is kind of. He's following in BBG's footsteps, right? Because BBG, of course, being the one that let Raptor through, actually, just because of the fact that BBG beat the final opponent, meaning that Raptor is only in here because he squeaked out on the tiebreaker, the 4-1, because of that win. So that's just really cool to me.
All right, well, with all that wrapped up, we are going to go to a quick 5-minute commercial break. And as a reminder, as our rematches have now concluded, we're going to be progressing the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament quarterfinals in about 5 to 10 minutes or so. So thank you so much for your patience, and apologies, as always, for the early disruption. But don't go too far away, because the top 8 is starting right after this. Hello and welcome back everyone to the top 8 of the Cosmic Creation Americas seasonal. I'm Patriot Time, still joined by Boulevard, Swim, and Freak as we are finally arrived at the top 8. It is going to be Margin Bay versus Raptor as our featured matchup for this time around. And Boulevard, I know you want to talk about lineups here coming through because we haven't seen Margin Bay on stream yet, we haven't seen his deck list yet, we have talked about Raptors at length at this point. So kind of what happened between the Swiss rounds and the elimination rounds here in top 32?
So in the Swiss portion, Majin Bay was actually running that Aphelios Twisted Fate deck that a lot of players were talking about. You know, you double up on your two really power champions in one lineup, and then Kevor makes top 32 playing this Tahm Kench Aphelios, says, hey, I found the other sort of perfect champion you were looking for in the Aphelios deck. And it looks like Majin Bay picked up on that, has swapped the Twisted Fate out of the Aphelios. That allows him to play Twisted Fate Fizz instead of the Shen Fiora that he brought through the Swiss round. So Kevor's tech is coming in big here, and we're going to get to see the lineup that they had qualified for the top 32 with up against Raptor to maybe get a better idea of what it would have looked like. Actually, I think this is just a straight up rematch from the first round of the top 32. I don't think Kevor had actually changed his lineup. So, I mean, this worked out for Raptor once, and I'm really curious to see if it's going to work out again because, as you know, we had mentioned earlier, a lot of these games have been absolute nail biters, 3-game series. So, you know, it only takes things going a little bit one way or the other for the result to completely flip on its head.
All right, so we'll take a look a little bit deeper at the actual lists themselves. Starting things off, here is, where we went with, which is Aphelios and Tahm Kench. It's funny, because like last seasonal, we were expecting some Soraka Kench, and I think we maybe saw it once or twice, and it certainly didn't do too well in the Sea of Twisted Fate Go-Hards that ended up being that event. Is Tahm Kench like serving a similar purpose in that deck? Is it still like the, I'm kind of a removal spell with legs?
Yeah, I think primarily he's there to be a removal spell with legs. Like, keep in mind, Tahm Kench has 6 health and 2 attack. You're not generating a ton of gems here, so it can be hard to make him the strongest person on your team. You're seeing Veiled Temple down there, right, to buff up your biggest ally. But having 6 health, that's bigger than almost every unit anyone ever plays in this world, right? If you're in a world where like Riposte getting played a lot, okay, Tahm Kench is tough to make work because anything with 3 attack suddenly just eats Tahm Kench outright. But he's going to kill Aphelios, he's going to kill Twisted Fate, he's going to kill Fizz. Okay, maybe not Fizz very easily. He'll kill Burble Fishes, he'll kill Zap Sprayfin. Like, these are all those MVP cards that everyone's running, and Tahm Kench is like, I have more health than you have attack. You're going to go down. Pale Cascade's only +1/+1 now. Like, that nerf is a really big deal. It means it's very hard to get units up to 6 attack, which means Tahm Kench is going to remove stuff. And look, you're in Targon. Like, you're going to have some healing. 3 of Guiding Touches in there, 3 of Star Shapings in there. Again, Veiled Temple sometimes is going to choose to elect Tahm Kench as the target. If you need to give him like a Sephirim or something to get his health back up, you can if you have to. Yeah, he's going to eat a lot of cards that other people really care about.
Yep, that's exactly right, Freak. Basically, Tahm Kench is just super good at beating down on these Aphelioses, sometimes these Twisted Fates. I want to bring your guys' attention, though, to something very specific about this list, which is that it's also running 1 Mind Meld. This is a list that is kind of heavily teched for the Aphelios mirror. We've got Tahm Kench just being able to gobble up the enemy Aphelios, and of course Mind Meld being a really good finisher against a few decks, but mostly Targon decks that don't really have an answer to it.
Yeah, I'm kind of
as soon as you
curious to see how it
invoke like
matches up
one
with
good
the-
overwhelm, you kind of get there. If you have more Burble Fishes, you're too wide. One of them's going to be a 13/13. That's probably enough to kill him.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the what is it? The 6-mana silence +6 damage is no, it's not Sunburst. I don't remember the card, but
Sunburst?
The
Yeah,
one
Sunburst,
Raptor has
Sunburst.
It is Sunburst. Oh, okay. Man, my brain too big to function. Yeah, that actually is a good answer to Tahm Kench. So I wonder if that matchup specifically was in mind. I guess we'll have to see. Second deck here though for Margin Bay. You know it, you love it. Perhaps you hate it. Double Mind Meld. Twisted Fate Fizz.
Yeah,
2 Mind Meld. Boulevard.
Double Mind Meld is a little. We're getting into Wild Boy territory here. I know that there have been some players that even just cut the Mind Meld entirely, not really finding the matchups where this is the win condition that you're going for. But this is actually going to let Majin play the deck a little differently. Generally, you're very hesitant to pick a card going into defensive turns, because if you hit that Mind Meld, suddenly that win condition is off the table for you. Your opponent knows it's off the table for you, but now you can go ahead and toss one away as it's fleeting and still have that second one on backup.
Also notice there's one of Aftershock in that list, so a little bit of Lanark removal in case it's really going to be relevant. You don't always see that card, but it's definitely here. Otherwise, Zoe Lee Sin coming through. We are seeing some Lee Sin. It hasn't been too successful. A lot of that been from Lee Sin not getting drawn until too late. Like that could be really tough.
Yeah.
I know watching the first couple of rounds, you very frequently, you gotta go Zenith Blade, a goat. The 1510 goat, it tried so hard. It wasn't quite the goat of goats, but sometimes you get there. But there's some nice supporting tools, right? Like Zoe can create a lot of stuns for you to keep you alive a bit longer until the Lee Sin combo comes off, because eventually Lee Sin does one shot you. Like eventually he's big enough that you just fall over. Veiled Temple and Pale Cascades and Gems, once Lee Sin has 10 attack and overwhelm, he literally one shots you from full health. So if you ever get there and you protect him, yep, it's GG on like round 9.
Yeah, if I had to kind of like summarize Lee Sin as a deck, it's powerful but inconsistent. Really, I mean, when you draw like an early eye and a Lee Sin at any point, you're kind of good to win. But as we've seen, sometimes the deck can just completely fall apart if you don't draw Lee Sin, and that's just a reality that you have to face bringing Lee Sin to a tournament. I do want to talk about just sort of the general concept. I think tying all three of Majin Bei's decks together here for his lineup, though, which is that they're all kind of teched against like these slower matchups. We've got the triple Mind Melds, 2, of course, in the TF Fizz deck and 1 in the Aphelios Tahm Kench deck. That's going to do very well against Aphelios. This Lee Sin version is also teched similarly to be good in slower matchups like Aphelios. That's really what he's trying to target here.
And it makes sense if you think about what I was going to say. If we think about what a standard lineup is, a lot of players kind of think, okay, we're going to have our Zoe deck, we're going to have our Aphelios deck, and we're going to have our Twisted Fate Fizz deck. Like, we're going to have our 2 Targon decks in there, and then the TF Fizz. You come in with a lineup like this, you ban the TF Fizz, and then your opponent is still playing these other backline-centric decks where the Tahm Kench is going to get a lot done, where the Lee Sin still gets to shine because they're not really putting on the pressure as early. You know, as you had mentioned, these Aphelios decks, they're not killing you immediately. You know, it's more of like an early game board control style of deck. And if, you know, Lee Sin's not outputting a board for you to control, a lot of your deck is just a little more inefficient.
Yeah, and we're going to look at Raptors decks on the side in a second, and the overall theme, like you mentioned, oh yeah, it's TF Fizz into all these other stuff, and yes, he's running TF Fizz, but the rest of his lineup is actually a bit more aggressive, mainly the fact that Riven Vi exists, because now you cannot get rid of the aggro decks. Like, you might kill off TF Fizz, and it's not like exactly an aggro deck, but like it's still pretty aggressive. It's still putting units down every turn, and they're mostly pretty cheap things that are just going to keep trying to, you know, get to your face because of all the elusives. But it's like, okay, well, you might drop this, but you're still, like, if you're not able to handle an aggressive deck, like the MVP for me, the Riven Vi, like that's going to knock you down as well. It's got 12 1 and 2 drops in the deck. Like, that is an aggressive deck. It's going to come hit you. The slow one for him is his second deck, though, and that is the Zoe Aphelios. That's the one that you know, is just fully into the slower game plan.
Yeah, and check out some of the cards in this deck that we're seeing right now, the one of Gotcha and the one of Gangplank in the TF Fizz version. We talked on this a little bit before, but mostly we should see this as mirror attack. This is why Raptor's not really as afraid of TF Fizz. And as Boulevard pointed out, it's an inconsistent, way to try to target a deck. It's not necessarily super reliably going to be able to beat the mirror, but it still improves your odds by a noticeable amount. This Gotcha will do wonders against stuff like Opponent TF and several other things. But whereas we see Majin Bei's lineup is kind of trying to pretty hard counter decks like Aphelios, Raptor's lineup is across the board trying to counter TF Fizz. And you can see that in the Riven Vi deck as well.
All right, we'll take a look at the next deck here. This is actually something I was curious to ask you about, Swim, as well. We've seen, Aphelios with lots of different champions. This time it's going to be Diana, but we've seen, so what do you think of this particular Aphelios version? Because we've seen, this, we've seen Zoe, sometimes Lee. Curious your thoughts on... Oh, actually, maybe not. I thought he's playing...
Trolling? I thought this was Zoe. I'm not... I could have
No, wait. Yeah,
this is his deck. Okay, he had moved away from the Invoke version in Swiss into this version in Type 32.
That's what it was. Yeah. I was looking at the wrong place.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, to answer that question, Diana is I think trying to do the same thing. Really, it's fulfilling this need in the lineup for Raptor to want to be able to beat TFIz. Right, Diana is not necessarily a super strong champion in a lot of ways, but her ability to just be a very clean way to come down early and counter something that an elusive, just like kill something or kill a TF, is really valuable for this lineup.
And I think this is the weakness in the armor. If Majin Bey is going to win this set, I think he has to look to 2-0 this Aphelios Diana deck. And it is interesting to me that Raptor, electing not to move over to the Tahm Kench variant of the deck. But throughout the Swiss portion, the players that actually qualified, Diana was just as popular as Twisted Fate as the sort of most popular secondary champion for Aphelios in these Bilgewater variants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I mean, we're about to see the bans here in a minute as well, but I think if I had to guess, I think Majin Bey probably does have to ban the TFIz on the side of Raptor, the Miratech version. And Majin's lineup is kind of targeting Aphelios. He's, I think, committed to ban Fizz in most matchups, although he could try to go for a Riven Vi ban. That would be very interesting to see. Raptor, I'm betting, would have to ban either the Aphelios deck, the Aphelios Tahm Kench deck, or maybe the Lee Sin deck. I could see either way, actually, for Raptor. What do you guys think about that ban, actually?
Sorry, I got thrown off. This is Raptor's Swiss deck, right? Because Raptor swapped out the Lee Sin for Vi Riven.
Yeah, there's no way he's actually running Zoe Lee Sin in his lineup. So
I think
we got wires crossed somewhere.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I'm trying to think, right? Because now I'm double checking that he actually is running, but no, he is running Diana, right? Like that. No, because the Diana we saw was from the Nightfall deck from round 2. Though.
Yeah. I think he brought Zoe this time around. He was running Diana in the 30 to get to the top 32, and then he switched to Zoe.
Okay. So we were showing his
All right, we figured it out.
So that is what was happening, and we were right about the fact that he's running a Zoe himself. So yeah, not all of his decks are fully aggressive because he's running a Zoe Aphelios. Because he's running a Zoe Aphelios, there is a slow deck out there. If you think you're good against aggressive, again, TF is being fairly aggressive, Riven Vibe is being very aggressive, then that's your target. If you think you can handle, fast ones.
And that's what my brain remembered, which is now where my question came from. A Zoe Lee Sin versus Zoe Aphelios, kind of trying to do similar things in that, like, you have this, like, Lee Sin's like huge combo threat that you can build up and stack. Aphelios is kind of like a little bit smaller, but they're both like buffing one big unit in a lot of cases with Veiled Temple. Do you feel like there's anything as far as similarities go, or is Lee Sin just a combo deck and this is more of a value deck?
I mean, I really think personally, like, Lee Sin can be valuable. Like, I know it's really important that you draw Lee Sin, but if you're not getting completely blown up by Hush or, like, a recall or something, it's okay to have, like, Veiled Temple, Overwhelm, Eye of the Dragon that just gets big. Like, the supporting tools, you want to kick face than Overwhelm, but, like, it's okay to have a medium-sized goat you keep healing. Again, if you're not running into big stuff. But, like, look, if you can reliably generate 2/2/1 lifesteals every round, you survive most of the, like, Riven shenanigans, as long as then by the end of it, you stun the Vi and then stun the Vi again by homecoming it. Like, you can delay that one forever. Like, that's a matchup where I think you can actually handle yourself. So again, we're talking about the mirror, though, a bit more, or like the semi-mirror of them both running Zoe. I don't know. I tend to think, like, if you can force your opponent to have to burn removal on stuff that's not even hard removal, right? Like, you recall the unit, then I'm just going to play again, and I'm just going to keep getting Moon Temple, like, value. I think that's going to work out, kind of regardless, whichever deck can like have a steady mid game plan that holds on, and I think both can do that.
Yep, I agree with everything he just said. I actually don't even have anything to add to that. He covered everything.
Wow.
I think it is going to come down to
in the mirror. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually what I wanted to touch on was Veiled Temple in the mirror. I think that a big part of it could come down to who has the better hand to make use of their Veiled Temple. Because if Lee Sin doesn't come to play, Veiled Temple is a big part of you starting to win a game. But if your opponent has Aphelios and Temple as well, they can just start to Calibrum down that unit over the course of a couple of turns. We're not seeing star shapings out of this Lee Sin deck. You're not going to be able to heal that goat back up to full. I don't care if it's a 15-10 with Overwhelm. It will eventually get whittled down by the Aphelios, or could even just get Gravidomed, and then we're stuck for a couple of turns while, the Aphelios deck just gets to do whatever it wants.
Yeah. One thing to point out. Oh, go ahead, please, Pastry.
Oh, go for it. No. Need to hear.
There's
the
only
beautiful
one of Bastion for the Zoe Aphelios from Raptor. So in terms of protecting something from any big nuke, whether you're going to get Graviton, which is a great example, honestly, but even on like Raptor side, he's got the 2 of Sunburst. Like Spell Shield is like the one buff that actually beats that. Whereas Barrier and Health obviously silence. But we apparently Pastry, I'm gonna toss off to you because I learned something that you also know.
So we have had to pivot, unfortunately, as Raptors match has been delayed. So we are going to go to Henneke versus Doko. It is already underway, so enjoy the games. Freak and swim. Take it away.
Thank you.
All
very
right,
much.
now this is pretty jarring for me, Freak. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of frantically pulling up these new lists right now.
I am doing the exact same thing as you. I will talk, and then you let me know when you're ready, and then I will pull up
thank
the
you.
list
That's
myself.
so perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Teamwork, no problem, buddy. Don't worry. Easy. I will say personally, I have never thought Deathray was a good card because you're playing bad Blade's Edge, which turns into bad Mystic Shot, and it's like you're slowing down your other draws. But Doko obviously running it here with his Ballistic Bots. I'm curious if Victor's in the list. Again, Swim will tell me soon once the list comes up here. But against Draven Jinx Discard Aggro, which is really interesting. It's a deck that we saw some of in the last seasonal. I think the big win was the fact that it got that 1 mana burst spell you discard and it turns into card draw. I'm bad at remembering card names, but like that seems to have like really brought this deck back. But it means that you can easily run very, very risky lineups here. You can run this deck. It is the exact same regions as, for example, playing Vi Riven, so you couldn't run both those decks because you can't have the exact same 2 region combinations in tournament formats. So in a world where
I've got everything.
All right, go for it.
All right. Okay. So to kind of like stall while you're also pulling up the lists as well. This is a fairly standard version of TF Fizz by the side of Doko. Sorry, there's no Victor here, unfortunately. The one of Deathray is actually, we're seeing a little bit of this as a really cute mirror tech. And of course, Henneke's on the discard aggro side. And people tend to find discard aggro a little bit favorable, called like a 55 matchup against TF Fizz. A large part of the reason that you bring discard aggro is to be able to beat other aggro mirrors in addition to TF Fizz. So Henneke's got to like his odds here.
Alrighty. I'm ready. My deck lists are on the screen.
Oh, amazing. We did it. We got there.
We did it. We got there. All right. Yeah, you mentioned it was all standard stuff. Yeah, I'm not seeing very much stand out here. I don't think, Jury Rig isn't every time you're playing discard. That's for sure true. Looking for anything else that kind of stands out here. 2 of Gotcha. I don't know if you mentioned that because I was pulling up lists and not listening to you because it's hard to multitask. I figured, right? But okay, only 2 Pearl Cannons. I think that's kind of making room for the Death Ray. All right, so we're on to this one. 4-1 can be a bit scary, but it's obviously chump blocked by 1-1 forever, so it's never going to swing at anything the rest of its life. At this point, we also know that Death Ray right there was going to be somewhere in hand. I like that because you expect Vision to come out at some point, and you don't want this guy to challenge your Ballistic Bot and kill it for a 0-2 with Vision. So you just
and we have a kind of notoriously awkward hand with Henneke. I wonder if he's going to take like a really aggressive augmented or something, maybe a get excited into an augmented next turn just to try to flip this board and stabilize this hand. But on Doko's side, he doesn't really have anything crazy either. In particular, no TF that's going to come down. I do love these. Honestly, I love these gotcha attacks in TF Fizz, though. I gotta say.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the discards are going to look pretty good. We're going to, get excited. The 0-2 in, nuke the Burblefish to get out of the way. No mana for Iterative, which is actually a pretty big deal because now you can't generate Burblefish. Like that's such a very, very big deal. Like I'm curious then, if you were planning on using Burblefish, why bother wasting 2 mana when you were locked out of Iterative Improvement? Because now you can't get Burblefishes back out. You happen to draw something else you get Iterative with Zap Sprayfin, but that sucks to not be able to generate a card back.
Yeah, and we actually have a really interesting position for Henneke. He's going to go ahead and go for the Vision open attack, a really, really terrifying opening attack. This will threaten Doko down to 4 HP, but he does have a bit of a response as he's got Mystic Shot in addition to this Death Ray. Jinx will go down here because there's no augmented to level it.
Yeah, if there was a Rummage, this was going to hurt a lot. You could still follow it with Mystic Shot and kill her, but it was going to cost you another spell compared to like always getting Draven. With the nuke, I think, again, definitely still correct to kill the Jinx. If you get unlucky, you have to burn another card, but in this case, it's the right target. Zap gets to come down. You get to discard your iterative, which just turns into a new card next round. So you're pretty happy with all this.
Yeah, that's true as well. I actually want to talk about why Henneke decided to open attack there, because I think that when you're watching this game, it definitely felt like he could have used the augmented before the attack, and I really actually like the fact that he open attacked because he's trying to play around a Twisted Fate here. He's worried that Doko plays a Twisted Fate after combat, and if that happened, the augmented would be a great way to slap that down and stabilize this win condition. Because Henneke's correctly identified, Twisted Fate is kind of the biggest way he loses here. Doko's got a worse start than him.
Mm-hmm. Right now, we're going to get some
looking
pretty big
great
counters as well. Looking like 6/5s, unless they get nuked out. So, all right, some rummages, looking for options right now. You finally found TF. Sucks to find him after some of your card draw. Like, he can blue card. I mean, he can red card, he can gold card, like any of them are kind of possible. Yeah, you're going to go blue, you're going to go pick a card. But you have to, like, wait. No, you can pick a card right now because you have exactly spell mana. They're going to hope you draw into, like, rummage iterative next round so you can flip him. There's your rummage, so you're looking
There's
for
the rummage already.
I think you're down to your last iterative, though. Or your stress testing.
Stress testing.
This deck only
he's
runs
down to his last one.
So you're looking at 4 draws across 20-something cards. Like, that's not super easy to find. Get lucky, you're huge.
And that's pretty much it. I mean, he's super behind on tempo here. He does not hit the other stress testing, and this swing might be it. The vision is in hand too, so we can rummage into it. This open attack is really, really scary.
Okay, you can nuke the 5, you can nuke the 4. So it's 7 overwhelm plus another 5 on top. Which, yeah, you've got to nuke the 7, nuke the 5, and then chump block the 4/3, and you live. Like, that's.
But then doesn't the vision re-up exact lethal, or is that still one off?
You should only be taking 7 here through vision.
Yeah.
Because you can Mystic, get excited the far right, and you can get excited the far left. And that means only a 2/2 and a 3/1 are hitting you. So you live, but both your hands are almost empty at that point. So it's not even that horrible. You're just sitting there at 2 life, hoping that they don't draw Mystic Shot against you.
Yep. And this is the exact kind of hand. This is why discard aggro is said to be like pretty favored into TF because unless they get a really good gold card or red card off, you are pretty much sweeping them. You just have such efficient aggression.
Oh,
okay?
right.
The crowd favorite
he's
is living here. Yeah, that's
he was
it.
looking for it, so he's just dead.
All right, Henneke takes an easy first win here. And keep in mind, Henneke also has the pretty aggro lineup. I believe we saw him on the Nightfall deck earlier. And we're going to see if that aggression continues to pay off.
Nightfall aggro, TF Fizz, and discard aggro. Like, those are the three decks. I know, talking with you a couple days ago, you're saying that I thought playing lots of, like, I asked you what you would run to this tournament, actually. That was the question I asked you. And you're like, I would probably run 3x aggro. And I know you really thought that Endure would have been, like, your third. Like, everyone's running TF Fizz.
Or something Overwhelm. Yeah. I love
or
either
Overwhelm. Yeah, those are going to be your options there. Something involving Freljord there. But either way, aggro lineup is looking good right now. Henneke's up 1-0. What
Freak. Up? Doko banned Henneke's Nightfall. That's what we're seeing here. Henneke's playing TF Fizz. I was getting ready to say Henneke's got to win with Nightfall. That might be scary against Doko. Doko is so scared of Nightfall. He's actually banned it instead of TF Fizz.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I love it. I absolutely love. I mean, I'm happy these decks are getting brought. I'm sad they're not getting played. But it's like the only reason they're getting banned is because they were good choices, right? It's so intuitive as a viewer. You're like, oh, I'm seeing TF Fizz every game. It's like, yeah, because the other decks are scarier. That's the point. Mm-hmm. That's why you're seeing these decks played, because they're the lesser of the two evils, or at least the middle of the three. So it's sad we're not going to see our Nightfall aggro. That was a fun one to watch. But all right, TF Fizz up against Aphelios Zoe we're looking at here.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting deck from the side of Doko. This is, it's a Tri-Beam Targon deck, which we've seen like once or twice. Like, it's a very, very fringe kind of tournament style deck, but I really, really like it here.
Yep, the Tri-Beam activators, by the way, that Doko has. He has 2 Get Excited, 2 Hushes, pretty easy to use, 3 Solari Priestesses, and 3 Sump Dredgers. So Tri-Beam obviously hitting off a Sump Dredger here. Has a second Sump Dredger in hand, otherwise right now doesn't have good fuel for that card, but you'll need to hit for like 3-ish damage because nothing you play in TF Fizz has more than 3 health.
Yep. For the most part, we're actually seeing a decent amount of creativity in these Aphelios decks, just because, you know, there's this kind of like meta deck of Aphelios TF, but because you can't run it with your normal TF deck in this tournament because it's champ lock, we're seeing a lot of players do some very creative options for how they're going to run their Aphelios. Like, we've I think seen nothing that's been brought more than twice of different styles of Aphelios decks.
And I got to point out, by the way, that ban on Doko indeed was running Fiora Shen. Fiora Shen is out there. So, you know, there was some spicy stuff out there. We don't get to see him run. Unlucky, but that's just the way we're in. And all right. Well, as we saw, TF got nuked. I pick a card. Still going to stay in hand. You know, generally try to hold on to that until you find TF yourself. But second pick a card. At some point, might start burning through that just to find your big win conditions because you've got very few units left to play.
Yep. How big are these tri-beams in hand? Is it just the Sump Dredger this game so far?
Yeah, I think it's just 2 damage. Because I believe we only saw Sump Dredger, and he hasn't put the second one yet. We haven't seen Get Excited, haven't seen Hush. Yep. Aphelios obviously can build you some more... Or not Aphelios, sorry, but Zoe can invoke you some 3s. So now it's 3 damage, summon a 3-drop. And the second one is damage, summon a 2-drop.
So you could elect to kill the bot now with a tri-beam. I think that's what he's going for. It's not bad. Do need to kill these bots early.
Right. I mean,
And
ultimately,
he's rolling
right?
any one of 3.
Yeah. Recall your hand. Okay, I tried.
Honestly, lifesteal's not bad.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's actually going to be pretty annoying because Henneke kind of has to shoot that or block it.
Sure. Some of these cards look pretty good, though. I'm going to bump it up to a little bit more attack just so it can heal for a bit more. It's like, that's good enough for me. We're going to hold on to 5 mana.
And I think this pretty much is a forced Mystic Shot by Henneke. At the very least, forcing a Mystic Shot on somewhere that's not your face is... You consider that a success if you're playing against Fizz TF, so you don't have any problems with that.
All right, so, yep, going to make a copy of Burblefish. Obviously, an outstanding card. Turns out 2 mana to summon a 4/2 elusive is a very, very good card. Who would have thought that also draws you a card? Iterative, you know, outstanding target there on 0 mana elusives.
And it looks like Henneke's going to go ahead and play the Burblefish out here and use its card as potential... I was going to say rummage fodder for the Fleeting Rummage, but he got a rummage too.
I am the rummage. Which one does he use? The Fleeting one or the basic one?
Probably the Fleeting one. Yeah.
Just... It truly doesn't matter, but just do it to do it. All right. Oh, you got a nice snaky boy. He got some challenge.
That's a deadly hand, Freak. These iteratives are staring at me, and I'm staring right back. This is looking kind of like lethal to me. The star shapings are the only way Doko survives this.
He's only getting good cards. He only gets good cards. What is this?
Well, hang on. Freak, let's see if he gets a stress testing from the third one, okay? Then we're talking, okay?
So I wouldn't hate Parlay just to nuke Zoe and hit face for 1. Like,
I
that actually
Parlay
lines
here.
pretty well. Yeah, I take Parlay.
All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Is Henneke the god of Burblefish? He got a stress testing! Are you kidding me? Who is this guy? Oh my god!
That's card games.
What god does this man worship?
Oh
How?
my gosh. It's like Pavling Book all over again from like 6 years ago. Ouch, Thermo Beam for 4? That hurts, man. I would rather tri-beam this. Why not tri-beam? Like, tri-beam has to be at 2, right? Like, I think the second Sump Dredger hit tri-beam, but either way, yep.
Going for the attack
Doesn't
here.
want to lose 5-3.
Doko's saving grace is the combination of the double star shaping and the Golden Sisters in hand. That Golden Sisters is huge, lifesteal and an elusive blocker.
Yep, but you're at 4. And by the way, double Get Excited in hand. So, yeah, of course you can start shaping. So you like submit the attack, you see the Get Excited, you start shaping in response, you stay alive. All right, well, that's gonna be the sequence.
Snake kills an elusive too.
Yeah, not bad.
We do have a little bit something here. Henneke needs to not get a little bit overconfident.
right? Like you look for it, but I mean, would you really be like, they've got healing, let's not waste the cards? Would you actually slow play this if you were Henneke here?
I don't think there's a reason to submit it before combat necessarily.
Well, he heals for 3. It completely kills your Get Excited if you do.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. So like you could for example just nuke the Fang and be like, yeah, you've got healing, screw it, right? Which is I think totally reasonable to be like, actually you've got
killing his own Burblefish. So this is a play basically playing around. There's no Bastion in Doko's deck. He's just making sure that the Fangs isn't lifestealing off of anything.
Yeah, I'm looking for what the options are, right? I mean, Spell Thief, Mystic Shot, Hush. Like
it would have been maybe Spell Thief into Suit Up might have been what he was playing around.
Yeah.
But the Fangs lives on the board. Playing around that is really niche. This Fang staying on the board might actually punish Henneke. Because he might not be anticipating this much health from Doko's hand.
Yeah, I'd be curious to figure out like what that thought process was, because you'd have a 4-2 right now, and it would be once again lethal on board, because this attack is Fizz, it's a couple of Poros, it's a Zap Spray Fin, there's like 11 power out there, but it's going to be 7 instead or something like that.
Yeah. That could
TF
be
and Suit
bit
Up,
of a
that's
major
nice.
setback.
This is a nice hand, though. Unfortunately, you're going to get nuked, which you can get one of them back up, but the rest of it's all going to get hurt by Cosmic Rays.
And Doko's got some sweet
your
options.
Fortuitous live for Cosmic Rays. Oh, I really don't know why that happened.
I think Doko's in a winning position here. I mean, Doko's got either the Cosmic or the Star Shaping into Golden Sisters this turn.
Yeah,
he could even go Fangs into Cosmic.
True. At least TF lives because of Suit Up. Okay, so you're going Sisters. You're going for the more defensive option. You're not going for the big blowout. I think that's totally reasonable. You can still get excited one of them, though. You've been warned to like let TF kill the 4-3 with the hook attack, because you can buff him up with like, Suit Up. I think that's... And you get a card draw out of it, which is pretty reasonable.
It's a little bit nasty. He's got to use that Suit Up this turn. But he's realizing that his situation is not great here. Even though he does have some burn in the hand, there's so much healing and lifesteal on the side of Doko.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, what needs to be played from hand here, because clearly, like you could have used, again, you've been warned and Suit Up, and you can Suit Up here. You live, you Suit Up because it's doing 3. So that's at least nice, right? Is you found counterplay against that, which is powerful. But yeah, you've been warned is a lot of cards are going to get discarded now because they're just fleeting, so they're just going to drop away, not getting discarded by Excited or anything. But you have lethal in hand. You have exactly.
He's gonna have to go for it and hope there's no Star Shaping, and the Star Shaping is gonna be the blowout. That's got to be it.
You're gonna take 4 damage here for sure. So like if you go face, you're dying. If you go for the units, you can kill them and live, but then you have no cards left.
Yeah, and there's just no way he can make that call. He has to just go in for his best bet here. Unfortunately, the Star Shaping in the hand will shut this down, and that will have to be it.
You don't even need to declare blockers because it wouldn't matter. There's Star Shaping, there's game. All right, Doko did it.
And we're going to game 3. So a little bit awkward.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I would love that because there's no we can see this is an open deck list tournament and there's no Bastion or anything for the get excited onto the own unit. There's nothing like Sunblessed Vigor, so he must have been playing around Spell Thief into Suit Up, I think is the only thing, which is very fringe.
There's the shield, the 0-2 grant 0-2, Pale Cascade. Theoretically, there's enough ways to get health that way. But again, those weren't in the deck. Those weren't happening. The only play was Spell Thief that we could see, and it's a one of, right. Like Doko has one Spell Thief in the deck. Yeah, if you have it, it's guaranteed to hit, but that felt so weird. I don't know if it was a misclick or if we missed something, but we are in a game 3. We're not going to dwell on that one any longer. We are in the last one, and look at how similar those cards look. Guess what? We've got ourselves a mirror match, and look at the card differences. Again, there is a Death Ray on the side of Doko, which has replaced one copy of Poro Cannon. The champions are identical. The colors are identical. exactly 1 Mind Meld in each case, 3 Pick-a cards in each case, 2 gotchas for Doko, -1 suit up for that. And
yeah, so from just the deck perspective, Doko's is a bit favored with the gotchas just being good ways of, killing stuff like TF typically. But if neither player has TF, then honestly, Henneke's deck has an edge.
Ooh, and the 2/4 is too big.
Yep. It's a hilarious mirror attack. Henneke hasn't drawn his own Ballistic Bot. You just snag your opponents.
Yep. And now, actually, yeah, throw a couple of Poros down. Now your Ballistic Bot's a 4/4. Which is great because with 3/4 or higher, it just straight up kills with a Ballistic Bot. You're generally okay with eating Ballistic Bot plus removal. Like that feels reasonable to do. So like the swing should be fine. And obviously you get 2 damage or 1 damage to face because of your Poro.
Yeah,
and
that free damage there is going to be huge. Every inch of damage counts. This matchup is a game of inches. The Twisted Fate draw is big, but Henneke doesn't have a lot of draw cards to scale with this.
Right, and plenty of cards for Doko to knock that thing down. So this TF is going to blue card and die, which is fine. It's still draw a card, right? You're still getting card advantage out of it because you're going to replace this and you're still taking Mystic Shot. So you just played 1 mana draw card. That's a great card. Or 1 mana be a card ahead of your opponent. That's a great card.
And at the same time, Doko's top deck, it wasn't a TF that he could protect, but he has a Rummage and he's got 2 bots. So that Rummage is going to be really good value too.
Yep.
This is the exact kind of mirror where these small decisions are going to make a really big difference.
Decision here around, do you suit up for 2 to make a 4/4 elusive and then swing next round? Like that's going to feel pretty good. Do you and then you can like Poro Cannon your fleeting card you're going to lose anyway, or are you going to play more for damage efficiency and actually play your Ignition right now? Yeah, going to discard the Ignition, get some more.
I think you have to suit up, yeah.
And then suit it for 2 because you're trying to get in right now. Your opponent never wants to play 2 cards to remove your 1. And right now, there's absolutely no way that there's a 4 damage Tri-Beam.
I think he's waiting for the attack first, but he has to go for the suit up on the Poro here after this combat.
If you think you race faster, you can suit up and not block, but I think you want to trade here.
Yep. Yeah, the trade is working too. I like this trade. Ooh,
oh, he's not trading.
He is going for the race. It's a very aggressive play, but he's looking at his hand. It's a very aggressive hand.
It's a lot of elusives. It's Zap, it's Rummage. Because of Rummage and... yeah, he can pretty much, with second Rummage... Oh, now you kind of want to play TF, though, so now your game plan has changed. You're like, yeah, I'm going to swing for 4. I want to see what you got. See if my TF can live. Maybe you tap down below Mystic Shot.
Yeah, it's really important in these TF battles to be the one to play it second if you're both playing it on a turn.
Yep. All right. Twist of Fate number 2, answered by Mystic Shot number 2. Track those on both sides. So Henneke's down to 1 TF left in deck. Doko can still find one of the 3.
Stress testing draw is good, and it's coming down to the... We're kind of reaching the Burblefish spike turn. We see Henneke's got 1 Burblefish, and Doko has 1 iterative improvement. Again, another example of both players having kind of the missing halves of the puzzles. As Doko draws his Burblefish...
You're not allowed to go down to 6 here, by the way. You actually have to block this. But if you swing at the other one, like, Zap puts you at 9, which is... You're getting kind of close to in range. And he's saying, look, I have Burblefish and I have Iterative. I probably get a wider board this time. Thankfully, a Daring Poro can just straight up block a regular Burblefish, so that's not a problem just yet.
Counterfeit Copies is played on the Burblefish.
Yeah.
When that happens, it feels good.
Ooh. Getting even Worn value feels good. Like, Zap can eat a 1/1 and not die, and lets your other Burblefish go through. That feels like a very good use of the card.
Yeah, that's big. I honestly think Doko's in a winning position here. He looks good. Henneke needs to draw something good off of these Rummages.
Well, Suit Up is going to help, though. It's going to be kind of nice. It's
yeah.
Because Zap can block the Burblefishes no problem. Your 3/1 Burblefish, your 4/4, like, those are all completely fine. Like, your 4/4 eats the 3/1, your 3/1 eats the 4/2, or eats the Ballistic Bot, and, like, trades that one no problem. You can just Suit Up your 1/1, and then you're fine. You've got a 4/2, which is outstanding.
Yeah.
Like, this is actually... With the combat tricks, and there are no tricks available for Doko right now. He's tapped down below everything except, somehow 1 Mystic Shot. Like, thanks to Suda
No,
being here.
you're completely right,
outstanding
Freak.
block.
Suda is huge.
This turned everything around. It's -1 card draw. It's plus a 4/2. Look how beautiful that fight looked. Oh my gosh, that hurt.
Both of them left up. He's got the 2 Mystic shots, so this is going to force a response on his open attack. We do have Gotcha and Get Excited, but neither of them are great. That's Doko just kind of running out of steam. He has to take the Rummage now before he loses the fodder.
I want to say the attack from Doko was bad, though, because the rest of those blocks were all obvious. Like, why were you willing to lose your Ballistic Bot to a 3-1 that was always going to be able to block you? I guess it was going to get underneath maybe later on, but you threw away a lot of units otherwise that were very obviously declared blocks.
Yeah.
Those didn't seem positive to attack with.
Yeah, I think that's actually true. I like the Zap attack.
All right.
So
Well, there's
Gotcha.
Gotcha
So
getting
he's
in
going
a
down
little
to
bit.
8 here. It's 1 under lethal from the side of Henneke with his
Yeah.
7 damage in hand.
Oh. Wow, all 3 TFs, and Doko hasn't seen 1.
Oh my god.
You gotta be kidding me. He's just so much better at this
way.
game. He's just better at shuffling.
He's
Yeah,
red carding
card.
here. He knows
Yes,
red card gives
card
him
for 1.
lethal. That's it.
And
There's no
this is
way
such
that
a tell.
Doko survives anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know,
Wait,
right? There's
it's
no
so
way to
sad.
live.
It's actually, when you're Doko, you see that, you literally know Henneke's hand is exactly 2 Mystic Shots and a Get Excited. And that's the saddest
Yeah.
thing ever.
And it doesn't matter what the other 2 are, they're getting discarded. Yeah. Yeah, that's a GG. That's a top 4 for Henneke, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't see any way Henneke doesn't advance here. Those were some crazy burble fishes last game, eh?
Yeah. Those were fun. Those are some good draws. It's just his deck is just better. It's built different, you know.
The burble god, Henneke himself, advancing to top 4.
Yeah, there you go. There's the nukes. All right, you can get excited here on unit. It's fine. You win in game 3. You get there in the end. Well, that is one of the 2 Brazilian players remaining knocked out. And if you're representing Canada is going to advance to the top 4. Congratulations.
Canada standing strong.
All right, well, that was a fun one. We're getting closer and closer to closing things out. Kind of a wild finish in a lot of those games.
Yes. I don't want to get hung up on it, but I want the fresh set of eyes. Can either of you explain the self get excited in game 2?
I mean, I can explain it. Not
okay.
Super politely. I think that was just. I think you just take that one at face value.
Okay, got it. That's all I wanted to
Yeah.
know.
It just, whatever combination cards you're playing around, it almost feels like a, I don't know. Sometimes, like, you want to think of everything, especially in an open deck list kind of tournament where you can account for, like, the maximum amount of possible things. I just think the judgment there is not correct given what's likely for your opponent to have, as you guys were saying on the cast. So, a very back and forth one there, but Doko continuing the tradition for Brazil. 2-1. Are we going to get a series today on stream that's 2-0? I don't think so at this point. It just feels like every matchup is just going to be this close.
I hope it
I
keeps
agree with
this
that
close. I mean,
sentiment.
that's the exciting part, right? It can sometimes be hard to have a deck go 0-2, where just both of your decks line up well against it. This is something that's actually like really natural. I've seen in card game psychology from watching competitive card games for the last maybe 7 years or 8 years or so. Is it does not matter in a format like this if you 2-0 or 2-1. You know, or comparatively, if you lose, if it goes 1-2 or 0-2, but players will always slot their better deck in game 2. If they lose game 1, they know what your second deck is. They will always try to take that game and then try the hard matchup afterwards. Very, very few players are like, screw it. If I'm going home 0-2.
Yeah, no, 100%. I know because I do that. And there are actually some kinds of formats where it can be technically slightly disadvantageous to do it, but you still do it. You don't want to get 0-2. Nobody wants to get 0-2.
Yeah, getting 0-2 is not the story that you get to tell your friends about, where it's like, oh, what happened? It's like, oh, I 0-2 dropped. It's like, no, you got to say you put up a fight. This is all for, you know, when
So
you
you
tell
made
your
top four.
story to your friends after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you cheat a little bit too, because technically like top 8 is kind of like top 5 because it's 5 through 8. So you just say you got top 5. And you're not really lying. You're like, look, I'm just top 5, you know, across like 7 countries. Like I was really outstanding today.
Yeah, I think it's funny that, like, All right, looks like we do have actually other games coming up. So Chomi versus Iana Guerra is going to be coming right up. So if we got more games, let's get them.
Okay, we are jumping in a little blind again here, Freak. You want to assume the same protocol?
Sure.
I'll go first. No, I'll go first this time. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no, it's fine because I can recognize his cards. Chomi's got Pirate
Oh,
aggro.
okay.
We know exactly what these decks are, right? You've got Misfortune and Gangplank, easy. Also, thank you, Casanova, for linking the decks in Discord, so it's a lot easier to find for us here as well. Meanwhile, I'm gonna guess Tribeam summoned that spider, although actually it can really depend. Either way, it looks like Draven Ezreal. Looks like the list. Yeah, that's Draven Ezreal. Which we see a little bit still. Like Draven Ezreal and Jinx Draven have seen a little bit of play in this tournament, which is cool to see. Some of the decks from last season are still kicking around.
Yep. So Ezreal Draven is actually a really interesting deck in this tournament. I think a lot of people have actually been, from what I've seen, expecting a lot of Fiora Shen. There's been several lineups that are kind of like geared towards trying to beat it. I don't think we've actually seen it once on the broadcast. There's actually been a decent amount of people, quite a few people in the top 32 that have brought it, including Chomi.
Yes, indeed. All right, I managed to not click. No, I have them all on my screen. Okay, I'll just sort them out in a second. But look at this game as it's playing out right now. Obviously, leveled Ezreal is going to feel great for kind of a win condition. He's got 4 health, so he's not going to die to any of the shenanigans at this point. So he's going to take... Oh, there's a barrel, right. So it's going to take 4 anyway, and you killed the Ezreal after all.
Whoa! Oh. That's on the attack turn, Freak. The wins are actually...
Game. That was almost game, if anything.
Yeah, that's... if it's not this turn, it is next turn.
Oh, that hurts. These blocks were flying up until exactly that happened.
Yeah, because Chomi was basically hoping for a Fran, but now even that's not good enough.
Yeah, you don't have time. Captain Farron gives you 1 hit, and then that's a horrible draw. This one is over. Goodbye, Chomi. That is an L. That is a surrender. Iana Guerra picks up 1.
All right, so pretty quick. Obviously jumping in a little bit late there, but. We see Ian go 1-0 up to the Burn deck from Pirates. And I guess we'll be able to see what the bans are in a minute as well as we're jumping into the next game.
Yeah, I'm curious because the other lists, the rest of them, we've got, Pirate aggro plus Fiora Shen plus discard aggro. On the other side, Zoe Felios, TF Fizz as Draven. So indeed, TF Fizz only in one of these lineups, actually. No Twisted Fate at all from Chomi. So... one of very few players to not elect to grab that champion, but most players indeed do. Sure.
And he's made it very far, too. I think Chomi's gone for trying to, in a sort of similar way to Raptor, trying to counter that lineup, in this case without bringing it even for the mirror. What do you think about Fiora Shen in this tournament, Freak?
I'm not certain. I'm looking at the fact that there's plenty of pings to get rid of the barriers, right? Like most of the active decks are going to be running things like Mystic Shot. And the ones that aren't are running Hutch. So like Fiora is reasonably attackable in most of these states. And it's not your version where you're running the like Sparklefly as other ways of like getting in there, in case you don't hit Fiora, you got someone else to buff up and make excited. But either way, we got looks like Pirate aggro is back in against TF.
Yep, Fizz TF. Fairly standard version, as you mentioned, coming in from Iana Guerra. Pirate aggro tends to be not quite as good as discard aggro in this matchup. It's pretty close to a 50-50. There's some people that will call one side a bit more favored than the other.
Just give me a second, I'm looking something up. You're going to have to carry this one for a sec.
Oh, I got it. That being said, Iana Guerra actually has a pretty bad hand, we can see. He's got the TF, and maybe he can do a turbo level TF. That would turn this hand around. But Chomi is on triple 1-drop, which is what Pirate Burn wants to be at right now. And Iana Guerra has nothing to play here, nothing at all, just because he's got nothing but the TF and a couple of Get Exciteds in hand.
All right, double checked real quick because I was curious. Indeed, his name is Ian Nogueira. I'm bad at pronouncing Brazilian Portuguese last names, but pretend there's a space in the middle. We can just call him Ian if we feel comfortable.
Oh,
but,
that's much better because I
think
bet
should
you
call
I'm
Ian.
worse.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay,
may well be
Ian,
true.
we'll both call
If
him
only
Ian.
Mock
It'll be
here.
fine.
He pretends to be Brazilian. It's great.
He could do it.
Yeah. I saw Chad ask for him earlier. You know, he is the light after all. But yeah, pretty big hit. A bunch of 1-drops. Someone's going to come through.
All right. And ooh, looks like we had the bans flash there for a second. Didn't get to see them.
Zoe Phillips
But,
is definitely banned.
Shomi being able to have this amount of aggression early is exactly what this deck wants. Putting Ian to 10 HP right away if he takes the Demolitionist declines.
Okay, fair enough. TF's out there. All right, so... yeah, so Noxus Bilgewater is in. It was discard aggro that was killed. So if we get a win here for Shomi, Fiora Shen is going to come through. That'll be exciting. So some level of agreement that Fiora Shen seems beatable by this lineup. We'll see if it comes through. I mean, decent damage coming through already, right? Your opponent's down to already, just above 10. You're about to hit him into single digits. TF is going to get obviously pick a card through. So if you find the little bit of card draw, if you find your rummage, and if you find everything else, you're leveling TF next round.
Yep. However, I mean, this is one of the kind of rare situations where TF flipping is actually not necessarily an auto win. This is kind of the perfect matchup. Even discard aggro, when you can flip a TF early, that's really nasty. But here, Fervor draw as well. Just a little bit of over the top. Keep in mind, there's no healing on the side of Fizz TF, so we count these damages up.
All right, so my instinct says Gangplank, because you have still mana for your blast
Fervor.
here, but not going for it. Yeah, for Fervor. I was like Noxian and I couldn't get it. I was saying Guillotine in my head, but that's not the right card. Noxian Fervor is the one, but worried about any developments, which I'm surprised at, but I guess...
Yeah, the open attack is surprising here.
It
TF
gives you
is
Zap
typically doesn't have good
Sprayfin
punishes.
Yeah, it's like, if you had Sprayfin Rummage, that would have given you TF level, so he's playing around that as like an option, because then if TF red cards you, right, it kills 2 of your units off, and gold card kills the third. It would have like pretty much ruined the attack. So this way he gets to eat one of the units, gets his Corsairs 1 free damage across, gets Demolitions hit phase, and yeah, gets 3 there. I mean, this is 6 damage coming through right now. Your opponent's at 4, and you have Decimate in hand.
Yeah, so this has to be stopped. There has to be a Get Excited
You
or
have to
something
get
to
excited
stop
this.
this Fervor.
Looking a little deeper, trying to rummage through. Says, okay, yep, we're definitely get excited. We cannot take 3 damage here. This is not okay.
And Ian knows it. He knows he can't go into Decimate range. So,
okay,
going down to 7 here. Not too bad, but as soon as Tromi draws a second Decimate, even a second Fervor, a Zap into Fervor, a lot of hits here to just get lethal.
Yep. And keep in mind, Gangplank's going to get you a barrel. So, I mean, so it's not available next round because you only have 9. You're going to have 6 plus 3. But Gangplank, means Mystic Shot is available as well because you're going to get +1 on either Decimate or Mystic Shot. So,
yeah,
the draws are there for sure. Although in this deck, there's no Mystic Shot. But, in a world where Mystic Shot existed, it would have been an option.
Gotta be worried about Ian, though, if we're on the side of Show Me. Second Burble Fish, as well as the iterative improvement that can come out, is really terrifying. That's a hand that can, if it actually draws properly, it can kill you next turn in 1 attack from 18 health.
Are you worried? If you're worried, I guess you can wait for plays because you can't burst summon a bunch of elusives, but you might play the Sneaky Lizard here just to be safe. Since all you're looking for is 1 draw to get over the top, and your Lounging Lizard's never going to hit face anyway, it's only ever going to block. So yeah, play it here, take less damage.
I wonder what Chomi's game plan is. He must have something that he's specifically looking for.
It's
for getting
wait
out of
to
the
draw
Gangplank
Jack,
value.
Captain Farron, or another Decimate. Realistically, right? It's as soon as I draw something big, I win. Probably on the end of round 6, I summon Gangplank and hope you can't gold card him out of the attack. And if he ever hits face, then I win the Decimate. So it's like setting it for Gangplank on the end of 6 to open on 7, or finding your second card draw, your second nuke.
Right. And Chomi just needs it. He just needs 1 more damage source. A Decimate, a Zap, or a Fervor. But he's only got basically 1 draw to hit it after this.
Yeah, summoning your Butcher doesn't help you. You'd rather actually hide the card in your hand and give them less knowledge about your hand state. You're happy to have them skip the attack because it gives you more time. So I think this is a pass here. After the attack, you summon Gangplank and hope. I guess you can Decimate now. But
that's all you can do, yeah.
I don't know. My opinion is still like, I think getting GP. Well, I don't know, right? Because
No, I was about to say the same
don't
thing.
like
GP has to come down on 5 there.
Oh, gold card's gonna stun your Lounging Lizard here.
Yeah, that's
And
big.
kill it outright. So now you're taking 9 from the Burble Fishes. Actually, from the fish, because that's the plural of fish.
You are great with all these plural tricks.
For the last week, I've been trying to describe to myself, even though I know the grammar rule, when to say less versus fewer. And it's not even that hard.
I've never been able to master that.
Basically, if you would add the letter S to conjugate it, like if you could actually count it, you say fewer, right? So like fewer cards in hand, but fewer health because you wouldn't say healths.
So would you say less fish instead of fewer fish?
I mean, technically the plural of fish is fish, so like it is fewer fish. Like if that makes sense. I realize you don't literally add letters there, but
you don't add.
Okay, so
All right,
in
anyway.
the same way. Okay, fine. We'll move on, but it's fine. This is gonna hurt a lot. Is the TLDR here?
This is gonna hurt a lot, guys. Look at how much this is hurting, guys. Look at how much all these fish are hurting.
Yeah, all these fish. He's gonna have like 16 fewer health or 16 less health. Damn it, I got it wrong. No. 16 fewer.
Oh my god!
Health.
Come on, man.
Wow. Okay, let's move on.
How are we gonna learn from you?
I'm so sorry.
All right, Chomi's got basically one draw. He needs to hit
Yeah.
Decimate or Zap or Fervor on the next draw. He's got a second
he's
draw,
at 2.
but he can only hit Fervor on that last one.
He's at 2 because the Burblefish generated that card, so it's +1 there. It means Mystic Shot is now an out as well. Grenadier doesn't quite get there.
Grenadier is not enough. He now needs
You're
to
at
hope to
1.
draw Fervor.
All right. Well,
is Gunplank actually enough?
Wait, no.
Does
you're
Ian
dead
have
to-
anything
you're
about
dead
this?
to red card. No, you're dead to red card plus the Boombot card. It's actually over.
Yeah.
This is actually
yeah,
really
that's it.
sequencing.
Ignition.
Yeah, Ian playing that card last round was actually a really, really big deal. Getting Stress Testing out and get +1 damage meant that he could play for red card Ignition as lethal. There's no way out here. This is definitely a win. We asked for a 2-0, we got it.
Oh, that's it. That is so sad. But it's exactly like Boulevard was saying. Ian is one of the names to be looking out for in this tournament. He has just such incredibly consistent tournament results over. I mean, the last year he's been playing from the start.
Yep. So there's a few ways to play this one. I think you definitely want to sequence Ignition inside of this combo. But, maybe for good measure, you nuke the GP on top. Ultimately, so here's the funny part. Is there a way to play around Get Excited here? Sorry, that's not Get Excited, but you know what I mean. The Noxian Fervor. Like, if that's the top deck, is there a way to play around that? That's what he's thinking. And there's really no way to get that kind of damage out.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be enough. Did he need to Ignition, though? I guess, I mean, the gold card is hitting either way.
Right, if you're going to get the gold card off, you're fine regardless. So this lets you nuke the keg for free. This way he's actually getting rid of the Ignition, so he's actually playing it.
Yeah,
even
the gold
slower.
card is effectively doing the same thing here.
Yeah, but so here's the problem though. He now outright loses the game to Noxian Fervor by sequencing that way.
The Death Sand is deal 3 in the hands, right? That's
Oh,
I
he
think
got
that's
one
the
mana
level
back.
3.
So-
Oh, not
he got
the Victor spell.
The blue card gave him mana back. That's right, but it meant during the sequence you couldn't do it. I guess it wouldn't have changed anything because you could have Noxian Fervor in response to whatever else. But like before that stack developed, Noxian Fervor could have killed you. But there was no way to play around that anyway. I think is what happened there. So I guess,
And that's really nasty. Even after the great start, and that you hate to see it. You hate to see the Decimate draw when it's just too late.
One card off. And like the guy would love to show you this is in my hand, but at GG, that's top 4. Congratulations.
Yep. And Ian's going forward as well. Well deserved.
I know like I said, do you think we'll see a 2-0? I don't want a 2-0, just so we're clear. But we did finally see one there, a close give at the end. Unfortunately, Death Ray only hits units, can't hit face.
Yep.
So we're safe from that particular. interaction. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, actually, Bulva and I were talking a little bit about this off air, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Swim and Freak. How, like, we're wondering, like, why all these aggro decks, right? Because we know, everyone knows that Twisted Fate is going to be everywhere alongside Fizz. And we thought, oh, maybe, like, because Twisted Fate is kind of a critical mass deck, right? Where it needs to build up a lot of these pieces, and then the board just gets so big, and then you just kind of win with your overwhelming amount of card advantage, whether it's all this Burble Fish or this level Twisted Fate or a combination of both. So do we think that aggro is something that can maybe steamroll some of these decks before they can get set up in a sense? Or because the deck is so consistent and pretty low to the ground anyway, it's just not really going to matter?
Yeah, most forms of aggro tend to be pretty good against TF Fizz. It depends a little bit on the version, and aggro comes in just many different forms, of course. Discard aggro probably being the best against TF Fizz, but most forms of aggro tend to be slightly favored. Usually not more than like 55, though. It's very close either way, because TF Fizz can always draw a really good hand.
Yeah, I
it
mean,
feels like we could... Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was like, do I want to say anything? Yeah, it's like we know, for example, Pirate Aggro is very good, right? We know its win rate is very, very high on ladder, like against this field. But it feels like, to some degree, there's some level of anchoring of players to like what they've seen on ladder and what they've experienced on ladder. Like even decks that like seem really simple, like aggro decks, right? It's like, oh yeah, you're just playing Noxus Burn, whatever. It's like those decks could be very, very difficult to play, especially in mirrors. And if you're like, look, I didn't grind to number 5 on Master's Ladder by playing Pirate Aggro, so I don't know what Pirate Aggro Mirror is going to be like. So I'm not going to feel comfortable playing that, right? I want to play the deck where I've got, 5 to 7% more win rate from being good at the deck than, the deck that's 3% better from power level, but, I can make up for that in player skill. So there's a certain amount of, like, if you're not practiced, there's some matchups that are really intricate, even if they don't look that way, on the surface. So that's sometimes like why you will not see players bring decks that they don't know, even if the deck is theoretically very good.
And of course, we saw Twisted Fate kind of get going, which is never a good sign for any deck, really. But that game kind of turned around from that point. Bulva, do you feel like that's often the way, like TF versus aggro kind of goes, where if you end up leveling your TF and stabilize, that like the aggro deck just can't really overcome how powerful and how much card advantage you get from Twisted Fate?
Anytime that you are allowed to blue card against aggro, the aggro player should be terrified. You should be forced to red or gold card a lot more often. So when the Twisted Fate levels, even if it's on turn 5 or 6, Pirate Aggro, Discard Aggro, these are decks that play a lot of 1 HP units. Those red cards coming out of a consistent Twisted Fate are going to do a lot of work. And then generally you have one singular large unit, be it Gangplank or Crowd Favorite. So as long as a deck like TF Fizz gets to continuously fire off its burst or fast speed spells with a level TF, you're basically never going to get to touch their life total with units again. And I don't think these decks, barring having a level Jinx on field, are going to have enough burn to consistently take you out of the game by then, because generally you're going to be able to stabilize around 10 or so HP. As Freak had mentioned, this TF Fizz deck is pretty low to the ground. It's able to match the aggro decks on board, and you don't really care about throwing away your resources in the early game to match them card for card, because eventually you're going to fire off a pick a card and just be up for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, it feels like Twisted Fate also just beats up all these X3s, right? Like Jinx and Draven, like actually pretty robust units in the Bilgewater world, just because like there's so many X1s and X2s. But it turns out red card plus gold card kills just about anything in the game. And when you can use them so consistently every turn, it can be certainly tough to win. With that, we are going to be heading to a break, but when we return, it is top 4 time. So don't go too far away. The America's Cosmic Creation Seasonal is still going. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're at top 4 now for the Cosmic Creation Seasonal here for the Americas region. I'm Pastry, that's Boulevard, and Swim and Freak are still going to round us out as we finish off our top 4. 4 players left. Let's take a look at how they got here as we pull up the bracket, because there are some heavy hitters left here in the top 4 here. Shout out to Henneke for once again making top 4 in a seasonal. Could obviously do better here, but Margin Bay versus Cyphron at one top of the semifinals, and Henneke versus Iano Guerra in the bottom half. So the battle for USA in the top, as you guys mentioned at the end of your last cast, and then Canada versus Brazil in the bottom. And I can tell you that the matchup we are going to be kicking off with here is the Americans in the top half of the bracket. It is going to be Margin Bay versus Cyphron.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'll jump into this one. I mean, Margin Bay is the first player to defeat Raptor. I know Raptor came into this bracket undefeated. He 10-0'd the first run, if I understand it properly. Or no, was he 4-1? Was he the guy that got dropped?
He was 4-1.
Oh my. Yeah, okay. Just kidding. Ha ha ha. He's the second player to beat him in best of 3. But this time, he's actually knocked out. Margin Bay, though, playing really, really well, obviously. Has a cool lineup. Has Fizz TF, of course, has a Zoe Lee Sin, has an Aphelios Kench, which we talked about a little bit before. Like, we talked about his decks already and then didn't watch the matchup because it wouldn't get played. But we're going to watch it for real this time in his top 4.
Yeah, also Pokedeal, which is pretty cool. Probably makes you better at playing Twisted Fate, have to imagine. His opponent, though, of course, is someone we haven't seen yet on stream. As we actually look at Margin Bay's deck list first. So to kick things off, it is Aphelios and Tahm Kench. This just seems to be the thing, Boulevard, that everyone saw, and if they hadn't swapped already, they were absolutely swapping to this for top 32.
Yep.
I am definitely surprised. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, just to kind of like recap how Margin Bay's lineup is really working together. It's kind of trying to tech against like slower decks like Aphelios Mirrors or Targon. And it's a little bit vulnerable to aggro because of that. That's just like, you can see that across all 3 decks of his lineup.
Yeah, looking at the deck lists that are kind of left in the tournament here, that Tahm Kench is going to be able to kill 1 unit, and that's really all it needs to do. If it can kill the Aphelios or kill the Twisted Fate, that's going to work out great for you. Freak, I know you had mentioned that 10-0 run earlier. This is the lineup that went 10-0 through Swiss on Kevwar's side, and I thought that a lot more players were going to net deck it because there was so much Aphelios Bilgewater, and I felt like if you wanted to run Lee Sin, this is the lineup that you're going to do it in. But Margin Bay is our last Lee Sin player in the tournament.
But it's Lee Sin
I'm
in the
curious
top 4.
as we kind of roll through the decks. Yeah, and look at Lee Sin here. Swim, what do you think of Lee Sin, honestly, in this tournament? Because for me, I kind of like harken back to the last season where we expected quite a lot of Soraka Kench, because that was one of the kind of the best decks around at the time, and it just didn't really make it all the way through. Do you feel like Lee Sin, not necessarily a bad call for this metagame, but maybe just wasn't performing as well as expected against this field?
Yeah, I think that's very much true. It definitely is just a little bit inconsistent. I think a lot of players were worried about bringing it because not only is it inherently inconsistent, sometimes it just doesn't draw Lee, but also it's a little bit vulnerable to people trying to kind of like target certain matchups, right? It ends up having some of the similar weaknesses that the other Targon deck, Aphelios, has, and some of the decks trying to counter Aphelios decks would be inadvertently countering Lee Sin as well. And I think a lot of players didn't want to risk that.
Yeah, the one thing I do like about this, though, because it's not ubiquitous in Lee Sin decks, is the 2-0 Sparklefly, also the Spacey Sketcher in there. Like, there are a lot of early cards to gain traction against decks. Like, just having a card out there that can, trade with a 1-mana 2/1 or something and keep yourself from just, like, bleeding out health and also other good targets for Zenith Blade. Because as long as you play it kind of appropriately, it's going to redraw itself, and you only need 1 for the Lee Sin, basically. So, having one on the Sparklefly so that you can heal for 3 or 4 health every other round and then, heal it back up, or, just having good targets for Zenith Blade to hold you over until you're ready to, like, pop off on Lee, it makes that lineup look a lot better, and I think it's part of why Margin Bay is this far along.
Yep. All right, we'll take a look at his opponent for this round. Is Cyphron going to be up against him there? Did say in his interview that he's not just a handsome face. I could certainly agree he's a very handsome face, but pretty good at card games too, in the top 4 already, Swim.
Yeah, I think that Cyphron's lineup is actually going to be really interesting to take a look at here because he's brought a couple of decks that we haven't seen in this tournament yet. Right up, we have They Who Endure, kind of like Shadow Isles aggro with the Endure Bomb finish, which it was mentioned before that I actually might have brought a very similar deck to this tournament. I do like its position in the metagame right now. What do you think about Endure, Freak?
So yeah, it's been around for a long time. It's been a bane of my laddering existence for a while. I think it's actually like very good all around. I know, like, so when we were talking about this, you were bringing it up because I know you do a lot of win rate investigations. That like the more Targon gets played, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, how can you play Endure against Hush? It becomes 1/1 no trample, it just dies for free. Like you can't use Atrocity. But from your research, like the win rate of this deck goes up the more there's Targon, because
Yeah.
but there's a bunch of other cards. This thing has 6/0 drops. Like, this deck has tempo, okay? This deck has cards to play. You have 3/3 Bark Beasts, reliably, Aristocrat and Prey give you more cards afterwards. Like, you have like 1,700 cards you can play in the first 3 rounds, and then other stuff comes over the top. Just calling it specifically only 2 Wraith Callers. Like, the Fearsome package is not that important here. So, you know, oftentimes you're like, oh, I'm basically mono Shadow Wilds, but only 2 Wraith Callers. It's very, very low to the ground. But with enough card generation through Glimpse Beyond and even Warden's Prey to a certain degree, and your Stalking Shadows, that, you know, you're going to just jettison cards out of your hand until it's finally time for an Endure finish. But sometimes you just kill them before then.
All right, we'll take a look at some of the other deck lists here as well, because Saffron, of course, has brought more to the table, and I believe has some stuff that we haven't seen yet, even though we know it's around. It is, I guess in some ways, the Swim Special. It is Fiora Shan Boulevard. What do you think of this deck here? Because quite a few players brought it to top 32, but I believe this is the first time we're seeing it on stream today.
Fiora Shen is supposed to be like the safe deck of Legends of Runeterra. If you're going into an unknown meta, this is 100% the deck that you're going to bring in. It has really close to 50-50 matchups against just about anything that you can bring. Even has, you know, a pretty close to 50-50 against TF Fizz. So I think that it's got a good matchup spread and just a really safe pick to round out the lineup.
All right, well, good news, everyone.
Yeah,
The game's not starting, so you're free to consume. Once again, take it away.
Thank you very much. We are to the game here, the start of the top 4 here at the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament. And I want to point out that both players banned the Aphelios deck from their opponents. So Cyphron's TF Aphelios is gone. Majin Bey's Aphelios Tahm Kench is gone. So Lee Sin Zoe on the one side, alongside Twisted Fate Fizz as those 2 decks. On the other side, we have Fiora Shen and Solo Callista. That's going to be fun. We're going to see some new stuff here. Cyphron's decks are all going to be basically new to the stream. I don't believe we've watched either deck so far this stream, so that top side, innovation the whole way through.
Yep, and it's going to be a little bit awkward for Cyphron's decks just going into this matchup. Majin's decks are actually really good against a couple of Cyphron's. In particular, the Fiora Shen is actually something that Majin's lineup is actually kind of targeting pretty well and is going to be very hard for Cyphron to get through.
All right, tough for Cyphron, but we'll see what's going to happen here. Zoe, you know, going to get an easy swing on start of 2. Wanted to play it a bit, playing it here on round 2. Okay, so not going to go for the nuke on this, because obviously you could have just simply gone for, 2 damage or 1 damage right there with Unspeakable Horror. Doesn't go for it.
And I like this play. You have to play around Pale Cascade, but more importantly, you're in this position. You've got the Blighted Caretaker that's going to come down this turn. That's going to threaten the Zoe anyway. And you do need to play the proactive, just aggressor in this matchup.
Yeah, it does allow your opponent to draw an extra card. Virtually, there's a star chart right there. With mana left up, I mean, Moonglow is going to keep Zoe alive. Okay, yeah, not going for that play style regardless. But allows, let's see, you could, you could like, make your Hush cheaper, but that feels bad, so it's probably not the play.
Yeah.
But let's think we're not.
Yeah, a lot of early aggression here. Very, very good start for Cyphron. This is basically exactly what you like to see. However, the Hush is a little bit awkward, the 2F Hush in this deck, because it does mean that on the eventual Endure, there will be one way to stop it.
I really think you Moonstone here on something like Lee Sin or the Stones, because I think you really want to generate the 2/1 just for lifesteal. I think so okay, it's on the Hush, which is fine. All Cyphron knows is something is cheaper. Knows it's the far left card on the hand, so whatever that is, knows to, play around whatever that is. That will come into play at certain points in time, but it's like, okay, is Hush cheaper? Is Atrocity cheaper? Is Deny cheaper? You won't know for a while, but certainly knows that it wasn't a playable card yet.
Yep. Now, Magin does have the opportunity to buff the Dragonling with the Mentor if he really wants to, just to try to have a little bit more lifesteal. It looks like Cyphern is thinking about having basically a way to stop this attack from happening.
Yeah, what's coming out? Just waiting. I mean, we're just waiting for this cog. I don't even remember which card got pulled out from the top, so...
I'm going to be honest with you, Freak. I didn't either. I couldn't see past that.
It might not take it out. I don't know how Spectator works really here, but I mean, obviously, Unspeakable Horror could go after either one. Pale Cascade wouldn't have been playable yet, so you can't know for sure if that's still around and available. Okay, so going for a Glimpse, and then because Glimpse hits the stack and becomes the active card, it means you activate Nightfall for this. You see, okay, Pale Cascade wasn't used. That is probably not a card in hand because it was probably going to be a fairly reasonable Cascade. That felt like it was going to be worth using on Majin Bay's side.
And we see a second Atrocity drawn from Cyphern. It's going to be a little bit redundant here. Honestly, this Eye of the Dragon, even though it didn't get to live here, the single Dragonling is actually a bit of an awkward thing. It can slow down these aggro decks quite a bit. Every point of health matters so much.
Yep. Berk Beast, I believe, got drawn off of the Glimpse Beyond, so couldn't make it through beforehand. There's a Homecoming, which can be pretty good, based on what's going around. Obviously, there aren't any great targets. You really want to recall something cheap or something getting killed. Homecoming, though, is going to be one of the big answers to Atrocity. Very rarely is Cyphern's deck going to have a way to like pick off whatever is on the other side of Homecoming. And unless they have 12 mana, can't just re-up the Atrocity. So that can often be a really big saver in case you're ever going for the Atrocity lethal. Obviously, if you're using it to like get rid of the Overwhelm, you still have the Atrocity reaction to kill, but a little bit of defensive options available. Obviously, Deny can do the same thing. Or at least some similar
a
things.
really nice thing here for Magin is that because it's, an aggro matchup, we can just use the Lee very defensively. We don't have to be worried about what's in Cyphern's hand right now. Usually, you have to be a lot more careful with these, but just playing it as a blocker, there's no combat trick that's going to ruin this or anything like that. He's got a second one anyway, even if it dies.
Yeah. And there's no, damage for 1 mana here, so you could greed out and block the 4/3. And just, really aggressively block things out because once the next round starts, like right now, Pale Cascade can't be played. Stalking Shadows, Unspeakable Horror can't be played. And then, look, you're going to have the heal anyway. You're going to have Guiding Touch. So this Lee Sin can knock down something large. I want to say Wraithcaller is the better one to kill in case you ever have to actually force recalls. Like, if you somehow have to Homecoming to stay alive at some point in this game, I don't think you want to give him a Wraithcaller back. It's a really, really small optimization, but it can exist.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see that Bark Beast on that attack, because, of course, attacking on the end generates a bit of a free value since he doesn't really want to have to take blocks on both. Cyphern's playing a bit of the long game, though, prioritizing the stats.
Sure, yep. Gonna make sure it's a 3/3 and make sure it's comfortable. I guess the thought is maybe the 1/1 chumps the 4/3 and then Lee Sin eats it and, you didn't even take any less damage. Okay, so there's the attempted Atrocity play. Deny's not going to fit here. You can Hush, but that's not enough. Guiding Touch is not enough.
Yeah, the second Lee Sin is the only thing that saves it here because he needs the barrier.
Yep. That's a nice one. That's a nice read. Good job. All right. Barrier for 3 mana. Pretty outstanding.
However, I really do want to point out, I think that Atrocity was a really good play. It identified correctly a really, really rare position where we can actually uniquely punish every hand except for a second Lee Sin because of exactly the 3 mana and the exact health amount there.
And this is just like the board dying and Lee Sin just being a 6/3 or a 6/2. Like, this is pretty outstanding here.
Yeah, the ability to save that Lee Sin might actually just be the deciding factor of the game here.
Well, you're down to 1 Atrocity, and that's known, by the way. Like, this is open deck list. We know there's only 2 Atrocities brought in, and there's no way to generate another one unless, Warden's Prey gets you the 1 mana 1/1 that generates a 6+ cost spell, which generates another Atrocity. That's the only way around Experimenter, I think. That's not going to happen, really. So, you're running out of nukes. You've had probably about, I want to say 6 units die, so Endure's not small, but
I think it's 8.
It's 8? Okay.
Yeah, so it should be a 9/9, but it's still not going to be big enough here. The scariest thing is the fact that Lee has 3 gems means you're going to die really fast.
All right. Well, once again, Siphon has absolutely no place. Siphon does not have any fast speed spells that cost less than 2. I mean, they're Glimpse Beyond, Stalking Shadows, Unspeakable Horror, and Atrocity. But none of those are, going to be all that scary all the time. Going to give Lee Sin a bunch of health. With Gems, try to get him up to 9 attacks so we can block safely. Some overwhelm will happen, but not enough to scare you that much. And yeah, up to a 9/6 means he's going to wait and say, if you want to attack, I'm killing this. Do you want 3 face damage? That's what it's going to cost you.
And it looks super bad for Siphon. I do not think he's able to really race down Majin Bay just because of how fast this Lee Sin is threatening lethal next turn.
Yep. The open attack is lethal. You can Atrocity your card away to not get kicked to the Nexus, but that gets denied.
Yep. And with Hush here as well, I mean, I think this is inevitable. I don't see a way for this out of Siphon.
Let's see. Is there some kind of play? No. Yeah, if you get the challenge off, you are just dead to kick Overwhelm. So there's the gem. Lee Sin's going to be a 12/9. You don't care about Barrier because he's going to kick it away regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Atrocity keeps you alive at 1, but who cares?
Yeah, and that's just Lee Sin as a deck, really. It's, we've seen it in some games. It can be just really anemic if it doesn't draw properly. But when you hit your cards in the right order, it is crazy.
So Hush is going to just let Lee Sin go ahead and go for it. It's still not going to kick into Nexus. Okay, hushed and denied. I guess it doesn't matter. Again, there's something that can play at 1 mana, so you're look, I'm going to show you I had everything. There's no way around this one. Goodbye.
Demoralizing his opponent.
It is. That's slotted in
and
fast.
Now, yeah, it's up to Siphon to make it past these next. Make it past with both of his next 2 decks against Majin Bay's TF Fizz. Pretty rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, TF is definitely a very, very strong one. Has an Aftershock in that list as well. Otherwise, very, very standard stuff going through here. Double Zonite Urchin otherwise. And yeah, we get to see which list we're going to see. Are we going to see Callista come through again? Are we going to see Fiora Shen try to win the board and get the Fiora level up off of these little 2/2s that you're just going to chomp on forever? I'm curious which one gets brought out.
Yeah, I think usually we'll see Endure here again. I think it tends to be a bit more favorable. Fiora, if anything, will have a bit of a rough time. She is pretty consistent, but against TF Fizz, she tends to be a little bit unfavored, if anything. 45 or maybe worse.
No, goes for the Fiora anyway. So if you say it's unfavored, it's all right, we're going 0-2. We talked about it earlier. It's if we're losing, we're going 0-2. But if I win this one, it's hey, my last match is favored, by the way, so good luck with this one. All right. Mind Meld opening hand is not what you want to see. That feels not worth having early on. So yeah, kicks it away. Finds second Mystic Shot. Finds the Burblefish, which is dead until round 5 or so, but that's all right.
Rippled pretty clunky hands by Majin Bay, all things considered. I mean, this is exactly why this Burblefish deck, a lot of people are electing to run 1 or 2 Zonite Urchins, because they're perfect fixers for hands like this.
Mm-hmm. Kills a Mystic Shot, actually. Wants to play second Urchin. Happens to find, a Ballistic Bot, so that's going to, create some feed for the second Urchin to draw cards, which is going to be nice, but I like them to kick away one of your only 2 Mystic Shots in your deck. Now, it's interesting, because it invites misplays, right? It gives it gives misleading information. My deck has 2 Mystic Shots, and I killed 1. Odds are very, very high I have no Mystic Shots in hand. Do you want to play as though I have no Mystic Shots? You probably should, but hey, by the way, I have 1.
Yeah, that's true as well. You see the Ballistic Bot coming down here. He'll have a Zonite plus potential Mystic Shot if he wants next turn. And the Ballistic Bot draw here just really unbricks his hands. Ooh. Bubblefish is a little too early here, too.
Yeah, there's exactly one. It's kind of what surprised me about the fact that I know Zonite Urchin actually gives you draws, which is quite nice, but you only had a couple of playable spells, and indeed, it's you know what? I would rather get my cards deeper than an objective card draw. Keep in mind this deck also has double Mind Meld, so you may consider ditching one of those with Urchin to get some card draw. I think it's not
especially
unreal.
Against a deck that runs Deny.
Right. It's just you can't play 7 that late in the game. They're gonna have it drawn by that point in time.
So we're gonna have to see what TF Fizz does when it has a much slower, clunkier start like this.
Let's see. Still far away from Burblefish, although you can rummage, you can pick a card, you can get a lot closer. Like, getting this pick a card here is actually really nice. Yeah, I think you toss back... If you toss back anything, it's that. There you go. You get the card that's, like, unplayable this early into the game. Burblefish is getting close to playable. You're almost going to find the cards. He's big enough to fight Shen, so you don't bother. RIP! You just found Mind Meld again. That might be getting discarded from your Poro, or just getting pick a carded back again.
Yeah, that pick a card does a lot of work to Magin's hand now. He can definitely discount these Burblefishes really, really cheap and double play them as soon as next turn. Now it's up to Cyphrin to really match this pressure. And I gotta say, in this matchup, one of the defining factors is Relentless Pursuit, because you need to be able to race them down. And without a Relentless Pursuit in Cyphrin's hands, he's gonna have a hard time doing that.
All right, nice hit. 3 attack, both of them basically unkillable. Doesn't even go for it, takes 6. Oftentimes, I mean, face damage is not exactly how you lose this kind of deck. You know, either Fiora gets you or you get just overrun by Bright Steel formations. So being at 20 is the same as being at 14 in a lot of times. And besides, your whole game plan is elusive, so you kind of race them there regardless. Bot comes down. I think it's probably pick a card, and he's trying to figure out what else goes into this one. Because pick a card the Mind Meld, probably. That feels correct. And then you have enough to either turn your Ignition into Poros, or you play Ignition to deal 1 to face.
Yeah, pick a card Mind Melt here is forced. The only awkward thing is it's fleeting, so it'll stay fleeting if he draws it later off of anything.
Oh, that's funny. Well, but at least Burblefish is playable. One of the two. I think it's playable at 2 mana. Maybe you want to wait and just put your 1/1s dead and wait a little bit longer.
He'll be able to draw and get them 0 mana next turn for the attack.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's so powerful about Burblefish, and it's really like the pick a card synergy that accelerated Burblefish to the next level, because they work so well with each other. You always pick a card into a developed turn, and you're always going to develop before wanting to attack with the Burblefish since it's an elusive. So you can just get it for 2 mana so easily, or sorry, 0 mana so easily.
Sure, yeah. Alrighty, 5 units on board, half of whom not blockable. Okay, bunch of Ignitions. You've got a Fizz. He's going to be elusive, and I mean a 3/2 as well. So cool
These
stuff
are
here.
very scary draws.
Yep. Concerto Strike obviously gets pretty well removed. No Sharp Sights. It is 3 of Sharp Sight, by the way, in Cyphrin's deck. Hasn't drawn a 1. Now, thankfully, you know, there's no 4/2 Burblefishes yet, so you know you're not running into the really big beaters. But I mean, Fizz is going to have 3 attack. You know, Burblefish themselves are still going to be 3/1s, which is, you know, some going through, and it's getting scary.
Yeah, and these Ignitions are popping too. Like, these little bits of chip damage. 2 damage every turn is definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yep.
So you can play either the Rummage or the other Ignition to get the Burblefishes down to 0 mana here.
Yeah. Now, there are 2 Spirit's Refuge in Cyphrin's deck. So, Barrier plus Lifesteal. I mean, you're going to see that, you know, already she's got 5 attacks. She's going to go to like 11 pretty soon. Like, you can full heal if you find Spirit's Refuge. Imagine Bay doesn't know he doesn't have it yet, but that is a real consideration. I have to imagine is like 1 or 2 spells for leveling here. I don't know if you need to generate the stuff in your hand, but you know, 1 more damage is obviously useful.
Yeah, and again, imagine Bay just having a really, really favored lineup into Cyphrins in general. I think both of Imagine Bay's decks, actually almost, arguably all 3 of the decks, are double targeting 2 different decks on the side of Cyphrin, those being Fiora Shen and the Aphelios deck as well.
Yeah, well, Fiora, the Aphelios Shen, though, or sorry, the Aphelios deck got banned away regardless. Unfortunately, Endure couldn't slot anything there, but here we go. The ring comes down. I mean, not the literal worst card, but not a great one. That's, you know, tough caps there.
Yep, and the only question is, do we just override something? He declines to play the other Burblefish for this attack, valuing these blockers, I think, against, you know, Demacia. Each one of these 1/1s can stop an entire attack.
Yeah. There's really no Overwhelm kind of anywhere there. That's the one downside. You don't really become elusive. You don't gain Overwhelm. The units are, in some ways, incredibly fair, you know, on Demacia. Like, unless you're running something like Misfortune or Quinn, where you get the extra attacks and they go through for 3 anyway. Like, that's how you kind of get unfair attackers in that deck. But without finding Fiora or getting the challengers online, I mean, we're going into round 7, and we're going to find our, like, first challenged attack finally.
Oh,
by the way, that's
freak.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Really think he has nothing? Maybe you had to, but there's no way this doesn't just completely ruin your face.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's much of an option there. You can use it on the Burblefish instead, but I think Cyphern just sees that he has no way out of this situation.
Yeah. Again, Spirit's Refuge and Sharp Sight are kind of the cards you need. Honestly, Relentless Pursuit gets you pretty close as well, because, again, none of your blocks are good. But here's the weird thing. You've got this 4/5 dragon that will eat Fizz next round anyway. Why did you nuke a 3-attack unit that you're gonna kill regardless?
That Concerted Strike is the strike of a man who's resigned to his fate. I feel the dismay that he's experiencing from here. Against TF he doesn't really have the Fiora early, like you were saying. That's one of the things you need. There's no Spirit's Refuge in hands, no Relentless Pursuit to race down, and I mean, you're vulnerable to chump blocks, whereas they're not.
I'm going to be charitable here, okay? Let's pretend he actually nuked the right unit the first time and his health bar is actually at 12, okay? We're gonna start there with our expectations and look at the rest of the hand states. There's not a lot of card draw left for Majin Bey. Tia's coming down with no run rummage and 0 pick of cards. In fact, 2 pick of cards already been used, right? So not going to find another one for a while. These attacks all look good. Shen's going to get his barrier, whatever. He's going to be happy. They can switch places and stuff. And you can nuke down most of this board, and then single combat the next Burblefish that gets played, and now there's 3 power left in the board. And you stabilize, and as soon as you find Spirit's Refuge, you heal to full. With a decent set of cards, there is a way back for Cyphrin. He's not going to get there, maybe.
I mean, it definitely was not a give up moment. I do agree that there's not really a reason to go for the Fizz there. Everything is going to stop it. But I don't know what else he really could have been thinking. Because it's just such a rough game for him.
Okay, keeps Shen alive. I guess the 7/1 lives as well. It's obviously miscoutable, but it would have been anyway. Still has mana for Stand United, so if there is a big nuke coming through, you can just block that real quick.
Yeah, triple drawing the Shen was really, really painful for Cyphern here. These 2 Shens Stand Uniteds in his hand in this matchup are just so dead.
Yep. Cyphern wants to see Spirit's Refuge or Relentless Pursuit on one of the next 2 draws into Phalanx on 9 or Formation on 9. Attack, everything has +6, and you just lifesteal a full and then swing again and do it another time. That's what this game's gonna look like if Cyphern's gonna even live. I'm not even sure he's going to. You can Aftershock face for 3, so this is almost over.
Yep. Red card is coming out. This has the ability to just pick off the Green Glade Elder for free. Not much Cyphern can do. I mean, he can save it, but it's just going to get chumped out anyway. There's not really any way for this to swing for lethal or anything like that.
Nope.
There's still the 2 Mind Melds in Majin Bey's deck too.
Alright, well, you level Shen here. You keep your 7/1 alive, but this actually hurts your card draws, obviously. Now you have a chance at drawing the Shen again, instead of drawing at your out.
It's rough. I don't see anything for Cyphern to really do. I mean, Majin is just going to keep playing these elusives. He's on the next attack. I don't think he can survive an extra turn here, even. Third Burblefish comes down. And the TF is not even above leveling here.
Yeah, I'm sure deal 1, but I've got, a bunch of power ready to go. Yeah, it was probably not.
We saw Majin Bey earlier.
Yeah,
we saw him use the
Majin
Hush into deny. The demotivation tactic. Will he level the TF just to show it too?
Yeah. But
will he go that far?
He will. I can't let go of what I felt like were so many big misplays. He went for Fizz to have a different 3/1. He burned single combat to keep Shen alive instead of killing another elusive. That's 2 units that would be gone for free, which would have meant this wasn't lethal here. You'd have taken 3 less before and take 6 less now. And maybe you get another couple of cards in. But regardless, Cyphrin is done. It's the 2-0 for Majin Bey. Fiora Shen could not get it done. Callista Endure could not get it done. We've got TF Fizz in the finals.
Surprising, literally no one. Because I'm pretty sure everyone is on this deck, maybe 1 or 2 people. Yeah, I have to agree with that. mean, Boulevard and I were talking about it too. Like, I have no idea why that spell got planted at Fizz, that Concerted Strike. It's just like, Bevelfish already played. You know there's a 1-mana spell in there. It's probably a fast spell, but they also have like a grip full of cards as well. So, I don't know. Tough stuff. I feel like, I mean, Swim, you were talking about this, and I'm curious. Like, you actually thought Endure was going to get banned here, kind of coming into that.
Yeah.
Why was that? And then maybe why didn't we see that in this instance?
It was actually pretty close between the two bans, but because Majin Bey had a pretty good lineup into the Aphelios Mirror, he actually had a kind of like better relative win rate, but I think it's just because he felt like Aphelios was a stronger deck overall. He didn't want to give it a chance. He felt safer taking that ban instead.
Makes sense. And then I guess Boulevard, I'm curious what your thoughts are on Lee Sin with that game, because we kind of joked about it. But Lee Sin looked pretty good that game. It's funny that we spent like a whole segment being like, yeah, maybe Lee's not that good this tournament, kind of inconsistent at times. And then turns out when the Lee Sin hits, it hits pretty good.
Yeah, the thing about inconsistent decks is you never want to ban it because the deck can kind of lose to itself on its own inconsistencies, but then you run into a game like that where the deck functions and functions very well, and it just feels like there's nothing you can do. I mean, it looked like Majin Bey was toying with Scythrin through most of that. I did really like the sort of tempo atrocity that they had tried to throw out, because that's just kind of the hand that you were dealt. But we talk about Lee Sin being inconsistent. I mean, Endure runs into a couple of the same problems, right? Sometimes you don't get these early game combos like the leveling your Callista with your Blighted Caretaker, or lining up your Cursed Keepers and your Sacrificial cards, and things just really not working out for Scythrin. And then actually game 2 was great. I know you had mentioned that you didn't like the Concerted Strike onto the Fizz. I loved it because on my bingo card here, I had passed a stress testing, and I get to tick that box off, so that was great for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, good job on that one. Is your card filled? Like, have you gotten like the X down the side? Do you have like the full blackout? Like, how close are you done?
I'm like missing one on any kind of bingo, and I'm hoping that we can finish this off for me in the finals.
Okay. Did you have a follow that's stronger than Diana? Because Diana's actually been pretty decent. Just want to say, like. We've been seeing some shade, but
I've got some opinions about Diana. I wish she was Tom Kench more often than not, but
sure.
So you're excited for Nightfall Aggro to potentially win another seasonal? Then is what you're telling me. You're really going in for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, fun one there. Majin Bey though, just playing real nice. Is it? I do believe actually we are going to go on to game 3. The other semifinal is going the distance. So Swim and Freak, you get a little bit of bonus content. Enjoy.
Great.
I'm looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this should be the set versus Ian versus Henneke. Henneke, who we actually both of them we saw before. As Freak and I are pulling up their decks as we have the time.
You get to see me flashbang my face with the sheet with all the deck lists on them, and then get the rest of it going on. So the battle of there's 3 countries remaining, right? We already knew we were going to get an American in the final. That's happened. The other 3 are gone, but Henneke representing Canada, Ian representing Brazil after knocking down an Argentinian a bit earlier, and here we are, the last spot in the finals. This is game 3, and we've got ourselves Diana. Is Diana making the final? Is it gonna happen?
It could be. I was saying earlier to Boulevard, we already have a Nightfall winner. We already have a Nightfall winner in the other seasonal region by Mr. Bear. If Henneke wins this, we have 2 Nightfall decks winning this seasonal. I just want to point that out.
Yep. Great. That's all I want to see. All I really care about legitimately, it's not that I even care about Nightfall. It's that I am always, I know there's a name for this, but I don't know it. I guess it's hipster, but I just want to see decks that people don't think are good, or cards people don't think are good, just actually take over. Just seeing the satisfaction of the undiscovered power.
Yeah, it's something that I think is probably my favorite part of watching these tournaments as well. And we actually are seeing a pretty decent amount of deck diversity. Sure, there's a lot of, Fizz Twisted Fate, but in terms of the other slots in these decks, we've actually seen almost 0 real overlap between, different versions of many different archetypes.
Alrighty, well, this is a fairly difficult attack to deal with. Going to chump block a 3/3 and otherwise eat 1 others. One of the problems, though, is Pale Cascade makes this real rough. This is going to be some punishment for Ballistic Bot dying. I feel like it's worth playing here.
Yep. And Henneke might actually be favored. Really good position for this matchup. This is exactly where Nightfall wants to be, up against TF Fizz, who's on a bit of a slower start.
Yeah. There we go. Pretty good trade. Cannot play second Cascade. That's okay, though. Yeah, there's not much else to do here. Obviously, the 3/3 is too healthy to die to Death Ray, so just pain. Thankfully, Twist of Fate's going to be playable eventually, but you want to hold on to your card draw as much as possible to get TF that experience. So you kind of want to wait on Urchin, which means you're really limited in your next round's play. It has to be TF Urchin.
Yeah, and we see here's an awkward matchup for the Death Ray. Again, he has to just discard it here because it's basically completely useless. He can play out a couple of Poros, but not enough spells for the Burbles.
You can see the bans that came through. I think that was probably discard or pirate aggro. Discard aggro because that wouldn't have been pirates. But all right, he's got some elusives. Twisted Fate is obviously playable. I'm gonna play that pre-combat, and that likely means blue card indeed. There's not really a lot of.
Unfortunately, this is one of the few matchups that can race you down so fast that even a TF level up might not be the end of it. He needs to draw pick a card. There's a Rummage. It's a good start. The level TF is how he wins now. It has to be. He has to hit a pick a card off of this Rummage.
What comes down right now? You would love to see just a way to get a little bit more power on TF, just to threaten the 5/3 and make that a little bit more difficult. It's not going to happen here, but.
Ian does have an attack here. He's got some free elusive chip damage. He could bluff attack with the TF if he wants, because usually that can't get blocked. He did draw the pick a card. That's really big for him. He actually might be able to flip this TF into a win.
Okay. He's seen 3 card draws. He's going to be 1 short on round start, I believe. Until you find another card, 1 card drawn, you will be 1 shy of leveling TF on round start. And keep in mind, you can look for Challenger Diana to pick up Twisted Fate. That's going to be a possibility.
Yeah, Rummage is really what he's looking for here. Pick a card is a little too slow.
Stress testing does it.
Stress testing. If he can discard it, there it is.
Yep, there it is. Okay, so TF is going to be a 3/3.
Still a lot of damage to stop, though.
Oh, and gonna activate Nightfall enough to flip Diana. Doesn't need to get her Nightfall effect now. Can instead level her up and then use Pale Cascade as a second Nightfall trigger to get that
we're gonna
going.
see a double Pale to save this Diana here, actually.
Yeah?
Because the thing is, Ian knows that there's enough Pales in the deck. He has to go for the Diana to play her on the Pale, but there's a double Pale in Henneke's hand.
There's still a Mystic Shot, so it's still gonna go through. And with TF flipping, I think right now, you even get red and gold cards. At least you get a blue card off of Mystic.
Yeah. Yeah, he could get all 3 cards depending on what he draws.
Yeah. Right now, the pick a card's looking pretty dead, and so is the Mind Meld, but just getting a red card off of pick a card is going to be enough to kill Diana. It depends on what he thinks is going to happen, right? Because Diana's going to have 4 health right now. So you're like, okay, I'll just pick a card and then deal 1 with red and we're fine. And then he's like, no, second Pale Cascade, it's actually going to live. So if you Mystic Shot, Diana dies. If you pick a card, Diana lives. So what's the choice here?
Well, it's also a little interesting because, first of all, you don't know what you're drawing off this blue card yet. You need something at speed. Second of all, you don't have next action. You started this deck with Get Excited. Henneke Nightfall has next action here. So if you don't draw something at speed, you're not going to be able to get your red card off. And that's really, really deadly. He's seeing what he draws first.
Sure. Doesn't really matter when you do it. So, yep, here comes Diana challenging. And it's like, okay, are we going to use red card? Oh, right, because Pale Cascade wasn't used again to try to bait out red card. Doesn't give Diana Challenger, which actually, it means you either have, no Nightfall cards at all, or you're holding Pale Cascade as a combat trick. So,
yeah, this Pale Cascade as a combat trick, I think that might be a great call by Henneke, though. He's actually stopped, instead of killing TF, he held Pale Cascade as a combat trick. That might be about to blow out this game. We're going to see it
he's
save.
Almost dead. No,
yes.
He's gonna, this Mystic Shot is 11 to face. This is 11 to face right now. Because you buff that one, it lives, they both hit, and then you have...
Exactly. It's insane. I think if he had made the call, to try to challenge with Diana, I think he would have lost this. He needed to go in full aggro, save the Pale for this.
Wait, what? Oh, he thinks it's a gold card. He thinks TF can gold card here. That's why. He's like, you for sure have something. There's no way you have nothing that can go here. That's why, right? He's like, I want to keep the goat alive. I want a gem so I can Nightfall next round. That's why this happens.
That's really interesting.
And have a gem target. I mean, you know, what are the odds that Ian has a gold card though, right? It's got to be reasonably high, right?
Yeah, it is reasonably high. Yeah.
I understand the play. If he was cheating, it was the wrong play, but he's not cheating. There's no way to know.
Yeah, it's very, very unlikely that you do have the ability to get the damage through there. I don't think the GOAT is going to be providing very much value, though.
Yeah. But I think the GOAT would the GOAT have taken the gold card? No, right? Because the GOAT was just
got 6 damage in hand. The Doom Beast cloned off of Shadows. He's needing 2 more damage for lethal here.
He's definitely living for a while. And then Nocturne comes down, makes things fearsome. Like unless Ian gets and a bunch of burst speed spells, he can't stun in time. But thankfully there is some, right? Like you've got iterative, you've got pick a card. Like gold card is pretty much free next round.
Yep.
Anything you draw, you can turn into gold card. Because the other, like you have 3 burst speed, something to target.
The 1 gem does give this Crescent the ability to survive to next attack's red card, but it still will absorb the gold card right now.
Probably. So I'm curious. Like this is a real thought. Do you care about making a Burble Fish here? Because, I guess you're just gonna gold card and hit that guy, and he's just dead. You're just gonna kill the 5-out overwhelm. So,
yep.
You got to play around that. So that's easy. Do you care about making
you're
another
just going
gold?
for it?
Scary. Because Nocturne scary is the problem. Okay, Jettison is. There are worse cards. Because it's burst speed, you can get a gold card out of it. It's actually a really big deal.
Very true. And just like you mentioned, these Doom Beasts are doing a really good job of keeping Henneke alive. Like, his health isn't necessarily high, but it keeps him out of kill range this turn. So, Ian needs 1 more attack, and that means Henneke is only getting 1 more attack. Henneke's got 1 more turn to cross this 6 damage.
You'd have to get really bad draws. Okay, you're fine. You have a gold card. Yeah. Ian should feel very safe right now. Because Nocturne is getting gold.
The unspeakable horror draw freak. He's 1 short. If he gets another unspeakable horror.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh. All right.
You could get there with top decks alone.
Can you win with a Doom Beast, an unspeakable horror, something fun like that? All right, there's the blue card. There's a Mystic Shot. That's a little hurtful. Oh my gosh.
Ian isn't going to have enough burn damage here through the Doom Beast drain. Unspeakable Horror is also drain. There's not enough burn. It just comes down to whether Henneke can draw another Unspeakable Horror or not.
Can he even kill Nocturne in time? Okay, now we can. Let's get excited he can kill Nocturne. Because Nocturne comes down, giving everyone -1/-0. Makes the squad fearsome. Wait, yeah, you have to kill Nocturne before the attack declaration, but then you're fine. He's not going for the Nocturne.
For the Doom Beast. Yeah, I think he knows the only chance. He has to know all these spells, his Nocturne's not getting attacked. He's banking. This play, he's banking on drawing the other Unspeakable Horror.
Oh my gosh.
He's all in on this. This is his last hope, and he knows it.
Okay, how much damage actually coming in? Without counting cards in hand, obviously. Fizz is 3, 4 from Burble, 2 from Zap, 1 from the 1/1. Yeah, there's more than enough damage out here. Unless you draw more removal, so... Okay, we horror the face. Heart of the cards!
Horror face. And there's nothing Ian can do about this. There's nothing Henneke can do about this. It's just about whether he gets the other horror in time. He doesn't have it, but he can get it off of a draw. 1 top deck. 1 chance.
You swing, right? You try to pick cards off if you can help it.
It's probably your best bet, yeah.
Ian has to block. Kind of fortunate that the has to block, so you get to pick off something. Wait, why would you pass? I feel like you.
Ooh! Ooh! He cloned the Doom Beast. We didn't see it. He's got the lifesteal, and that's just inevitable. So there's
Oh,
no
that's-
chance at this point, and Ian is going to advance to the finals. That's it.
Ian Noguera, beautiful. Beautiful play right there. Make me a Doom Beast. Get me some health back. Get me out of reach. Nice.
Hot damn. What a way to end that game. So are we correct in thinking that the only out there was second Unspeakable Horror?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
And that
until the
obviously,
Doom Beast
like
came
you
down,
said,
yeah.
it's not in play now. Yeah.
Where you're like allowed to play a Doom Beast again. Like that would be the only other one, but that's unrealistic. Yeah. If the hand was empty, like Nocturne, I believe could have come down, given everything -1/-0, and then because the other creature's attacked, Nocturne flips whether he's stunned or not, and gives those units fearsome. Like if there weren't removal cards available, then like that was a possible line of play, but not a realistic one. But from the player's point of view, that was one of the avenues that could have been taken.
Yeah, a lot of like 3Xs around too, so like kind of hard when you can't play a unit for Nocturne to even help push through. So definitely a fun one there, and the finals is going to be really exciting. But I have great news for everyone. We actually have a card spoiler before we get ourselves to the finals. So let's take a look at a pretty sweet one who you could have sworn you've already seen twice.
The best lies are beautiful. Places to go, people to be. Surprised to see me. Are you certain? I've been expecting you. I am everywhere. I am everyone. I whisper truth into lies. What secrets do you bring me? Whispers of a rose blooming in the desert. Right where I want you. Smoke and mirrors. Seeing double? My move. Another rose for the garden.
And welcome back, everyone. There it is, LeBlanc, one of the upcoming champions here for Empires of the Ascended. Freak, I know you love when we spoil new stuff. How you feeling about LeBlanc?
Yeah. It looks cool. I had exactly one champ spoiled for me, which was Sivir. Thankfully, that was already teased earlier today, like officially. So I've mostly been entirely unspoiled. This is my first time knowing it was LeBlanc. Obviously, we saw some of her cards earlier in the day, so I'm like, I see LeBlanc in card art. I think we're seeing LeBlanc today. I was right about that one, but at least that was intentional, right? That was the intended follows coming out. It's interesting. It's another champion where it's like it's the deal damage mechanic. So that's not where I was expecting LeBlanc to go. It's cool though, because like Sivir has some teeth there. It kind of fits alongside Swain a little bit. Like it's part of the 5+ synergy with Reputation going on. So you've got the sort of like Trifarian Assessor thing going on. So yeah, I'm more to think about like what kind of decks I want to go in. But I'm definitely going to include Sivir alongside it though.
Yeah, I really like that they're giving kind of like Control Noxus more options. A couple of the kind of like supporting cards we got there, I believe they're called Whispered Words and Bloody Business, are really cool cards for any sort of Noxus archetype that wants to be built in any way completely different from just your conventional aggro deck.
And then this is my
This is my favorite kind of champion where looking at it, there's no obvious existing deck where you just like throw this in there and call it a day and you don't really get to play with the supporters. This is like a champion that you are going to build your deck around. I mean, off the top of my head, you could slot this into Frostbite midrange. You know, it is just another 5-attack Noxus champion. We've seen Riven take up that slot before. I think this will almost certainly replace the Riven in that regard, assuming that we see a little fall off a Mystic Shot. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of new decks sprout out of the ground now that we have a little bit more of the Noxian Council.
Yeah, as excited as I am for like Streamer and what they have to bring as a new region, it is always cool to see the updating regions get existing tools. For me, honestly, I just like copying stuff because I'm a degenerate. So I'm excited to mirror image just about everything I can get my hands on.
Yeah, it is cool to your point, Boulevard. Yeah, it's and Swim I think as well. Actually, it's like okay, cool. Like big Noxus is kind of coming back. Like the 5-drop synergy again. Trifarian Assessor being it used to be with Freljord because you could make some 4/3s big enough that they would trigger the card draw and you'd go that way. So yeah, 5+ is an archetype now. I'm curious if it's fast enough. Like, can you survive when you kind of have to play 3 drops and bigger? Otherwise, your cards don't really exist. But they've got removal tools. Like LeBlanc looks sweet. You can keep her alive. Yeah, she's just going to generate cards for you.
Yeah, I think generating cards, the draw cards are insane. The ability to just draw more cards into the late game is something that you can't really have a proper control deck without. And I think we'll see some decks because of that, like Shadow Isles Noxus, like semi-control. We've seen like Swain Spiders because of that they've just needed the draw, and this might push them there.
All right, well, really cool stuff, and actually we'll have get a bit more insight into kind of the whole process. So we are going to have Mark Sassenrath, the lead set designer for Empires of the Ascended, on after the finals, but we are going to go to a break, because coming right up, it's the finals of the Cosmic Creation America Seasonal. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everyone. It is almost grand finals time for the Cosmic Creation Seasonal here for the Americas region. Let's take a look at how our two finalists got here as you pull up the bracket, because it has been a long day of Legends of Runeterra. We had some delays, we had a lot of banger games, we had a ton of series go to 3 games, but it's been kind of sweepy since then, as Margin Bay from the USA and Ian Nogueira from Brazil are going to be facing off in the finals. Boulevard, do you expect these two players to get here? Because I know you had your eyes on them. In fact, I believe you have predicted a seasonal finalist from every single seasonal. Is that correct?
That is correct. I predicted Adele, who got second place in Southeast Asia. I predicted UCG Boom Timo, who won in Asia. And then I predicted Sergey Tuvamos, who got second place in Europe. And now I've predicted Ian Nogueira, who at worst is going to get second place in North America. I want Ian to win, but the problem is one of the other predictions that I threw out is that Tahm Kench would win the North American seasonal, and that's in Majin Bay's lineup.
I'm just impressed that you called the champion and a player. Like, if you're like, oh, I think GF's gonna win. It's like, okay, well, you did it, congrats, right? Like, whatever. You know, you could even go so far to be like, well, Aphelios or Zoe. It's like, yeah, okay. It's like Tahm Kench is not in any S tier decks right now. Like, occasionally it's Aphelios support. Like, that's just impressive. I don't care if you're wrong about either one, because you're obviously right about either one. But like, getting either one right, you're gonna like. Yeah, just hats off. That's a good one.
Yeah, I think with these two players in particular, these were two of the favorites from the entire competitive scene going into these tournaments. These are two veterans of many other tournaments spanning over the last year. And I know that these are definitely two of the most that have kind of put in the most just like sheer time and prep time in like different groups, making sure they got it this far.
All right, we'll start things off with Margin Bay. Once again, favorite archetype combo. Saw that illustrated with that Lee Sin deck. Still a poker dealer, so still, again, the master of Twisted Fate. And from the US, we'll recap what decks he has brought. We've seen them already. We've actually seen both these players already, of course, because that's tend to be how it goes. But deck one, Aphelios Tahm Kench, which if Boulevard's prediction is correct, it's going to be taking the whole thing here. We'll have to see.
Boulevard, does the prediction count if the deck is banned? Like, can it win the seasonal if you can't? Or alternatively, Tahm Kench is not drawn when the deck is played.
You can only run one Tahm Kench deck, so I think if it gets banned, yeah, I'm still going to count it. If Tahm Kench like doesn't get drawn, you know, maybe I'll take like my ego down a half a step, maybe a quarter of a step, but for the most part, I'm going to still count it as a W for me.
I accept. Spoken like a true literal world champion. It's good that I've used that now in both games that I.
That's true, actually. Boulevard is a literal world champion. Always fun to see as we go through the decks once again. Very curious to see what gets banned here, of course. We'll talk about that once we go through Ian's decks once again. But again, this deck has served him very well, Zoe Lee Sin, throughout the tournament. So even though we have kind of noted that maybe not the flashy in the field, can certainly lose to itself sometimes, been rewarded with very stellar play. And I think like when you understand a deck this deeply, you understand like how to navigate its bad draws too, right? Because that's something you have to do. Is we're going to have a look at Ian's player card and decks once again. USA versus Brazil. Again, it's just so nice that like this event's can capture so many more regions and like a game that requires a bit more latency. Occupation LOL player, I'm going to have to say, doing really well if that's your chosen profession, because you know, on the verge of making 10K from playing LOL over 2 weekends.
Yep, and we can see Ian's lineup as well, which differs a little bit. It doesn't have the Lee Sin. Here we've got a similar, you know, TF Fizz deck. Instead, we're going to go in a different direction with Targon. We've got the Zoe Aphelios with kind of the Boxtopus Plash. Pretty similar from the lineup that we saw with Raptor. And then to complete it all, the Ezreal Draven, a very interesting deck.
Basuma, I do want to ask you, what are we thinking like as far as pick ban strategy goes for lineups here?
I think that, so Majin is actually going to have, I think, a little bit of an easier time than Ian from lineup to lineup. He's actually pretty feeling good about both Ezreal Draven and Zoe Aphelios overall. I expect him to ban the TF Fizz because of that, though Zoe Aphelios there's a consideration for, whereas from the side of Ian, I think you're probably going to want to ban either one of Majin's Targon decks. I could see Lee, but I could also see Felios Kench.
Nah, Kench needs to be played. All right, we need to unbench the Kench. We need to unbench this man needs to get his plays on.
Bingo.
Or Aphelios TK. Those are the decks I want to see happen. I think that'll be fun. I mean, honestly, you're probably right, Swim, but like I want to see TF Fizz be banned so that, you know, Tom Kench and Lee Sin can win, or, you know, something to that effect, right? Like, you know, let both players ban away their TF Fizzes and let them bring something more innovative in both sides.
Bulva, I do want to ask you because, of course, I know you did a lot of work kind of looking at the metagame coming into this event. I feel like 5 of these decks are things we absolutely expected, especially after the open rounds. Ezreal Draven, though, is kind of a throwback to the last seasonal, and I think still perfectly good archetype. We've seen a lot of Noxus Piltover in various forms throughout the day. But what do you think of like this particular choice for the lineup? Is this just like a solid deck that you're pretty comfortable playing, or do you feel like it maybe attacks something that they expected in the metagame?
It's really awkward because I think every time I like write up a tier list, I note that like I have this personal vendetta against a couple of decks where regardless of how good they are, I just don't perceive their strength as high as everybody else does. And Ezreal Draven is definitely one of those decks. I've never liked it as much as the Swain Draven variant. I felt like, you know, maybe we're in a totally different meta now. Maybe the Ezreal is the more low to the ground style that you need. And, you know, trays with Burble Fishes effectively can just bounce off a Zap Sprayfin. But overall, this deck is a little bit of a wild card to me, but I know that Brazil really is on this deck. Macon Jackson won a tournament leading up to this with it. He's a teammate of Ian Nagaras, so I'm sure that Macon was able to rope Ian into playing the deck, and it's made it to the finals so far. So I am confident in his play so far, but it is one of those decks where I look at tools like Ravenous Flock and Scorched Earth, and they just don't appeal to me in a meta like this.
Yeah, I'm actually really much on the same exact page as Boulevard here. I think that it's the best application, I would say, for Draven Ezreal as a deck is probably against Fiora Shen or kind of other forms of Demacia decks. That's where it can really, really shine in a lineup. It's a little bit lukewarm at doing a lot of other things, but if you're good at piling it, I mean, it'll take you anywhere.
Freak, do you want to argue the other side, or are you kind of in agreement?
I'm happy to see a deck from last season keep getting played. Like that's where my mind was. Is like it's cool to see a couple of things going through. Like I know plenty of people are, you know, not a fan of TF Go Hard, but I was glad to see some TF Go Hard be at this one in the top 32. People still brought it because it's cool to see the decks that you know are still viable, whether they got like 1 or 2 new tools in the case of things like stress testing, really, you know, lining up with any kind of like Draven discard situation. Like Draven Jinx got played a fair bit. I think we had like maybe 3 of those, you know, which is not bad. That 10% of the players brought that deck out. So I'm just, I'm always a fan of high variation, of having a lot of different things out there. It's why I want to see the double TF Fizz ban, because, you know, I just want to see people make the tough choice of what do I actually bring in the lineup and then have those games get played.
Makes sense. I guess if I'm going to try and think about it, like to me, Mystic Shot and Tri-Beam feels like it lines up pretty well against a lot of the threats. Boulevard, do you feel like that's just too slow or not enough to stop the onslaught of Burble Fishes that'll be spewing out from every opponent's deck?
Tri-Beam is the one saving grace that I find in Draven Ezreal. I talked a lot about Aphelios PNZ as a deck that I thought was really good coming into a tournament like this. I think it made it as far as top 8, but Tri-Beam was one of the versions of that deck that I was really a big fan of, and I'm actually a little surprised that Ian Nagara didn't bring it, because I believe he had actually won a tournament the opening weekend, the finals of the LBR, right after, like 3 days after Aphelios drops, brings a Tri-Beam Improbulator Aphelios PNZ deck, wins that tournament, and I thought he hit the nail on the head pretty much out of the gate. And I thought he was going to continue to bring that, but instead decided to put the Aphelios elsewhere in the lineup, and then said, hey, you know, I still want to run a Tri-Beam deck. This performed for me really well. And I think that's kind of how we landed on Draven Ezreal.
It's interesting to see.
Super cool to see, like,
Zoe's the better version of Aphelios here, because like he could have easily gone like Aphelios Tri-Beam and it's still got Draven Tri-Beam. Like it's not like you're going to double up on anything there unless you really, really wanted you know, Draven in both those decks or something, or Ezra in both those decks more specifically. But you know, you could have found a different version probably that would have worked for you. End of the day, I mean, you can still do Zoe Aphelios and still go Tri-Beam, right? Like you still just, you know, put P and Z at the end of that one, but decided, no, I'd rather have just that little bit, right? Like there's exactly 7 cards in Bilgewater for this one. It's for Boxtopus, it's for Burblefish, and then one of pick a card just to make sure you got a little bit of draw to make that engine work. Decided that was the better shell, or like the better supportive roster to Zoe Aphelios, and here we are.
Yeah, I think just kind of moving out a little bit, I do like, again, I've mentioned the regional diversity. I think that's so cool. But just thinking about, like, I'm sure a lot of these players like work together or test together, at least in clumps within their region. I believe that's actually the two highest represented regions for this top 32. USA was up by quite a lot as far as having the most players in. I think almost 3 times as many as Brazilians, but I believe they were in second if my memory of the infographic is correct. So I was going to ask you, Swim, if you are aware of who's Margin may be testing with and what groups he's with, but I believe the game is coming up, so I'll let you fellas take that away instead.
Thank you very much.
I know that Majin is one of the champions of one of the popular Masters Runeterra discords, and I can tell you right now, everyone in there is rooting for him as we speak.
All right. Well, you got a game on here. We are going to see Draven Ezreal on one side. We've got Aphelios, which I believe is alongside Zoe on the no, that's going to be Aphelios Kench, right? So Aphelios Kench on the bottom side, Ez Draven on the top. Already fun to look at this. Already happy to see both decks here.
Yep. And this makes perfect sense. I think there's a good chance that the Lee Sin is the ban because of that. Got a pretty nice opening hand for Ian.
Yeah. All right, well, there's the Kench. It counts. It counts. Does Kench win the game or not? That's the question. Is Boulevard going to be right? Always nice to see this kind of play. This is, to me, this feels like the ideal first 3 rounds for this kind of deck. Rip Thermo Beam, JK Lol, no longer the best first 3 rounds, but at least he's coming to Boxtopus. That's still going to feel pretty good. Yeah, I feel like he's coming that one up. I'm curious. I think you go Crescendum, or sorry, Calibrum as your gun choice. Yeah, take the easy challenge or 2 as the 2/2, so optimal choices all around.
Yep. The perfect thing, though, here for Ian is, I mean, he just kind of has a beautiful hand for this matchup. He had the kind of early start. He's got the Draven on 3, which is what you want. His Tri-Beam will grow to, I mean, at least 3 just off of his hand already. And he's got the Flock. This is going to be a really important answer to Tahm Kench. So I think what's really going to decide this game is this kind of cat and mouse of the heal versus the Flock. Majin has to sort of bluff or draw into a heal that can counter this Flock, because if he can't stick a Tahm Kench, that's going to be really hard with his hand right now.
Yeah, so Kench obviously can, go hit Draven on round start. You probably don't love blocking this, because you can just challenge it with your Boxtopus next round. But yeah, if you open attack with Boxtopus and just hold on to Star Shaping, okay, well, not going to happen here. You just block 3 and it doesn't happen anymore, but good card.
And I think
right?
I like that. Just taking the Flock when you know that Majin has no mana, so there's no chance of, you don't have to worry about the Guiding Touch or whatever may come.
Yep. Now, of course, mana's going to be pretty tight. Can't really go into everything, so just going to invoke instead. Meteor Shower would certainly kill. Golden Sister keeps you alive if you need to really care about life totals. But hey, guess what? Here's a Culling Strike, and that's going to line up pretty well. So far,
yeah, it's a beautiful top deck by Ian. Tri-Beam is doing 3 now, too.
But the one nice thing is, okay, you got to remove Tahm Kench for one less mana. But you got to still take your Devour and just turn it into an Evoke card.
So here's the Mystic, just trading for the Bull. That's again another 1-mana exchange, flipping it back. But Majin really hit something very powerful here, which is the Golden Sisters off of Solar Priestess. Now I know a lot of decriers of Ezreal Draven, and I'm sure Boulevard would say exactly this. I'm sure one of his things is Ezreal Draven has a really hard time beating Golden Sisters, and that's very true. Once the Sisters comes down, the ability for it to just have the health, the double blocker, and the inevitability is something that deck has a really hard time dealing with.
All right, we get to see a look at the bans real quick. It is the TF Fizz ban of Ian getting banned away. You are right, by the way, about the other side of it, though, where Lee Zoe is gone. So
yeah,
keep those
that's exactly the bans that I think both players have to do there.
You're so smart. You know practically everything about this game, and I appreciate that a lot.
I'm happy because these are the first bans that I've actually predicted both sides properly. There's all the others, there was like one side that was like unexpected.
All right, that's cool. We got there. We're where we want to be, and yeah, the rounds start to amp up pretty soon. Need a few more spells before the Brumblefishes are really easy to play, but Tri-Beam is the only answer to Boxtopus now. So it's going to be like a 5-hit Tri-Beam now. So realistically, it's always going to kill even through Star Shaping. So trying to maybe bait the mana down enough, or if you tap below Tri-Beam, like if you play Jump Pump, Bucks skill Draven.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Magin takes the Comet here instead of the second Sisters, just for the ability to counter Thrawn, and we can see the Thrawn in Ian's hand. That's going to be a big slap to Ian.
Okay, I mean, thankfully it's jump blockable, right? You can even hush if you really have to down later, but okay, we know, but he doesn't, that this Octopus gets to connect with Draven for sure. That's going to feel very, very good. 4-3 Lucio gets through as well. And, all right, I mean, Captain Farron's going to make it tight. Yeah, that's coming down in, I think, next round. And that's a lot of overwhelm damage that, I mean, okay, you can Comet it to stay alive, but the you're going to 2 based on the Decimates in hand.
Luckily, there's no more face damage on the side of Ian, and we do have a star shaping on Magin. So I think Magin is standing pretty strong here. He's got the perfect counters for everything Ian can throw at him right now.
You absolutely comment this right. Like, there's no other play here because you're going to take.
Oh, you snap
like, you
it.
could hush it to jump block, but like, you know, what else would you really want to do here? There's even more healing available because you can just invoke, not invoke, you know, Aphelios invoke, Severum and heal 4/5 off of your Silver Sister. So comfy in a lot of places. Don't want to have to take 6, so you can't even get Severum out. That's kind of too bad, but you can do the same thing with Ribblefish, kind of. Not as good, but at least it's there.
Yeah, and it's really great pick that he snagged that Comet like that. I mean, he knows exactly what the threat is. He knows Thrawn might come down in 2 turns, and that's how he loses. Ian needs to draw a Rummage here. He's running out of steam, and he needs to turn these axes and mushrooms into reliable value. A Rummage might allow him to close out this game.
Okay, well, Caliburn kills a 6-1, which I think is pretty reasonable. You know, there's only one. Yeah, it is Caliburn, so got that one right. Nice. You can't get Severum in this round, so it actually... It's basically impossible. It doesn't matter what you choose unless you finally... Because unless you don't Nightfall Aphelios, he's going to let you choose regardless, so it doesn't matter what you choose there. But can get down some 1-cost Purple Fishes. Could have chosen to save a bit more mana by Star Shaping first in a world where he needed all the mana there.
I think he wanted the ability to play the 3-mana unit off of Spacey Sketcher. Hitting the parlay here is actually really sweet. You have no problem just sending that into the Arachnoid Sentry.
Yeah, so maybe we see second Bribblefish first, but it doesn't really have to happen. Very clean, though. Good luck there for Majin Bay. Good old 0-mana Bribblefish.
This is perfect. And this is tight sequencing. It's a little bit better that he didn't use the Star Shaping this turn, just because their Bubble Fishes and the Spaceys could get you something that actually you want to spend the mana on this turn. And there's maybe an example of that right there off of Spell Thief. That's very,
nice.
Very usable.
Yep. Obviously can't get like a Crescendum because it's, you know, his opponent hasn't played one. There's no way to know that's Spell Thief in hand, so you'd never like run a bunch of axes down to try to make that card quality worse. And yeah, I wondered, like, do you want a random spell your opponent's played, or do you want a random Celestial? Well, cheap Celestial. My brain kind of says cheap Celestial, but I guess you can wait to be sure and decide later.
Yep. There's no reason to use it proactively, and you also might draw something that gives the Celestial enemy. I want to talk about Majin's decision of not playing the Sketcher yet. He might have to do it now that there's 2 blockers. The reason he attacked first is because he was playing around with the second Thrawn. Now that he's seen that mystery card in Ian's hand was a Chump Wump instead of a Thrawn. I mean, keep in mind, if we're Majin, we're looking at, we can see the entire opponent's hand, save for that last top deck. We can be reasonably confident there's no second Thrawn and discard our Hush. Beautiful plays.
Okay. Nice stuff right here. Pretty sizable board. Everything can block, obviously. If you get unlucky and Farron shows up, you're pretty rough. But Draven's not going to go over the top just yet. What's nice is you have a 2-attack clock on Overwhelmed Draven. So, you know, play him, toss down 2 Spinning Axes, you know, level up off of that. Because right now, based on what we see, that's not going to be stopped. And then on round 11, or round 12 rather, Draven has Overwhelm and can actually get the rest of the damage in with Despy doing the rest of the work.
Yeah, so we're going to see Ian optimizing a bunch of mushrooms here. Ian's in a bad spot right now. Majin is just outside of his kill range. As mentioned, drawing a Rummage would be great, but he's going to be relying on a bit of mushroom damage here.
Yep. And right now, I mean, unless you get absurdly unlucky, right? Drawing 2 of 5 mushrooms off of 1 draw with 25 cards in your deck, like, okay, to be safe, we'll do this here. Yeah,
there's the Cosmic. I think that's just game. That's so nasty. This will threaten to kill Ian, I think, next turn. He can take the Destroyer too. It's actually a little bit close between those.
The only problem with Cosmic is if he's got something like Mystic Shot, you can kill
Static,
Puppy and go off, right? So there are ways to get rid of the Celestial that you'd have to see. So yeah, we're just gonna take an Overwhelm with Spell Shield, and okay, cool. We block Baron easily. On top of that, we're good.
Yep. And we just have great hand information. We know we have Trump blockers for all of this. We feel great, super comfortable if we're Imagine. He has no more healing, but his health is high. Yep, these land units aren't doing too much, so we can keep the Burblefishes back and represent a lethal swing on the open here. And I don't think there's anything Ian can do about that. He needs to draw a static. That's how it has to start. But we still have Bastion?
Well, he took one. He was nearly dead without Star Shaping. That's still very, very good luck, but this is this is 8 over the top plus 6 from the fish.
Yep.
So, game 1, Majin Bay.
And that's game 1. And yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of talking about earlier, and Boulevard as well. Draven as well, it's really good against Fiora, and I think that it's got good matchups. Against Majin's lineup in particular, though, it is going to be really awkward. It's unfavored against all 3 of those decks. The reason Majin kind of had to ban the Fizz TF is just because he's actually favored against both of Ian's other decks, including Ezreal Draven, probably the harder one to scrape a win with.
Yeah,
rough.
so I mean, maybe you back in, you try again. You know, you take the bad matchups first, and you hope it goes through. So I just realized I have the exact same panda as you over your right shoulder, the lower one.
Oh.
I just noticed that I have the exact same one. So
wait, that's embarrassing. It's like when you show up with a friend and you're wearing the same shirt. That ever happened to you?
Yeah,
it's like we have the exact same panda, dude.
Yeah, I don't have the same jacket.
Maybe we're soulmates, freak.
I mean, I'm glad we've been casting together. Maybe we really are. Although
I really enjoyed our
very
times together.
Me too. Oh. I'm having a great time. All right, we're into this one though. We get Twisted Fate and Fizz down here for Majin Bay. Indeed, yes. Tahm Kench, he was culling struck, but he was played and he won. So Majin Bay is 1 game away from Tahm Kench winning the Americas plus Oceania regional, U.S. versus Brazil here in the final, and Fizz down on ready to attack.
And Freak, I gotta say, this is looking really, really good for Majin. It's a suited up Fizz on turn 2. It's Fizz, so it's safe from removal. He can't kill it this turn because there's no flock. He needed to have the Mystic Flock now. Majin's gonna be able to protect it after this, and it's already a favored matchup as well. And look at Majin's hand! It's the perfect hand here.
You pass on 3, you play a bunch of stuff on 4, and RNG's probably in your favor on 5. And you've won the game. Hey,
Ian's gonna have to pull out quite a trick. It's just the dream hand for Majin. Everything is going his way.
Right, there is one thing I will say though, because all of round 4 is basically spoken for. Like you're playing TF and you're playing pick a card, and you're gonna be out of mana when that happens. I guess you can pick a card first, and then you have 1 mana back after blue card, and that means you can use Rummage to keep Fizz alive. But otherwise, you actually have a bit of action.
Yep. Usually in this matchup, I mean, it really depends on the situation a little bit, but you don't really necessarily have to try to like level the TF. It's good playing him if you're just getting the blue card. It's not bad if he's removed, but you don't have to commit for the pick a card in a matchup like this if there's something better to do. Yeah, and the gold card I think kind of shows that as well.
All right. Well, Draven can obviously attack with a spinning axe. We know that it's not worth going for the block there. Could have considered going for a Get Excited to knock him down, but he's only going to take the 3 face damage.
Yeah, and I think this has to be better. You don't want to let your Fizz potentially die because it goes like Axe on Draven. So Fizz block, Axe on Draven, Get Excited on Draven, something like a Whirling Death, and then you can't re-protect the Fizz, so both will die.
Yeah. Get Excited costs all of your mana, so there's no play. But, I mean, we're in this state again where, okay, you can Mystic Shot. Yeah, there you go. You get something in there. Could have chosen to Mystic Shot the Fizz. I'm not saying it's correct, but, there's, unless you got exactly... one of your 2 Poro Cannons, like that's going to get through and you're going to hit.
All right, looking super bad for Ian still, but Magin doesn't draw anything amazing. There's one thing really, really missing from his hand right now, which is the Burblefish. And without something like a Burble, if he continues to brick out, it could end up being a bit awkward for him.
We got the quick check, 29 cards left of the deck. Thank you for that one. So we can kind of extrapolate odds from there. 1/10 of that deck is Burblefishes, or Burblefish specifically. So we'll see if that does come out. But the elusives can swing, of course. Not a lot of good avenues in for Ian for this.
Yep. We do have Ezreal, which can be, of course, an elusive blocker. You don't really necessarily want it to be, though. And of course, Arachno essentially will buy you time. But at this point, if you're Ian, you're just trying to stall and wait for a Ferran, because that's really how you're able to win here.
Also thinking about what kind of clock we're on there. Going to upgrade to 6 damage this round instead of 5. Put your opponent at 10, gets you a bit closer to killing them off before, the chance at, big 8 damage overwhelm. Because this deck that Majin's got without TF leveling or without TF in hand doesn't have ways of stopping an 8 damage overwhelm. You're not really gonna hush him. You're not gonna stun him. You've got no way of doing that. Suit up only gets you halfway there. It's still 4 over the top. So there's some consideration that, round 8, 9, 10, if I don't kill you by then, Baron kills me.
Yeah. Fizz gets another free attack here. Fizz is it's just the perfect card here, Freak. It's so good because as a suit up target, it allows you to completely brick all of, anything trying to kill it. You've got the spell to disjoint, Ravenous Flock and stuff like that. You're just totally safe.
Decision here, though. Okay. So tapping to 0 is risky because here's the thing. Ian has removal in hand and he knows 2 of the cards were fleeting. Which means Majin Bey either discards 2 or taps down. And Ian let him, tap down to 0 when, did you really care about that spider? You would have made him discard 2 by just sitting there. Yeah, he doesn't know that it's, pick a card in hand, so that's, the worst of all situations, but, he didn't give him the option of having to pass because of the threat of tapping to 0 and getting, blocked or something.
On the other hand, though, Ian's kind of in a situation where he needs to be as aggressive as possible, but the fact that he's not capitalizing on this attack, I think, excuse me in your favor, I do think that even though Ian wants to go for the aggressive game plan, I don't like the spider unless we're open attacking here. However, really wouldn't mind an open attack here off of the spider because, really the one weakness in Fizz TF's attack is defense. It can do everything. It doesn't run out of steam. It's got an engine. It's got offense, but it is a little vulnerable in the defense category, and that's why you really want to be trying to race it down. And Ian does have a board for that right now.
All right. Quick rummage into Burst Pass. Wants to play TF, of course. This is the second TF in the deck. The first one got Mystic Shot, so Majin Bey is running low on that card. Quick stun comes through, aims at a 1/1, expects that Fizz can disjoint it, so it doesn't even bother. It's gonna, give Ezreal some XP, which is nice, but it's not gonna manipulate the combat much.
Yep, we've got a TF here on the side of Majin, and this looks like a pretty good red card to me. There's a couple of different things you could do here, but that's really what I'd like to see.
So only one fleeting card in hand, I believe, and that is the TF. That's going to get played, and now Ian's like, okay, well, now I don't have any good pass plays. Indeed, you're right. The red card's going to be it, so the 4/1 dies, the 1/1 dies. Doesn't do a lot of legwork for anything else. I guess it lets one of the Daring Poros block the spider, which is, not bad.
He goes for the flock. I was just about to say, oh my god. The reason Majin was even hesitating on that red card was because he knew he would tap under the ability to save Fizz. I think Ian actually read that hesitation and was like, wow, you actually probably don't have a way to protect this anymore. I'm just going to try to kill your Fizz and hope you don't have anything. And he read that perfectly right.
Yep. It was Poro Cannon a rummage, I'm expected to hold on to it. All right, never came through, cool. And gets the play. So knocking down that Fizz is a pretty big deal. Now, as far as card count, you still got, outstanding great cards here on Majin's side. You get your opponent down to 6, and they're dead to a couple of Get Excited, so, that's an easy path forward. You still got the elusives. There is an Ezreal over there. That can still happen. Tri-Beam has got to be big enough to kill anything left in the deck, so it depends how big of a follower you want. Ian just keeps inviting, not skip the attack.
I gotta say that hand read was completely huge. I mean, that gives Ian a chance here, a real fighting chance. He's still gonna have to deal with the burn and the over-the-top elusives, but now that Fizz is out of the way, all he has to do is stop this TF from leveling up, and Majin might actually be out of steam.
Good sequencing, by the way. Playing the Ballistic Bot before the generated Burblefish. Very, very smart. Good option there. What do we got now? Yep, there's Tri-Beam for 5. That's easily gonna kill it.
Here we go.
You get?
He gets an elusive! Abyssali!
Yeah. Okay.
That can block. This is actually huge. Ian might actually be able to come back from all this.
At first I was like, it's a 3-3. It sucks, and he's not going to be deep anytime soon. But yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's going to stop something. I mean, Ezreal can either eat the 1-1 or they can trade the Abyssali out for the 3-1. Either way, but I mean, Get Excited kills this outright, and you know it. But you know, you've got garbage to toss away. Like, you don't care about counterfeit copies.
Yeah, Imagine is finding himself in a very, very, very rare position for Fizz TF, which is potentially out of resources, right? I mean, if he doesn't draw a pick a card or a rummage soon, he might act like he just doesn't necessarily have access to his entire deck anymore.
All right. Well, Tri-Beam traded with 2 Burblefish. Not bad.
That's very sweet.
Killed 1, traded another. Burblefish obviously generated, again, counterfeit copies in Jailbreak. Jailbreak's okay. Really, wants counterfeit copies in the deck instead? I'm surprised at that choice, but I guess is a burst speed spell in case you find Fizz again.
Yeah, or just maybe for, TF. If he levels the TF, the burst speed spell, as you mentioned before, is just sometimes useful because you can generate cards defensively at speed.
All right.
I think that's exactly the call.
Hands are pretty empty. There are basically 3 real cards for Majin Bay in hand, and there are 3 real cards for Ian in hand.
Yeah, super low on resources here, both sides.
All right.
There's a rummage.
Okay. Well, Whirling Death doesn't have a good answer. Well, actually, he does. You can just get excited the Whirling Death card. So a couple of jump blocks. Yeah, who are you willing? Because keep in mind, right? Because there's spinning axes, TF will die to anything he blocks, and TF's kind of the way you win. Like, if you trade your entire board out, how do you survive this game? If you're Majin Bay.
You basically just have to draw into the elusive kill combo off of Rummage, but with Ian actually being able to stabilize at an impressive 15 health, I don't know if he can do that. You need to hit a draw chain.
Okay, well, it's going to be 7 health. Is not complete garbage on the defensive side here for Majin Bay. TF's probably about halfway through to leveling. There's no main deck decimates, and at this point you've realized, like, all right, we still haven't seen Captain Baron, so maybe that one's going to be fine for a while. I mean, this would have been the first round it was playable.
Awkward. There's no way. Oh, he's counterfeiting the Rummage. That's so smart. His TF actually has the ability to level now. He has to draw 1 more Rummage. He knows Ian doesn't have a way to kill TF because he would have done it already. He can suit up to protect the TF from something like maybe a Flock, but the second Scorched Earth from Ian might re-kill it after the suit up.
Well, no, Flock beats suit up in all forms. If it's done, doesn't matter, and if you're already damaged, suit up doesn't make you undamaged. So Flock actually always wins against suit up in literally all forms. But yeah, it hides Mystic Shot, it gets away from Get Excited, things like that. Like, those are the things you actually get away from, which is obviously meaningful. Ballistic Bot is going to give you some rummage fodder, which is not bad. Also, like, I don't mind this open attack here. Maybe he just accepts it and goes through, but you've got so much game around Whirling Death. Like, you can suit up, bait an axe, and then just get excited anyway and be like, no, I got you.
All right. Majin's on a very, very weird play here. He's looking to try to level up the TF at speed. He's tanking some mushrooms in doing this. Down to 5. A Mystic in Ian's hand. 3 more mushrooms is actually lethal. These mushrooms are going in so huge here.
But he's dead to Mystic Shot now. Like, unless you read that he's got more card draw in hand, TF's just dead to Mystic Shot right now.
Yep.
And by
if
using
you're Ian, though, I don't know if you can go for that Mystic Shot. I mean, he shuffled in enough mushrooms, I think, to go for lethal. This amount of draw that he knows Majin has, he knows the mushrooms are going to get there.
Yeah. Well, rummaging one last card.
There's the level TF. And it's all down to these mushrooms now.
If you go down to 3, you're dead to Mystic Shot. This is quite a bit of damage going face. Purple Fish generates what?
Rummage. Every card draw costs you.
It does, it does. There's 10 in the deck, and what, 2 have been hit so far? There's the third one.
One more. And now suddenly, it's Majin who has the late game, and suddenly, it's Ian who needs to play aggressively. It's Ian who needs to go for the Mystic Face and just try to stay alive for these, hopefully, either mushrooms or drawing another Mystic.
Yep.
He's used, this is his second Mystic?
Yeah. So, there are 3 real cards in Ian's hand. 2 of them are Spinning Axes, the other 3 are real cards. And the first 2 on the far left haven't been played in a super long time. So you have a hard read. They are ultra situational. Ravenous Flock, Scorched Earth, I mean, Second Raven, for example. Like, you would have played an Ezreal if you had it. You would have played Farron if you had it. You would have probably played a Thermo if you had it, because you would have killed Twisted Fate.
Yep.
Attic Shock was playable. Any unit was playable, because you would have, discarded, an axe or nothing else. Like, you kind of know exactly what those cards are at this point. Like, there's almost no...
The Mind Meld! Is that enough to end this now?
Oh, it's gotta be. It's over. There's no way this is not lethal. This has got to be like 9.
That has to be, yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
And I mean, the Mystic isn't doing it. Draven is going down. Imagine just leveling the TF off of counterfeit copying the Rummage. Counterfeiting the Rummage. I think that wins him the game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see how big they are, though. Like, there's no way. There's nothing you can do. There's no anything you can do. You could have dedicated resources to Mystic Shot TF like 4 actions ago and was afraid of him, I guess, rummaging the first time. But by playing it so slowly, let him level the TF and then find the rummage.
Yeah.
It was so...
I think
sure logical reason why.
This...
Kill it.
We're about to see a finals being won by counterfeit copies onto a Rummage just to cycle and fix a dead hand. That was he discarded. I think it was the jailbreak instead of the copies. He went for counterfeit, and that's it.
Yeah, counterfeit did it. Incredibly well done. Obviously, it put more cards in deck. You draw mushrooms less frequently, but that is the victory. Congratulations.
Wow, that is quite a finish. I mean, that sequence was nutty to even get there to begin with, but to find the line that gets there warms my heart. For anyone that doesn't know, and I know Freak will know this story, I love counterfeit copies on Rummage. I actually, as Bullet and I watched the game, I was like, hey, this is a play commit. He's like, yeah, maybe, but like, he's probably not that close, right? Although we did think the TF was a lot closer than it ended up being, but that chain of spells was actually enough, and I love that combo, so to see Margin be like, oh, this is a line I can take, really cool to see. Although I do have to agree, I do not know how the Mystic Shot didn't get aimed at Twisted Fate any earlier, especially after Pseudo got discarded, but Margin Bay going to take it in a pretty surprising 2-0 at the end of it all. I mean, interesting to see how many matches kind of were sweeps at the end of it all, Boulevard. What do you think of our finals here?
I think that Majin Bay is, I'd be willing to say, very likely the only player in the top 32 to bring 2 Mind Meld, and we actually saw what I mentioned earlier, a defensive turn, pick a card, discard a Mind Meld, and still find that second copy for lethal down the road.
And then Swim, I know you said that like a lot of people in Discord are cheering for Majin Bay. Probably a player you're pretty familiar with. Like, how's kind of that atmosphere going? And like, as someone that has been involved in the tournament scene for so long, like Majin Bay has been and been grinding it out, how do you feel like he's obviously hear from him hopefully pretty soon? But how do you feel that is for like for the US LOL players who've spent so much time in this game, like grinding and finding the right lists and battling through what is just such a tough tournament format?
I think it's absolutely amazing. I mean, this tournament is a really good example for everyone who wants to get into the competitive scene, that if you have the dedication, if you have the ability to take enough time and develop your skill and, refine everything right as a player, you will be able to have consistent good results. Majin played that beautifully, and he absolutely deserves this win.
Oh, we actually have him on the line, so let us stop talking and hear from the champion himself, Majin Bay. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm fresh off that insane high roll of that last turn. That was wild.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, the man had Mystic Shot top decked on that round and just holding on to it, thinking that you had a way to like beat Mystic Shot in your hand, and it never cast it, and off goes TF.
Yeah, he's like, she can't flip TF.
And then I was like, okay, what's this rummage? Oh, I could draw one more card. Oh, maybe one more. And then we just got there. And then, yeah, I cycled, and I was sitting there, and I was like, okay, I'm at 4, and there's puff caps in my deck, right? But I'm not winning this turn, and I'm dead to like an Ezreal or like a Farron off the top. And I was like, he could have like Mystic I put him on like Mystic Shot, Static Shock. That's what I thought he had. And I was like, okay, we're just going to go for it. Like, I'm just going to rummage again. And if I find something else, I win. And if I don't, I probably lose. But I think I had to go for it there.
Yeah,
it obviously worked out well.
Absolutely insane. I have to ask, Imagine, because I know you're a little bit of a champion, a symbol of hope to the RCO Discord, the Masters Discord.
Sure.
Do you have anything to say? Any shout outs to any individuals, your prep groups, whoever you played with, or just like anyone looking to get into the competitive scene as a whole?
Yeah, for sure. I would love to shout out my prep group. Yeah, I worked a lot with Kever, Jason Stational, What Am I, Push P, Jason Florent, and Z Turtle. They helped me out a ton. Anytime, because like I'm kind of new to the game at like a competitive level, right? I showed up last season out of nowhere, and then I'd never played in this format of tournament before. I played like Magic. I bring one deck and I get good at this one deck, and that's it. So I'd ask a lot of questions, and they were always there to help me. And they all stream, or most of them stream. So like check them out. They're very, very great streamers, very informational. If you're looking to get good, that's what I would do. Jump in a streamer's stream, ask some questions, and just try to get better.
So I'm glad that you mentioned you test with Kevor, because we noticed that through the Swiss portion, you ran your sort of unique lineup. You didn't bring Twisted Fate Fizz. You were one of the few TF Aphelios players. You brought Fiora Shen, and then coming into top 32, you had actually audibled over to Kevor's lineup. Is that something that he was able to sell you on in the week between the Swiss portion of the top 32, or why the change? Why were you so confident in Fiora Shen in the Swiss rounds, and then completely threw everything out the window, bringing TF Fizz and all these other decks into Top Cut?
So what I essentially wanted to do with the open rounds is I wanted to play the most 50-50 decks I could find, and then just try to win based off like my edge that I think I have. And then once I got to top 32, that felt less viable because everyone's so strong. These are all incredibly strong contenders. So I wanted decks that were I wanted to do the most powerful thing possible. So I brought the most powerful decks possible. I brought Tahm Kench Aphelios, which is nuts with Boxtopus. I brought Fizz TF, which just coin flips your way to victory sometimes. Sometimes you just win. These decks are just so powerful, and they have the ability to just steal wins, and that's what I was after here.
I know, your top 4 round, we didn't get to watch it, but you were up against the man who took down number 1 seed. He had all his aggro decks going on as well. He had the Vi Riven.
Raptor.
Yeah, Raptor. Thank you. Sorry, my brain couldn't find the name. What was that matchup like? Because we missed it on stream, and I mean he had been taking names the way through. Like, what did you ban, and how close did that series go?
I banned Fizz TF, and my plan coming into this tournament was I'm going to ban Fizz TF, and I'm just going to do more powerful things, right? And then so I sat there and I was looking and I was talking to my chat, and I was like, all right, guys, we're going to ban Fizz TF, and we're just going to hope he doesn't draw Riven and also Vi, and that's how we're going to win. And so I jumped into the game against his Vi Riven, and guess what? He played Riven, and then he played Vi, and I died. And then we had to win with our other decks. Quick shout out to Raptor, though. My Lee Sin list, if you saw it, is a little wonky. It's a little different than you'd expect. That inspiration came from him. He was kicking my ass on ladder with the homecomings and the temples, and I was like, all right, this man knows what's up. Like, I'm gonna. So we took the list and we adapted it and brought it into our own lineups. Kever and I being R.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to ask about that then, because I've been asking everyone I can meet why Homecoming in those lists. So I'd love to know from you, someone who's clearly enjoyed the tech, why Homecoming? Because it just looks so odd, I guess, as a recall.
It looks weird, right? Yeah. So Homecoming, because again, my plan was to do the most powerful thing possible, but I know 50% of the field's plan was to do the most powerful thing possible. So my plan was to play their decks, but a little bigger. And I expected a lot of Shen, a lot of Fiora, well, obviously, and then Lee Sin and the Aphelios decks. And Homecoming and Temple and Fang give you that way to beat those decks. Their Fiora's about to flip, and they had that Concerted Strike. Well, now it's in your hand, and I'm gonna hit you next turn. It gives you that edge in the mirror. It's also one more thing your opponent just always has to think about, which I think is huge. I love having the judgment the second mind meld because it's just in my opponent's head all the time. At all of their plays, they have to go, well, he could have mind meld here. He could have a homecoming, right? And I feel like it gives you a little extra percentage points.
For sure. All right, final question for you. You've won. Oh, go ahead, Swim. Sorry.
I actually have one pre-final question. Majin
right.
Bay, I know you stream on Twitch. If the people want to find you, if they want to watch you, if they want to learn from you, where can they do that, man?
All right, go to my Twitch, Majin Bay LOR. It's right below my cam right now, I believe. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and on the weekends. Come check it out. It'll be a good time.
Swim is such a
Thanks,
homie.
Swim.
What a great plug there for Majin.
Yeah, right.
Again,
shout out to Swim.
Dude, he earned. He put in the time. You played beautifully, man. I loved every
Thank you
step
so
of the
much.
way.
I really appreciate that.
Play good, ran better, as is often the case for people that win
Yeah.
card games. So I imagine final question for you now. Doing great this seasonal. What are your plans for the upcoming events here? Because obviously there's going to be more seasonals. There's rumors of Worlds on the horizon. Should we expect to see more of you? And I think the answer is pretty
You should.
obvious.
I have been, like Swim said, I started streaming. It's been going very well for me. And I really wanted to dive into this card game. I have always wanted to play at like the pro level. And I reached the pro level in Magic, but not the level where I could only play Magic. And I'm hoping that Runeterra becomes the game that I think it can be. As far as like competitively, I think it does a lot of things right, and I would love to see the game grow, and I want to be there when it does. So I want to be at Worlds. I want to be at the next seasonals, right? When someone new comes to the game and they ask people, "Hey, who should I watch?" like to get good at the game, I want people to say, "Oh, you should check out Majin Bay. Like that guy knows what he's doing." That's my goal.
All right, we'll help you out. Hey, if you're out there and want to get good at the game, go watch Majin Bay. Majin Bay, thank you so much for joining us. It's been awesome.
Hey, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Pleasure is all ours. I can tell you that much. What a wonderful human being there. And again, like I joked about it, but he did run well, but he played so exceptionally throughout the tournament. That was like just finding that to win that. You know that chances are so slim. Is that's the mark of a great player, right? You have to find even the worst percentage play win because even though you had one more game to maybe give away and play with, you don't want to be playing 3 games in the final.
I'm just still like on that turn where it's like, all right, you can make a free 1-drop, or you can put copies of a card in your deck and hope it does something. He's like, I'm gonna make a copy of something in my deck. I'm gonna get some rummages. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna draw him enough. And yeah, that was a game-winning play. It's why you got the 2-0. It's impressive.
Yep, it was. Honestly, that finals was one of the best played in the series. Just like Ian also just having that crazy hand read. Both players played that excellently.
For sure. All right, well, we're almost done. The tournament is over, but there is still more content coming up your way. As teased, Mark Sassenrath, the lead set designer of Empires of the Ascended, is coming up after this quick commercial break, so don't go too far. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for a bit of bonus content to round out the Cosmic Creation Seasonal. That's because we have a new set coming out. Empires of the Ascended is on the way very, very shortly. We are graced by the presence of one and only lead set designer, Mark Sathnath. Mark, thank you so much for donating your time after a very long day of LOR. And how you feeling, man?
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here. I'm not used to being on stream, so this is kind of a new thing for me. So I'm excited. It was fun watching the games, though.
All right, well, I'll start it with a really obvious song. We've seen her already. We were going to spoil LeBlanc before you came on, but now that everyone has seen her, how did that champion kind of come about? What was the impetus for like that specific design?
Mm-hmm. LeBlanc, let's see. It's kind of where to start. I mean, okay, so LeBlanc was she was a champion that was kind of tricky in the sense that she's like sort of like Aurelion Sol or Nasus, where she kind of has different identities, whether you're asking about League of Legends gameplay or the sort of like broader thematic kind of narrative lore of the character. We were trying to figure out how to strike a balance between those and like what to emphasize basically and how to pull off both if possible, which is kind of like a tricky balance. I think for LeBlanc, a lot of the questions we were asking was like, what's going to fit the set well, what's going to fit the region well, Noxus, and what mechanics will have good supporting cards, and then also like basically what are players expecting from her, a lot of times we get answers that are different from different players, of course, but we try to get a sense of like from player surveys and stuff what players are expecting. So like I guess the two main paths at our disposal were like, do we want to go like really kind of unusual for Noxus or mainline Noxus, or try to find some way to hybridize both? I think we leaned kind of hybridize both, lean a bit more Noxus insofar as like we're like, hey, LeBlanc could emphasize she's like a glass cannon assassin who hits hard and fast and just dominates a lane and snowballs really hard from there. Or we could go for an angle that was more like she's going to sit back in the back row and kind of like do some other sort of indirect kind of like Machiavellian kind of thing. We ultimately kind of try to strike a middle ground where it's like we want you to go in and kill things and basically be that aggressive assassin, and then hopefully level up quickly and get reputation quickly, and then basically your toolkit opens up a lot once reputation or level 2 is up, and you can start doing really unpredictable and clever plays and basically close out the game quickly. We were kind of inspired by the sort of like Trifarian Assessor kind of space where it's like it's about these like high power, like heavy hitting units, but like Trifarian Assessor is kind of like you kind of have to assemble a very specific board state, and like often you don't want to attack early on in the game because you're trying to like keep those units alive. Whereas this one, it's like, no, let's build a glass cannon deck that actually gets to go glass cannon, actually hits hard and fast like LeBlanc does in League of Legends. And then once they do that, they can capitalize on Whispered Words and Mimic and Black Rose Spy and all these other powerful combos that it sets up.
So I wanted to ask, because as we saw in the graphic there, you've taken LeBlanc's abilities from League of Legends and you've split them up into a couple of different spells. And we've seen you make champions before with branching decision trees like Aphelios or Twisted Fate that come out on play and have the abilities displayed before them. So how did you make the decision to, rather than go that path with LeBlanc where she comes in and you get to pick one of her abilities and mimic it or something like that later, why did you turn those into spells instead?
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, I think when we're trying to make a deck that's faster, like the more power budget we load into like sort of utility and like unusual lines of text in the initial level 1, probably the slower you're going to be playing her, and the slower the deck is going to have to behave. Champions that sit on the back row, for example. So for LeBlanc, I think the overall package we were hoping for was like she is going to be a really efficient drop that can go down early and hit really hard early, and then that way she unlocks a broader card package that you can have in your hand and sort of use that as like the last part of your gas to close out the game, rather than something like she's a more like long-term like kind of Ezreal kind of play where we want to go like hit harder and faster than that basically. So we want to like optimize that power budget to where she's like really good at dealing a lot of like heavy burst damage early like she does in like a League of Legends lane, and then she can do the tricky thing as a reward. Sort of like, that's a trick we sometimes do where it's like the region doesn't really get these mechanics usually, so we kind of have to make you go through a region hoop before we let you do it. So it's kind of like do a Trifarian, like aggressive, like aggro, not quite aggro, but like sort of like aggressive mid-range build, and then you'll get rewarded with all these cool effects.
Yeah, that's really cool. I have a question. I always love questions like these. So in set design, there's a lot of testing and a lot of cards need to be like tweaked and rebalanced. Is there a card in, Empires of the Ascended, the Shurima expansion, yours, that was really, really strong and had to be nerfed a couple of times before we got to see it? Like, what was something that was just really nuts in testing? And like, what did it do?
Yeah, there was a lot of cards that were nuts. It was I felt bad for the balance team had to go through a lot with this set, so I felt pretty bad for them. Yeah, I mean, gosh, I think there's a few like Siphoning Strike. Definitely went through a lot of iterations. I mean, it's hard to power budget that card just because we liked it a bit slower, but also giving +2/+2 to all champions everywhere is like kind of an awkward effect to cost. It's like you can set up so like cards like champions that are usually hard to keep alive, for example, if you play this before you drop them, like they become a very safe play because they're just got so much more health and power. So that one went through a lot of iterations. I'm trying to think of one that's like especially spicy. I mean, like for a long time, Ancient Hourglass was one cost, and I was like always fighting for that card because I love that card. But it still might be too strong at 2C, we'll see. But I really like that card. Yeah, that's a good one. And then I think Jarvan's kind of similar, where it's like you kind of read him and it's like he looks expensive and his numbers are low. What's up with that? But then like when you play him, he like the swing is just like super massive, and so he definitely used to be stronger looking than he is now.
What did he used to do?
Yeah.
I mean, just like an example.
It was just the numbers. It was like I mean, because basically I think you need to play it a few times to see it's worth that cost. Cause it feels like you want to cheat it out for free or something, or at a discount or something like that.
Yeah.
I think he landed 5/3 or something. It's it looks pretty bad for 6 cost. But it was, I mean, his body used to look like a 6-drop body, and it was nuts, right?
Okay.
So yeah, we didn't change the cost much because we liked the timing of when it came out. But that didn't move as much. But it's mostly the other factors that got involved there. I'm trying to remember who. The champ that has not been revealed yet also had to get nerfed a lot, but I can't talk about him too much. I mean, you can maybe guess who it is, but yeah.
I wonder.
Fine, we'll say that later. No worries.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. It's a little bit LeBlanc related, but not directly. So one of the big things we saw, and it's kind of what sort of all the expansion teams led with, was like, hey, look, it's Empires of the Ascended. We're gonna have level 3 Shuriman champions. Hey, look, it's the Sun Disc. It gives us level 3s. And so clearly, the focus of the set is Shurima's here. Look, it's these ancient gods, and they're gonna raise them and get more powerful. And we're adding these new keywords as a result. So where do you find the space to design roughly one champion per region? It's okay, well, we're gonna sort of modernize Noxus so that it can keep up with new tech. LeBlanc being the example from today, but you've had other ones as well, like Jarvan you just talked about. Where do you find inspiration for those champions and those cards? Because you can't just also Demacia gets level 3 champions, right? That's not fun. So where do you find the inspiration to find new stuff that still lets Shurima have its thing?
That's okay. Yeah, that's a complicated question.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
What a surprise!
Yeah. I mean, I think. I mean, it's going to be a mix of what are hooks that the region has that we think we could capitalize more on. What are strengths and weakness profiles that the region has that we think could complement Shurima, and then also what new things are we introducing in the expansion that we're excited for other regions to sort of take part in. We had a heavy emphasis on landmarks, for example, and that kind of the countdown kind of incubating threat situation going on. And that was one where we were excited for Freljord to like get in there with Lysandra, because that seemed very fitting for sort of her like narrative arc, and that kind of like also just the Freljord sort of long-term incubator kind of threat vibe from the region's kind of ramp and stall kind of mechanics. So that was one where it was like, we're introducing this new tool and it fits the strength weakness profile of an existing region, so we can hook into that, and that's great. And then some other times we sort of more look to what are some old builds in that region that we think could be juiced up more. So like, I mean, obviously like LeBlanc like was very much in like that sort of Trifarian 5 power kind of space, where it was like, Reckoning and Trifarian Assessor and stuff could be a bigger deck. But we also have other, I mean, yeah, sometimes it doesn't always work out. I mean, like at one point, like we were given like Shreema a lot of like elites actually in its military, but it started to get really weird. It started to get weird. Yeah. At a certain point, you sort of like start crowding out like old tools and start changing what the flavor of the whole thing is. So it's like when elites start feeling like Shreema is a big part of elites, I think it risks making it so like Demacia kind of loses its identity. So you have to be careful about that. Anyways, I don't know if that answered the question, but I kind of rambled there.
It actually, yeah, I really like that. Yeah, as a very, very quick follow-up, so you maybe alluded to it, maybe I read into it too much. Like, are you kind of starting with, okay, what is Shreema? Okay, we like that Shreema's gonna have landmarks because, like, literally, like, I'm just like imagining the real world influences of like, Egypt's known for its big landmarks, like the pyramids, like, yeah, and it's like, well, yeah, landmarks make sense. And, is that usually how this works, where you're first imagining the new region and then like tentacling out?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, it definitely starts with the new region. I mean, we kind of we try to go a little bit more specific in the sense that it's like we say like, okay, what are like the core themes of the region that we want to really embrace for the set and the region in general, and then like what are hooks that can give us into other regions. So like for Empires of the Ascended and for Shreema, the main pillars we had, there's basically 3 that really panned out. There was like time and inevitability, that was a big one, and so you can probably see that with like countdown and predict and like sort of fitting the overall narrative arc of the Shreeman Empire and how it's like sort of lost to time under the sands and it's coming back kind of thing. Another big one was like glory and like the glory of the Ascended in general. Like we wanted a region that like really embraced its champions and like making the champions really like the stars of the show. And then so like, yeah, hopefully that's pretty apparent with like, level 3s and like their golden ambassador and things like that. And then the desert also is just like really cool. We have a bunch of, I don't know how much concept art is out, but like, it's like, I would describe it as both like awe-inspiring and also a terrifying place. And so that kind of like mixture of like terrifying wilderness and like Mad Max kind of space, but also like a really cool place to like surf if you're Talia and like see all these amazing vistas and old landmarks and stuff. And so like those 3 pillars were areas that we kind of built on and like looked for hooks in existing regions. And then also sometimes we try to like get some variety in there. I think Talia is actually kind of an example of both, where it was like Talia kind of hits that desert note and like indirectly through countdown some of the time notes, but also like tonally and aesthetically, she's very different from a lot of the rest of Shreema. Like she's very like upbeat and warm and optimistic, and there's a lot of these notes there that like if you just look at like the core Ascended champions and you just like look at Renekton and like Talia brings something different to the table that I think is kind of refreshing in a lot of ways. And so we try to get a balance of both, where it's like there's clearly some coherent themes, but also people who are champions that are like adding things to that roster so it doesn't feel too one note.
I'm glad you brought up the 3 pillars, because I wanted to ask, is there any of those that you personally wish was explored a little bit more? For example, you're looking at this full set and you're like, I just wish there were like 5 more Ascended cards or like 2 more landmark cards or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree. I mean, it's a little tricky because we, the upcoming expansions will be exploring some of those themes as well and fleshing those out. I think landmarks were an area where were like Countdown. I mean, Countdown started in a very like sort of like Shreema narrow space where it was like it was originally called Buried, and it was very different. It was kind of like a way to precast units. It was kind of in a different space, and then over time we were like, oh, this has a lot of evergreen value for landmarks, and so let's retheme it to something more general, and also start thinking about other regions that we can put this in. And so I think like in the long term, I'm excited to see Countdown sort of like become more of an evergreen thing and like appear in other regions more. And then as we add more like Countdown interactions and tricks in Shuma and other places, it starts feeling like a more cohesive kind of thing, just like that's like permeated all throughout the game. But obviously that takes time and card pool expansions and stuff. So we'll see how that goes.
All right, Mark. Well, thank you so much for donating your time. I think I speak for everyone when we're extremely excited to play the set, but we'll have to wait to get our hands on it soon. But seriously, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you on.
Thanks for having me. It's been great.
It's been great for us too. Don't worry about it. All right, well, the Content Creation Season is over, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to say goodbye. Congratulations to Margin Bay winning the Americas region. Congratulations to all of the winners around there globally. For myself, my fellow casters, analysts, and the entire remote live broadcast production crew, and of course, most importantly, you at home who've stuck around to watch it. It's been awesome. Go play Empires of the Ascendant. Can't wait to see who's coming out tomorrow. Gee, I wonder who it is. But for now, I was going to be signing off, so see you later.